Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the third workshop on the Commission roadmap towards phasing out animal testing. It's really a pleasure to see many of you here today and online, and as we come together to explore ways of phasing out animal testing. My name is Monir Bouift, and I will be guiding you through the opening session of today. I joined ECHA in 2020, and I'm working in the prioritization directorates on NAMs and alternative methods for REACH registration. Before we dive into the exciting sessions that are ahead of us in the day and a half of this workshop, I would like to give you some housekeeping notes very briefly. So please keep your badge visible all time and return it. And today, tomorrow morning, you will be signing as you did today. Coffee and lunch will be served outside this room and also in the second floor, just one floor upstairs. No drinks or food is allowed in this room, please. There is a smoking area outside, but if you go there is no re-entry after 6 p.m. So that you know, you cannot get back in. We'll have photos and videos recording for communication, and inform the photographer, please, if you don't want to be visible. And we will have the slides that will be available just after the event, and we'll have a workshop report that will be published just a month or two after the event. And in case of emergency, follow the green exit signs to stairs, please. So now let's take a quick look on what's ahead of us in this day and a half. We'll begin with opening notes and welcome speeches from ECHA and the Commission, followed by an inspirational talk on change. The first session will introduce actions under the roadmap, and we'll have a session of Q&A, and then we'll have recommendation on phasing out animal testing for human health assessment, followed also by question and answer. In session 3, we'll have a session on feedback from stakeholder involvement, followed by updates on research, followed also by questions and answers. And then we'll close the day with a session that will be a panel discussion on implementation phase, organizational structure, test method development, validation, safe spaces, and sandboxing. And we'll wrap up the day with the cocktail reception around 6. So I hope it will be an excellent opportunity to connect and reflect. Tomorrow we'll resume at 9 with the welcome from the Commission, and we'll have also a session. We'll start with a session on recommendation phasing out animal testing for environmental safety assessment this time, and we'll have also a statement from EFSA tomorrow morning. And on session 7 will be dedicated to indicators, and we'll end our workshop with a panel discussion with stakeholders. A quick note on the agenda. We had to adapt the agenda because of the strikes that we had. So there are some sessions that was moved. So you might have an old program. Please download the updated program from the event website. So we had to move some sessions, and we'll have also a couple of presentations that will be done online. Finally, as you saw in the detailed agenda, I would like to highlight that the organizers wanted to have this event where discussion is encouraged and participation. So they wanted this to be a space where your voices are heard. So I encourage you really to ask questions and provide your feedback. So for that, please, when we open the floor for discussion, when you're speaking, state your name and your organization, and keep your questions focused on the topic at hand. So we have microphones in the room, so use the microphones or request a handheld one. So there will be a handheld microphone, just request one. And for the remote participants, you send your questions through Slido. So Slido sessions will be open at the beginning of each session. And then after the session, the questions would be stored and cleared for the next session. So once again, welcome to the third Commission workshop on the roadmap, and let's make this productive and collaborative event. Thank you. Now we will have an opening note from Catherine and Georg from the Commission, who will tell us about the roadmap journey and related activities. Let me introduce you, Catherine and Georg. So Dr. Catherine Schuster is a policy officer in DG Environment of the European Commission. She has an expertise in breach, animal protection, and phasing out animal testing, and she previously worked in consumer products sector. Her academic background in toxicology and regulatory affairs. And Georg Streck is a policy officer in DG GROW of the European Commission with expertise in breach, NAMs, and environmental safety assessment. And he has a role as EPA co-chair and Commission Working Group chair. He studied environmental chemistry, toxicology, and eco-toxicology. So, Catherine and Georg, the floor is yours to tell us about the roadmap journey. I don't know if you can try this one. You just need to be close to it.
Hopefully this works. Yeah, it does.
Okay.
Good morning. Could you leave me the clicker, please?
Yes.
There we are. I would like to say a very, very warm welcome to you all. And we have been on a journey, and I think for most of you, we have even been on this journey together, because I see many faces that have been together since we announced the commitment to develop the roadmap. We had a first workshop in December 2023. Then we met again to get a lot of stakeholder input in the Brussels workshop in October last year. And this is now the third workshop that we are holding before the roadmap will take form in written. And as I think many of you noticed, the road to develop a roadmap was sometimes a little bit windy and not that clear, and at certain moments we seem to rather go a step back rather than forward, but I think we have finally now honed into the final stretch, and I think a lot of aspects are getting clearer now, and that is the product of many of your contributions as well. So thanks very much for that. And even if the roadmap is not written yet, as you noticed, I think we have been quite active. We have met 13 times with a group composed of the various commission services that are involved and the 3 agencies, ECHA, EFSA, and EMA. We've had 10 meetings of the Human Health Working Group. Also, the Environmental Safety Group was very active in 6 meetings. Then, as you know, we had a third group that looked into various aspects of change management. That group met twice, but it also had a very active series of bilateral stakeholder consultations, 20 of them in total. They also launched the transitional initiatives module and have managed to get 22 initiatives registered to date. We published the call for evidence and had 2 online consultations to which many of you contributed very usefully. And last but not least, there were about 40 events at which we were able to do outreach and inform about the roadmap endeavor and get more people interested and get more people on board. So I think these activities were all quite productive, and hopefully we'll be able to show you in this workshop how we advance based on those. And with that, I'll hand over.
Yes, and let's have a look what we want to do today. What are the aims of this workshop? Of course, we want to report to you from all of these activities. We will present the thoughts, the elements of the roadmap as far as they are available and reflected in the roadmap document. We want to have good, intensive discussions with you. So I think one of the keywords here is feedback, 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 feedback. That is what we want to receive today and tomorrow from you. So that we can still incorporate your feedback into the further development of the roadmap. And then another important thought is, okay, it's still on. Another important thought is that we need to prepare for the implementation phase of the roadmap. Phasing out animal testing will not be finished with publishing the roadmap. It will be a long, long journey, but we need to start then immediately after publishing the roadmap with the implementation phase. So there are here in the room quite a lot of people. I see that the room is almost filled. I was told that 180 people were telling us that they would come in person to this workshop. Unfortunately, a few have cancelled due to the strikes. But then there are also quite a lot of people online. I have not asked how many are now connected already, but I hope that there's also a huge crowd listening to this workshop. So welcome to all of you, welcome to you who are here in Helsinki, welcome to everybody who is participating online. And then let's start, let's go, let's discuss the roadmap. Thanks.
Thank you, Katrin and Georg. Now it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Sharon McGuinness, the Executive Director of the European Chemicals Agency. Dr. Sharon McGuinness took office in December 2022 with a background, and she has a background in chemical regulation and public health. She previously held senior roles at the Ireland Health and Safety Authority, including CEO and Assistant CEO, and has always worked with Hewlett-Packard, the European Chemical Bureau, and in academia. Sharon's academic qualification include a PhD in pharmacology as well as diplomas in legal studies and company direction. Please join me welcoming Sharon to open the workshop. Sharon?
Thank you very much, Munir, and good morning, everyone. I would like to welcome you all, everybody here in the room, and of course those online, to this workshop supporting the Commission roadmap to phase out animal testing for chemical safety assessments. As you know, this roadmap was announced by the Commission as a response to the European Citizens' Initiative, Save Cruelty-Free Cosmetics. And as mentioned by Katrin at the beginning there, this workshop is a series of 3. It's the final of the series of 3, and will help facilitate the Commission and the publication of the roadmap next year by them. It is also part of the broader efforts to implement the 3 Rs, replacement, reduction and refinement in EU chemicals legislation, and to support innovation in safety science. At ECHA, we are supporting the Commission in the development of the roadmap and have willingly provided our input, for example, within the inter-service group, together with sister agencies, and also within the 3 roadmap working groups on human health, environment safety assessment, and change management. The promotion of alternatives to animal testing is among the aims of REACH, and therefore part of ECHA's mandate since the beginning. It is also currently a strategic priority for us. We have developed a great deal of experience during this time in using and developing NAMs, and we appreciate being able to contribute our experience into the roadmap development. In addition to our support on the roadmap, we have proposed recommendations aiming at addressing critical gaps to using NAMs in the regulatory setting and leading pilot projects to address such gaps. For example, reliable in vitro toxicokinetic methods, transparent acceptance criteria for new methods, replacement solutions using computational tools for specific endpoints, etc. We've also funded the development of several promising tools, contracting scientific studies for the development of NAM-based tools and data for hazard identification and characterization of industrial chemicals. This is in addition to making sure data is available, which is key for the development of NAMs. For example, for the further development of the QSR toolbox to integrate new information. We are enhancing our internal capacity building to increase the level of knowledge on NAMs so that it's suitable for the regulatory application. We've increased our cooperation across legislation within Europe and also outside of Europe, such as with the US EPA and Health Canada, and through platforms such as EPAA, the European Partnership for Alternative Approaches to Animal Testing, and APCRA, accelerating the pace of chemical risk assessment. We have also strengthened the collaboration between regulators and scientists. For example, just recently we've published a further update of ECHA's Key Areas of Regulatory Challenges report, and our own developments are very much focused around the key areas identified within that report. Finally, as the Commission prepares for the REACH revision, we are providing our input and request to replace, where feasible, the information requirements based on animal testing with suitable alternatives such as in vitro methods, weight of evidence, or read across. This workshop will, I hope, give all relevant parties an opportunity to share their insights and feedback and enable the Commission, together with the agencies, the Member States and stakeholders, develop a roadmap that will ensure a clear and coherent move away from animal testing. In conclusion, I would like to say a special thanks to Ophelia Berkrow, the colleagues from Directorate B and other ECHA staff who, together with colleagues from the EFSA, EMA and the Commission, who have organised this workshop. Thank you for your time. I wish you all a successful 2 days. I regret to say I won't be able to join you for all 2 days, but I certainly look forward to the discussions here this morning on this, which I believe is a very important topic and one that I think, given the level of expertise and experience in this room, I think we can address coherently and consistently. So thank you all and good discussions.
Thank you, Sharon, for your warm welcome and inspiring words. Now we will hear a welcome from the Commission by Christine Schreiber. Christine Schreiber leads the Commission Directorate on Chemicals, Bioeconomy and Retail in DG GROW. She is also active member of the management board of ECHA and many other governing boards. Christine held various positions in Commission services, including Head of Cabinet of Commissioners. Christine studied economics, international relations, and European law. Although Christine couldn't join us today in person, she kindly prepared a video message to share her welcome and reflections with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to warmly welcome you to this already third Commission workshop on the roadmap towards phasing out animal testing for chemical safety assessments. I'm pleased to deliver the opening remarks on behalf of my Directorate General for Internal Market, Industry, Entrepreneurship, and last not least, SMEs. Replacing, reducing, and refining animal testing, our famous 3 Rs, with the ultimate goal of fully phasing it out as soon as scientific progress allows it, has always been high on the European Commission's agenda. Animal welfare has been enshrined in the EU treaty, specifically in Article 13 of the Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union, and previously in the Protocol on Protection of Welfare of Animals, annexed to the Treaty of Rome. On the 25th of July 2023, the European Commission adopted its response to the European Citizens' Initiative, Safe Cruelty-Free Cosmetics, Commit to a Europe Without Animal Testing. In this communication, we committed to developing a roadmap aimed at ultimately phasing out animal testing for chemical safety assessments. And today, you are gathered here for the third workshop in the ongoing development of the strategic roadmap. The European Union has been acting as a pioneer and leader regarding the phasing out of animal testing. This is evidenced by its investments of more than 1 billion euro into over 300 research projects related to alternative methods over the last 2 decades. The transition from animal testing to alternative methods can only proceed together with scientific progress in a way that ensures that human health and the environment are always adequately protected. In regulatory context, the practical use of alternative methods has up to date been still limited. Not enough tools were suited to provide the information that we need to comprehensively meet the requirements of our legislative frameworks. But we are at a point where this is about to change. Our challenge is to connect all the many activities to make sure efforts are coordinated and well targeted, and to harvest whatever methods are ready for regulatory use to make them applicable in our laws. This is why the European Commission has announced the roadmap towards phasing out animal testing for chemical safety assessments. The roadmap will be a guide in the transition towards non-animal testing for these chemical safety assessments, taking into account the progress that has already been made, but also which hurdles are still in the way of fully realizing this paradigm shift towards animal-free safety assessments. Introducing new animal-free methods for such assessments is not just ethically important. It will also improve our understanding of how chemicals act and lead to adverse effects. The roadmap is a chance for improving the protection of our citizens and the environment even further than we do today. I want to emphasize the opportunities that introducing new animal-free testing methods can bring to our industry and businesses. Innovative methods can support the industry in generating information required for assessing chemicals efficiently and timely, and can thus increase their competitiveness. It also opens chances for our innovative research community and businesses, offering laboratory services to modern computerized technologies. Maximizing the uptake of new animal-free methods is not only an ethical imperative grounded in animal welfare, it also offers scientific and societal advantages. These innovative approaches can enhance our understanding of how chemicals cause adverse effects, enabling even stronger protection of human health and the environment than current methods allow. Moreover, transitioning to animal-free assessment strategies can benefit our economy. By reducing reliance on traditional animal testing, companies can streamline regulatory processes and lower the costs and time associated with complex testing procedures. By embracing these new methodologies, we do not only enhance our industry's capabilities and competitiveness, but also make our regulatory systems really future-proof. I'm looking forward to seeing the results of this workshop. The Commission workshops in the past have greatly helped us in making progress on the roadmap. This is especially crucial now as we are entering the final phase of the development of the roadmap to get it ready for publication in the first quarter of 2026. The input we have received from different stakeholders, including member states, agencies, industry, academia, and NGOs throughout the different phases of roadmap development have been and still are crucial to the success of the roadmap. The second stakeholder survey, which was focused on getting more concrete feedback on potential roadmap actions, has just ended. And I also want to take this opportunity to thank all of you for your valuable contributions. I want to emphasize the importance of the support from our agencies, EMA, EFSA, and ECHA. Your support is vital for progress on the roadmap, not just in its development, but also for the implementation that is to come. I also want to acknowledge the EPAA as a key partner to foster progress, mutual understanding, and continued dialogue between scientists, regulators, industry, and civil society. Let me also remind you that this year marks the 20th anniversary of the EPAA, which will be celebrated with a 2-day annual conference in Brussels. It's only when we are all united in our efforts towards phasing out animal testing, stakeholders, regulators, and civil society, that this roadmap can be a success. So today I invite you to take the opportunity to make your voice heard and provide your input on the roadmap. I wish you a very fruitful and stimulating discussion in the coming 2 days. I count on you for working together on developing the roadmap, as well when it comes to implement it in the coming years. Thank you very much for your attention and have a good workshop.
Thanks to Christine for her nice and motivating words. Now, it's my pleasure to introduce someone who will bring a unique and thought-provoking perspective to our discussion on future of chemical safety assessments. And we will have a talk by Laura Holden. Unfortunately, Laura Holden couldn't join us, again, because of the airport strike. Laura, are you online?
I am indeed.
Hi. Hi, welcome, Laura. I don't see you in any screen. You should be appearing in one screen. Okay, I will start introducing you, Laura, and we do hear you for now. Laura Holden is a research fellow at the University of Birmingham with expertise in environmental law, policy transition, and socio-technical change. Her career spanned roles as regulatory and science policy advisor at DEFRA, and she's actively involved in European projects like Precision Talks and PARC. Laura has a background in law and environmental policy. So Laura, you will be giving us an inspirational talk about how we need to change to transition to an animal-free chemical safety assessment. Laura, please inspire us. You're live.
Thank you very much. Hopefully you can see some slides.
Yes, we do. Thank you.
Marvelous. Thank you very much. So thank you very much to the Commission and to the organising committee for inviting me to present. My apologies for not being in the room with you. But yes, I'm Laura Holden, a research fellow from the University of Birmingham, and here to talk to you today about how do we need to change to transition to an animal-free chemical safety assessment. So if we could move to the next slide, please. Okay, so the aim of this talk is really what the change is in terms of technical. So what I'm going to be covering is just an introduction to the research data. So of course it's very science-based, what we're talking about today in general, but actually it sits into a wider landscape of influences and pressures, and we have done quite a bit of research on that. And this allows us to talk about the number of internal and external influences to change. I'll briefly touch on the value of roadmaps as well before wrapping up with some key challenges. So if we can move to the next slide, please. Thank you. So yes, So for instance, we've done a number of surveys and focus groups that we have been running. So first of all, looking at the barriers to the uptake of new approach methodologies or NAMs, and this was looking at a number of regulations, a number of stakeholder groups and across the world, convening groups so that we could look at solutions to overcome some of those issues and trying to figure out where consensus lies. And we also got together some NGOs as well to understand where their differences and where their agreement lies in the views that they hold. First of all, though, I would like to talk about you and the important life choice that I'm going to make you face today. So I think you should now be looking at a slide that has images of phones on it. They seem to be flicking about a little bit on my side of the screen. But I'd like to be able to get you into the mindset of change today. So I wasn't able to run a Slido because I'm not there. I thought it might get a bit unwieldy. So this is just going to be a simple use of our imagination. So we have 3 choices. You don't have to shout out loud, but which one of these do you want? What is your preference? Is it the iPhone? Is it any other make of smartphone? Or is it nothing at all? You don't want a phone, you're good, thanks. So you will have made a decision, and that is probably being quite heavily interested by market information because companies are trying to tell you stuff and tell you that you need this. But there will have been a number of personal preferences that you have. Maybe you like the style of a phone and the apps that it has on it, perhaps. Maybe you don't like other companies. You'd had a phone from another supplier and it was nothing but trouble. Or maybe you recommendations made to you by friends or people who you know, or you've seen lots of reviews, or a famous person uses it, and that's how you've made your decision. But what then happens if your options become restricted? So if we can just move to the next. That's great. Okay, so what if you're told by governments that you can no longer use the iPhone? You can have a smartphone of any other type, or you can use nothing at all. Now, for those of you who chose the other options, you're probably thinking that that's not a problem, your life continues. But if you had decided to use the iPhone and that option is now removed from you, how might you feel? You've perhaps been using it for years, you've got apps all set up on it, you've got all your accounts linked to it. So you might just shrug and think that it's fine, I'll move to something else, not a problem. You might actively lobby to get that decision reversed, or you may disengage completely and decide to join the nothing group. So those with sufficient coffee in you may realize what I'm trying to get to here. So the iPhone is analogous to animal testing here. So we have processes and procedures, whole careers, lots of investment based around animal testing. And although there's not a foreseeable ban across all sectors coming, that future of animal testing is still under threat. So the point of this analogy is to show that any decision elicits a reaction in each of us. And transitions require adjustments so that people are encouraged to accept the change. What is not ideal is to receive kickback or complete disengagement from this transition. So what areas do we need to have a look at? If we can move to the next slide. Okay, so the image to the right is some work by Frank Giels, and this is called the multi-level perspective model, and it is used to describe technology transitions. So we can see three broad but interlinked levels. So the middle section where the arrows are going from left to right in a horizontal plane, these represent our current system. This is our current way of working, which is broadly around animal testing. So it's our policies, currently accepted methods, our regulatory procedures, and it's around what most of our market is built. Putting pressure on the system. Eventually that pressure accumulates, cracks start to appear, and the idea is that a new way of working breaks through, and we end up in the top right because we get a new paradigm coming through. But this only lasts if it can become stable, and at any point the transition can fail. So the green arrows at the top, these represent some landscape or macro factors. So these are external pressures, and it's things like societal pressure. So if we think about civil society and animal welfare NGOs in particular that were instrumental in exerting pressure on politicians, they've been doing action for many decades, and it culminated in the most recent European Citizens Initiative, the ECHA, and that resulted in the decision to develop a roadmap. But the influence of NGOs hasn't gone away. Not everyone is so effusive about this change. And our research showed that some NGO groups are just not convinced by full replacement, or at least not just yet. Other stakeholder groups thought this as well. It's not just NGOs, and it's not throughout the stakeholder groups, obviously, but it's, we hear it from all sectors. Now, whether you agree individually or not, fear and worrying about something, they're strong emotions, whether that's about fear for safety or fear for your livelihoods. And if we're looking to transition to something that's stable, those concerns, those perceptions need to be addressed. And as the quote from our research demonstrates, public knowledge about the use of animal testing beyond cosmetics is considered to be limited. So there is still quite a lot of space for pressure from the public putting on political influence, because there isn't yet a consensus that this is actually a good idea, this transition. But the research that we did across NGO groups did highlight some areas of consensus, allowed us to identify actions that could aid the transition. So first of all, actually seeking some form of consensus in itself is important. It allowed what could be considered as opposing groups to air their concerns, but it then also means that we can have those discussions that directly addresses the concerns as well. And secondly, we identified that reference to alternative methods, so like NAMs, using those terms, non-animal methods, new approach methodologies, that gets you so far, particularly at a high level context. But when it comes to the detail of implementation, that's when we really need to be getting specific around the testing platforms and the context of use. But there are other landscape pressures as well. And this can include the wider setting of other countries and other sectors. And the influence from these areas can spill over, and that can either be positive or it can also be a reticent response. So some countries like the USA, we know, are reaffirming their commitment to looking at alternatives, but we also know that not all countries are. And so it is understandable that some businesses may be concerned about where this leaves them. So clarity here is important. Is the aim for the EU to be early adopters, to transition early, get into these new technology markets first? Or is the roadmap of preparation allowing others to change first, but making sure that therefore the EU is ready? Having such clarity will help businesses understand their position in the market. It helps them to plan accordingly regarding how or if they're going to be serving different markets. If we can move to the next slide. Okay, so we're still with the GILS image on the right-hand side. So now if we look at the orange arrows which are coming up at the foot of the image, these represent the science and technology innovations. So this is the years that have gone before in developing new methods. These are challenging the existing and dominant processes, which, as we're sat before, is now represented by the thick green arrow in the middle. So I was asked not to get into the details of legislation and science, so I won't. I'm instead going to focus very much on the social aspect. So existing technical processes and procedures can become very strongly embedded, and they become our working cultures. And this can be known as lock-ins. Because stepping outside of these conventions, out of our norms, this can be very difficult. What is the reward? What are the consequences if someone was to diverge from those norms? So it is understandable that assurance is needed when something is to change. The regulator's role, after all, is to be protective. It is not to exhibit blind faith. And so the processes that we usually go through for that in the chemical domain is validation, scientific validity, or qualification as being the main terms. But as the quote from our research shows, it is not just because it is a process to follow, it's because of the assurance value to this process. So, for example, there is review by independent experts, there's an element of consensus and agreement. And while validation gives assurance, what we heard that really gives assurance was, of course, OECD test guidelines, where even more people are involved and it removes frontline regulators even further from having to make those acceptance decisions. So clarity is really needed as to what processes give regulators that assurance in the new ways of working. And this in turn gives industry clarity of what is expected from them. Is acceptance at the OECD level only, or are there EU level processes like validation and the test method regulation that can be established as the new norm of regulating without animal tests? If we can move to the next slide, please. So just rounding off the sort of technical side, this also then happens to raise questions of training and engagement. As the quotes show, that NAMs, new approach methods, non-animal methods, whatever you choose to use, but it is an umbrella term that encompasses a wide range of test platforms. But the training needs of regulators who are evaluating data from validated tests is likely to be different if the data is from a weight of evidence or using academic and other non-standard data, as was suggested to be a way to go in our research. And this is also likely to be different from the needs of method users, like registrants and CROs. And the latter is something that projects like NAMWISE are seeking to address. But we need to understand what the needs are, so we need to engage and have training that embeds that learning. So this brings me to a story of one of my own experiences of transitions, which comes courtesy and unfortunately due to Brexit. So I used to work for DEFRA, so the UK's Department for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, and export inspectors were responsible or are responsible for checking harmful pest and disease on produce. So we're talking about food and crops. They're about to be inundated with inspection requests from traders who are wanting to move their consignments from Great Britain into the EU. They needed them to be certified, whereas previously under the single market, there was free movement, so such inspections weren't necessary. So we needed a way to deal with that huge amount of inspection pressure that was about to hit. We'd taken on hundreds of new inspectors, but we knew from the data there still wasn't going to be enough time in the day. So we were trying to find a way that would shift the responsibility for some low-risk inspections from official inspectors and onto audited traders. Now, the benefits that we saw from early engagement into such a trade scheme is that both companies and inspectors could tell us what would work best for them. We could discuss it with them, we could try to accommodate them, and explain why or why not directly with them. By engaging early, filtered around them as best as we could. What I also saw from the wider rollout in particular is that not everyone is content with just reading long standard operating procedures, guidance documents, or watching a training video and then setting off to do something new. People like to check. And there is a risk of official rejection and therefore financial consequences as well. Think about when you're learning to drive. You didn't just read a book, you had a couple of lessons before you took your test. And yes, that transition in Brexit did reach stability. The process and the scheme is still operating today. The point here is that direct engagement meant we weren't making incorrect assumptions about how things worked, what people needed, and that everyone hopefully felt supported in that transition as well. So if we could move on to the next slide, please. Okay, so looking more at the social aspects means that we move away from that skills picture that we were looking at, and we can delve a little deeper into the how, into the acceptance of change. So this image is something that I've adapted from something that Brian Berridge, who's on the stakeholder advisory group of Decision Talks, put together following some discussions that we've been having around barriers and solutions to change. And it's also inspired by some of the work we've been doing with the JRC on features affecting success. Because really what we're aiming for a transition to be stable is that there is acceptance of the change. So bringing people along who maybe don't know about the change, who may be reticent about it, or who are at risk of becoming disengaged. And this tries to think of ingredients, so like people, processes, principles that allow this acceptance to happen. So if we look bottom left, this is the process area, and I've pretty much touched on these already. The point is about getting confidence in the new outputs. So it's those processes of assurance, having those open conversations about what the concerns are, and communicating specifically rather than generally about how that change is to happen. If we look to the top, we turn to the very people-focused aspect, and this is about building trust. And we hear about trust being used a lot, but it's very difficult to understand how it is built very effectively, and of course we all know that it can be lost very quickly. So something to point out is that there's many stakeholder groups across many chemical sectors that this roadmap is trying to cover. And we have a tendency to homogenize our reference to them. So we talk about industry or policy without necessarily differentiating the fact that there are chemical producers, product manufacturers, CROs, consultants, method developers, just as policy can mean EU, member state, OECD level, directorate generals, politicians. And the danger is that they have different priorities, different pressures, and different lock-in cultures that may get overlooked. So if any group feels left out or underrepresented, they're more likely to feel cautious about the transition. For example, in our research, we heard concerns about whether there was CRO capacity to accommodate the change in testing methods. So it's important because these companies provide a lot of services to SMEs in particular, clearly an important group to engage with, and so it's a group that we should be encouraging in the transition. We can have a look as well to leadership credibility. So believing that a change is coming is also important. And that may sound strange about believing something, but if we think about the last resort and the 3 Rs, they've been around for years. So what makes this roadmap any different? So leadership credibility is important because the authority needs to be sufficient to actually make the change, but it's also that leaders at any organization should be proactive in seeing that change through, not only providing direction, but it's in whom you are confident that they have your back if you take some actions off the back of what they've said. This leads to integrity as well. So we're now talking very broadly in organizations. So who is it across where you work, perhaps, who has integrity in the work? Because if you think about it, we don't have the time, maybe not even the willingness, to read every piece of legislation or to know about every single alternative method. And so instead, we pick up bits and pieces from our colleagues. So who are the opinion leaders that people are listening to? Whose recommendations is it that you yourself trust? And this is the making of working cultures. So personal relationships lead to network effects. We think about how things go viral online. It's not because necessarily the thing that's gone viral is actually any good, but it's because people are talking about it. Conversations spread ideas, but the issue is also that they can spread negative ideas just as well. So it's something to bear in mind that transitions are helped when there are positive but also truthful experiences, and having that become the dominant narrative. Excuse me. Okay, so then final on this slide is bottom right, and we're looking at the principles behind acceptance of change and the drivers that enable this. So part of accepting change is encouraging the thought that the change is an opportunity. So associated with this is, what is our expectation when it comes to phasing out animal testing? What is it that people think they're going to get from this change? So we can take some inspiration here from the ozone layer. So many years ago, it became known that the ozone layer was being depleted, parts of Africa risk becoming unlivable, and the Montreal Protocol is generally held as being the thing that saved the day because it banned CFC and HFC refrigerants. But that didn't happen in isolation. Other things were happening at the same time. Industry patents were running out. Companies were soon going to be losing their monopoly rights. And so industry were already working on different and more efficient refrigerants so that they could maintain their financial aspects, get competitive edge, and they knew that that ban was coming. So yes, there was a protective policy shift, so a bit like the decision to develop the roadmap because of ethical concerns, but there were additional industry incentives to change. There were financial consequences, the need to be competitive, to make improvements so that companies could increase their market share, make their products better. We've jumped forward a bit soon. Could we go back, please? Thank you. Sorry if you're getting impatient, I won't be long. In the case of chemicals, what are the additional benefits? So it was suggested in our research that that convincing argument has yet to be made, particularly with regards to financial viability. What are the true costs and benefits? What are the true relative advantages? Without such market drivers, what is it that people can really relate to? Without that, more emphasis may need to be put on regulatory interventions like bans. Secondly, we touch on familiarity again. I've already covered this with the Brexit story, but it's the idea of becoming more comfortable with things because we're using them, and it's cultural as well. So we can think about webinars creating a body of change and the impression that there's new cultures are developing. Case studies as well were raised in our research, particularly having more in the way of regulatory acceptance of change rather than keeping it very science focused, what's the application to them, and using these as stepping stones. It's quite difficult, it's quite a big leap to accept something completely new. So thinking of these like their pilot schemes, what have we really learned from them and what is transferable to other case studies? NamWise is looking into this as well at the success factors, but there's plenty more that can be done on building familiarity and comfort with new ways of working. Finally, it brings us back around to personal willingness and our own views about change. So how are we reacting to this change? Do we see negatives? Do we see positives? And research has shown that people who feel that they themselves have the ability to cope consider change more positively. If they get information from their organizations that is adequate, that is honest, that is direct, It gives the perception that their organisations can manage change well, and they understand their own role in the change. So it's more like this is happening with them rather than to them. And so speaking of understanding, this brings us on to roadmaps. So if we can move to the next slide. So briefly, just back to Gil's, the point is that there, as we have seen, many factors involved in eliciting a change and trying to ensure that that is embedded and becomes stable. So the accumulation of these builds, and that's our red arrow, there's a window of opportunity, which may be the ECI and the roadmap announcement. And then there is a new paradigm, a new way of working that breaks through, which is the purple arrow. But this figure is quite messy, and it perhaps seems overwhelming at times. If we can just move forward one. Can I get the next slide, please? Thank you. So perhaps instead what we would like is something that's more neatly laid out, perhaps with some countryside views and perhaps with not so many people around us. But this is where roadmaps are helpful. So next slide, please. Okay, so this is not a spoiler alert. These are not the actual roadmaps as far as I know. These are just examples from other sectors. But the point is to show that the roadmaps can come in a range of forms. They may be visual or they may be text-based, but they're used very widely from product planning and into strategy development. But they are representations of change. We know that they are not this simple. We know they are not truly linear. They are stylized so that they are understandable. They provide a picture of the future, a common vision, a sense of direction, and it allows people to be focused on an endpoint, and it is also there to act as inspiration as well. It means that people can place themselves in the plan that's being laid out, so it can empower them to act. An idea as well is that this allows people to connect, and from this, new ideas can be created. But this is a roadmap, it is not a railway line. And so while the endpoint is set, it is not a fixed route. So typically, roadmaps are high level, but it means that implementation can therefore be flexible. So if we think of new scientific developments coming through, these could also be incorporated. The route can deviate rather than getting people stuck. In our research, we heard that a criticism of law in particular is that things are prescriptive and therefore they are restrictive. So the ability to be adaptable means that we're better able to respond to issues as they arise, and that is quite an important difference between a roadmap and its implementation. We can talk about milestones and targets, and this can become a little bit contentious, particularly because I don't know what this roadmap actually says. But from my own experience with Brexit, a deadline did help focus the mind. We'd had a lot of those plans before, we'd been thinking about them for years, but we'd never had the impetus to push them over the line. It was never something that we had to achieve. Without the deadlines, it became more just like a to-do list, and things kept pushing that further down the list. They also help, so milestones in particular, help visualize the fact that progress is being made, which helps motivation. So it's nice when the medium and the long term get shifted into the short term. But also, sometimes missing targets can have a bit of a negative connotation to them. But maybe we can refocus how that looks as well. Does it mean that all effort is wasted if there is a recycling target and that is not met? It might not be ideal, but any material that was recycled still saved virgin resources, and it was better than not trying at all. But trying to pep everyone up, this is something that we're already en route with. This is not the starting point. We were not bottom left in the Gil's image. We're not gathering here today saying, okay, we need to think of some niche innovations. We've already got a lot of science and technology. We've already got a lot of milestones ticked off. If we think of the last resources in legislation, we've got a lot of funding that's going into alternative method development. We've got the ECIs, there's European Parliament resolutions. We can think of these that as being milestones that we've already achieved in that bigger transition picture. But finally, we are not there yet. The implementation phase is coming, and the important aspect here is about managing change well. I'm sure we could all name a policy that we thought was a really good idea, but it was implemented poorly, and maybe even then ended up looking like a poor policy. And the Change Management Group has been doing some great work with their bilateral discussions, already looking at or hearing what people's concerns are, what their expectations are, and we need to build on this. And I would say the importance of those social aspects in managing change need to be promoted just as equally as the technical aspects. So my final slide, if we can just move on to that, please. So this is just summarising the key challenges. So it's very much pulling out from the circular figure. So I won't dwell on this too much, but the main takeaways really are the need to build confidence. So looking at effective processes and having communication that is meaningful, building trust, taking a very people-focused approach. And in particular, challenge today is looking at our own response and our own assumptions to this transition and what our thoughts are when we're looking at the roadmap, and also about building understanding of the opportunity that this change brings more widely. So I can go to the final slide, which is just my acknowledgements. So yeah, further acknowledgements to make my colleagues at the University of Birmingham and from across the projects. Thank you again to the Commission for inviting me, and again, sorry that I had to be online. I look forward to catching up in person in the implementation phase. I'll pass back to the room. Ethan.
Well, thank you, Laura, for your insightful presentation about the socio-economical technical barrier, need to change, and value of roadmaps. Just to let you know, we had some audio connection lost for a few times for a few seconds, but we got all your messages clearly. So I would like to open for some questions here in the room and also in Slido, please. The Slido platform is open, so for those of you who are online, you can ask your question, and then we will Laura will be able to answer them. Any question in the room, or do we have any questions on Slido? Maybe it was clear. Yeah. So do you see the questions on Slido, Laura? Otherwise, I will read it to you. The first question we had is, would ECHA be able to work with the concept of methods, qualifications, a process that is established in the pharmaceutical regulation? What would be the limits? I know this question is a little bit out of scope, but of this presentation. But Laura, did you hear the question?
I did, thank you. Yes, I think if I was there, I would have batted that to someone else. But yeah, really the point when it comes to whatever process you're using, whether it's qualification or validation, as long as there is buy-in to that and that there is that assurance that is being built. I think everyone hates it when there is a process for process sake. And so, as I said in the slides, the idea of what is behind those processes, it's because there is, expert review, there's an element of independence, there's an element of consensus. And I think understanding what it is that gives assurance, if you can transfer that to something else, that's fine. But also, I think, one of the criticisms is often about the time it takes to get decisions. And so, it's balancing that as well. So I don't know that there's limits necessarily in terms of, legislation as such, but certainly in terms of assurance, you need to be thinking of those social aspects.
Thank you, Laura. We'll take a question from the room. Matthias? Just state your name and organization for the audience.
Thank you. Thank you, Laura. Matthias here from BFR. Great talk. Could you maybe say something on the emotional aspect of change? Did you hear something about this in your research? Because, I mean, you mentioned the iPhone. Technically, as is not known by everybody, Apple did not invent smartphones, but they made it cool. Then you had electric cars, if you ever drove an electric car, you know how cool that is. In our field here, beating cardiomyocytes or brain organoids playing whatever game and so on, this kind of stuff, how important is that to people? Because sometimes I feel we are very dry here, very, I don't know, administrative and so on. Thank you. If you can say something on that.
Yeah, an interesting point. Thanks, Matthias. Yeah, I think so. It was interesting in our research that we heard the idea of how much like the public get involved. So for some, it was a very technical and scientific debate, and so really the only people that you have to talk to and you have to impress and make cool to is your colleagues in science or your colleagues in regulation. But there is quite a lot of discussion around, the need for more public pressure on this, particularly for the other sectors. And as I said, there's a risk that is still a PR job that needs to be done. And yeah, I would completely agree. It is not cool as such. It is not a great topic, and a lot of people don't even realize this is something that they should be involved in. So I think that is a very big job, the sort of PR job around it, to make it accessible. And there's lots that science is doing around that. What other drivers are there to get people interested, to get people motivated? For some people, ethics is just not enough. It's not enough of the driver. They're perhaps not eco-centric. They have bills to pay. They need to make an investment. So I think there's maybe a lot that could be done, and perhaps a lot of fun that could be done around this as well, to make this more a subject that people want to engage with. So yes, I think you've added a list of things to do there. Thank you, Matthias.
Thank you, Laura. We still have a few questions here on Slido. We will keep them, but for the sake of time, we'll be moving to our next session. Thank you again. We have a last question in the room. Please be very concise, and Laura, also I invite you to be very concise in your answer. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, and good morning, Nina Reinecke from ChemTrust. Thank you for presenting your work. I was interested in the experience from the interviews with the companies that you had. Did you also get the confirmation that industries are ready to accept the use of NAMs in identifying and classifying chemicals? Because a lot of the discussion in the ECHA ED expert group are more about asking for the confirmatory animal studies after the in vitro. So therefore, it would be very important to hear that from you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you want a very quick answer, yes. Yes, there was a lot of talk about internal use of alternative methods and then having to go sort of jump through the regulatory hoops. And there was a lot of question about, well, what if they give two different answers? You've got one that is more, argued to be more human relevant, and then you have to do the animal test to jump through that hoop. So again, this is something that I would say needs open discussion, not just both sides sitting in their corner arguing their point, but actually talking together. This is what we need, this is what we're doing, how can this work, sensibly, I guess. So it's certainly an area for discussion, yes. Open discussion.
Thank you very much, Laura.
Thank you.
Well, now we are moving to introduce the actions under the roadmap. Can you please put back? Yeah, thank you. And Catherine and Georg will present an overview of the structure of and the main elements of the roadmap, and we'll have a Q&A after that. Just to let you know that we'll be seeing quite a bit Catherine and Georg in this workshop. It's not a warning, you're in good hands, really, and the chance to hear from those who were driving force in this roadmap. Georg, you will be starting, right? Okay.
Yes, so the first session is about, well, first, of course, introducing what the roadmap is. Some of you have heard that before, so apologies for repeating some of the stuff, but we thought it's important to start with that. Then, of course, we would like to give a first flavor about the structure and the main elements of the roadmap, next steps process for adoption, and also give a first introduction to ideas for organizational structures during the implementation phase of the roadmap. All those points will be deepened then later today or tomorrow. So let's start introducing the roadmap. The roadmap has the purpose to provide a plan, a schedule to accelerate reaching the goal of phasing out animal testing. It will contain action points, it will contain milestones, it will be a Commission communication, and since we are limited with the number of pages of such a communication to 15 pages, we will annex a staff working document, especially then for the more scientific, technical aspects of the roadmap. And as you probably know, it should be applicable to all relevant pieces of EU legislation that might require animal testing. So we have done an exercise to identify the pieces of legislation, and we identified in total 15 areas of legislation. The EU has a long-standing policy of phasing out animal testing if that is scientifically possible. That is a policy which was agreed between Commission, Member States and the European Parliament already quite some time ago. So that is the basis for the roadmap, but also, as you have heard, in July 2023, the Commission published communication in response to a European Citizens Initiative. This communication announces the development of the roadmap, and it lists also already the elements which should be part of the roadmap. So you see here, well, you will see many roadmap pictures in the 2 days, I'm afraid. This is one of those. You can see we are here somewhere before a curve, before we then come to the finishing line of adopting the roadmap. But this is not the end of the journey. We should adopt and publish the roadmap in the first quarter of 26, but after that we need to have an implementation phase and start immediately implementing the roadmap. We know it will be a longer journey. For that, of course, it is then important to have the right structures. I would also like to say that the roadmap will contain recommendations. So the action points will be recommendations on specific areas for human health, for ecotoxicology, for the organizational structures. All these recommendations do not intend to preempt or indicate any changes in legislation. That is important to underline. Changes to legislation have their own procedures which are foreseen in the specific piece of legislation or in the treaties. All these recommendations, also to underline that, are preliminary. So what we present here, of course, it might still be changing at some point in the developing process of the roadmap. We also would like to introduce into the further development the feedback which we receive here. So also due to that, there will be change of the roadmap plan which we have drafted so far. And then phasing out animal testing will also make it necessary to develop further methods or approaches. So we also know that this will still need quite a lot of discussions with the experts, with the member state authorities during the implementation phase of the roadmap. So also to keep that in mind. So how have we been developing the roadmap? We have two lead DGs. Do I have a pointer? I have a pointer here. Great. So there are two lead DGs, DG Grow and DG Environment, jointly responsible for developing the roadmap. We have installed an inter-service group in which all relevant services, DGs of the European Commission participate, as well as the three agencies, ECHA, EFSA, and EMA. We have established three working groups for human health, environmental safety assessment, change management, which do more the detailed work and where the detailed discussions take place. stakeholders are allowed to participate in these working groups. But we also have received a lot of input from different stakeholder groups into the work of these working groups, from EPA, from PARC, from ASPIS, from others, from member states, NGOs, industry. So this was the process of developing the roadmap. And then we had also a lot of stakeholder consultations. You will hear about the outcomes of the stakeholder consultation later today. Yes, briefly on the program, it was already presented by Munir. We will have a session on human health, on environmental safety assessment, which will come tomorrow. We will have one longer session in the afternoon on potential organizational structures, on test method development and the regulatory needs, validation, safe spaces, and sandboxes. Then last March, we started already to discuss about indicators. It is important for the implementation phase to have the right indicators to monitor the progress of the implementation. I mentioned the consultation with the stakeholders. We will have also today a presentation from a colleague from RTD, what research can do to support the roadmap implementation. And last not least, we have discussions with the audience here with you, but also with the panels. Core elements of the roadmap. Yeah, this is one of the slides which in a similar way we have presented before. So the recommendations on how to replace animal testing, that is the long-term goal. In the short or medium term, we will certainly also have recommendations to reduce or refine animal testing. Then recommendations for the path towards a new integrated cross-sectoral next-generation risk assessment framework that is able to address the issues which we have in chemical safety assessments without the use of animals. Recommendations on how to facilitate these new approaches in legislation. We will need to have to look on efficient or more efficient validation and qualification network, and also on standardization. Indicators I mentioned already, and very important in my view, the to have recommendations on the organizational structures that are fit for the implementation phase of the roadmap. And with that, I hand over to Katrin.
Thank you. So we wanted to give you a sneak preview of the elements of the roadmap. The Human Health and the Environmental Working Group have been working busily in the past month to fill the three baskets that we have tried to organize to somehow provide structure to the elements that we want to present in the roadmap. In the short-term basket, there will be recommendations that you will see in the respective sessions later today about actions that can really be put into regulatory use very soon. So methods that are ready, that are qualified, that have proven to be working and addressing needs. In the medium basket, there would be aspects of methodologies that are known but have not yet sufficiently been validated yet, or where the use is only propagated for certain topics, but not yet for a sufficient number of them. And then last but not least, the long-term basket is the basket in which there's most work hidden still, where we try to come up with recommendations on how to address really the complex toxicological endpoints like chronic testing, reproductive toxicity testing, carcinogenicity testing, where we know that the approach needs to be a different one, and therefore we have proposed to use the starting point of defining the protection goals on the basis of information that can be obtained from animal-free methods. The working groups, they have all tried to harness information from projects that have already been had already been existing in this space, and which have delivered very useful input, and which we're now trying to broaden and bring into regulatory use. So there's the PARC NGRA route project. the ASPIS alternative safety profiling algorithm that was developed under this project, various EPA projects, all in the direction of allowing replacement methods, the International Stakeholder Network for DART, for developmental and reproductive tox assessment, and last but not least, the ECHA Human Health Transformational Program. The consultation process, just in a very brief summary for you again, on the roadmap here, you see in red the Commission events, the conferences or workshops we have had that allowed for exchange and consultation. And in blue, you see depicted the online surveys, and some more interviews will be added to them very soon. In the targeted consultations, we have discussed with member state authorities or consolidated input from you, from agencies, from businesses, from NGOs, and the scientific community at large. And there was a lot of interest, luckily. We had 193 responses in the first online survey, 97 responses in the second online survey that requested feedback on some draft proposals already, how we could do the roadmap, and some targeted consultations in interviews will still follow. And importantly, one of the stakeholder events was the EPA conference that was co-organized by us and EPA in Brussels in early March, where the focus was specifically on the long-term change and the scientific vision for a next-generation risk assessment framework, as well as the other objectives that I mentioned here. A bit late in the day, but I think all of you should have been able to see the report now finally online on the event website. So if you didn't have a chance yet to look at it, please feel free to download it from the event website. And now, fasten seatbelts. We wanted to give you a sneak preview of the thoughts that the Commission and agency colleagues have had in trying to come to grips with how we could organize the implementation of the roadmap. I think it is very clear and aligned that coordination and some steering is necessary during the implementation phase. So how could we possibly achieve that? We felt that there might be a need for a steering team that can provide directionality and drive the implementation of the roadmap. It should also oversee the progress and align priorities. This roadmap steering team will very likely still require a core team of the Commission and agencies, but we very much want to involve other groups in the steering work for the roadmap. These are member state experts who I just have read, have already highlighted in Slido, that not all of them feel involved. We want to urgently change that. Also, NGOs and industry should be involved in the roadmap steering team. Next to that, we thought, at least that is a proposal from our side, that it would be helpful to have a scientific network that would support the implementation of the scientific and technical dimensions of all the work to be done. It could be more a community of practice, and it should be a place where we can foster collaboration for sharing science and regulatory knowledge. Then at the bottom of the slide, you see a proposal for the use of some collaborative structures that the agencies either already have or could form to foster and to collect expertise in certain animal-free approaches that might work for the respective legislations that they are responsible for. These groups should critically identify regulatory needs and give advice on the prioritization of validation work to be done. And at the bottom right, you see a interagency working group suggested. That would be a form of formalizing the already ongoing collaboration between the agencies. It could help to ensure the crosstalk of the different agency expert groups, and it would also help to coordinate agency priorities in international fora. So again, I would like to emphasize to you that this is a proposal for how it could work. But yeah, we have to put a proposal to you so that we can discuss on a basis, right? And then to finally close with a outlook on the next steps with the roadmap, you see that after the workshop that is depicted here in the top left, we will then go back to Brussels and have to get very busy in actually drafting the text. We will still receive the final reports from our consultant about the last online consultation. We will still aim to have an inter-service group meeting of the Commission before the summer break, and then hope to finalize the drafting of the roadmap by the end of summer, so that the internal adoption and approval process can start somewhere in September, and in that way allow a publication and adoption of the roadmap in the first quarter. So that deadline we have in front of us, quite a lot to do. And I think that was the last slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Katrin and Georg, for introducing the actions under the roadmap, its main elements, and also the proposal of the organizational structure. Now we will open for questions. I invite you, Katrin and Georg, to join me in the podium. So the same setting, please use for online, use Slido platform to ask your questions. For those online, please use the microphone on the handheld microphones. We have a lot of Slido questions. I give you one microphone. There's another one. So we'll take the first question on Slido. For NJRA practical use of systemic toxicity, there are a lot of efforts done by cosmetic industry and SCCS. How are these taken up in the roadmap? Georg or Katrin, please.
Yeah, I can start. Hello, Vera. Thanks for your question. Yes, indeed, I am aware that the ECS is of doing quite interesting and yeah, good work in moving and in developing and using animal-free methods. Well, we know of that for cosmetics. That is requested. How to bring the work of the SCCS into the implementation phase of the roadmap? My answer to that is, you have seen the picture, the diagram on the organizational structures. I could see that the SCCS could be involved, for instance, in the regulatory science network. I would also like to see the SCCS collaborating and being part of the collaborative structures of the agencies. For instance, at ECHA, if we would have there an expert group, then the SCCS could be part of that and participate in that group. And with that, I see that we would have a good path of exchanging on the different methods and to get the feedback what the SCCS has already developed and is using. Thanks.
Thank you, Georg. Maybe I will take a couple of questions who look similar about the involvement of some stakeholders in the roadmap. Would you take this one? So there are two questions, but they are mostly the same about member states and academia involvement in the roadmap. Thank you, Katrin.
Yeah, thanks a lot for the question. Indeed, we are aware that member states do not feel closely involved yet. We would like to change that. I hope several of you are listening now, and I see some of you in the room, which is great. As I mentioned, we aim to have member state experts as part of the roadmap steering team, as you are, of course, closely involved in applying all the different pieces of legislation that we consider in scope. As well as the science network that we're proposing could also be a place for member state involvement. So we probably will not want to make this obligatory, but for all those who do want to get involved, there will be opportunity. There was a question about academia, why it is not proposed to be a part of the steering team. I think the main reason would be that the roadmap is about regulatory use of methods, and hence we felt the steering team should be a core of people that either have to do with devising the regulation or with applying the regulation, and the place for academia to provide recommendations might be a bit more in the science technical community of practice.
Yeah, maybe I can add something on that. I think we also received feedback from industry, from others, from the SCCS, that they would like to be more involved into the development of the roadmap, or also during the implementation phase. And I think this shows that there's a huge interest to participate in the roadmap and the implementation. This is also a challenge. Of course, we cannot have a huge group of a few hundred people discussing about the roadmap. We need to have the right organizational structures, and that is also why you see the different groups in our proposal, which then could help to focus the discussions on certain aspects and also give the possibility to involve many more of you. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll take a question from the room. Okay, we'll take a couple of questions in the room. So the lady there, and then Laura.
Thank you very much. Is this working? Yeah. Lisa Baumann, Freie Universität Amsterdam, independent scientist, and this refers to the question I had online, and I'm a bit puzzled by your response, because after all, this is a scientific discussion we have. Which methods can we use to ensure safety for humans and environmental health? This is very much based on scientific methods and discussions, what is adequate and what not. And who else should you involve in this discussion if not scientists, and preferably independent scientists? So I think I suggest you rethink that strategy and involve academics in that, because we are the ones developing the methods and applying the methods, and experts in the methods we are discussing. So I think academia should have a word in this discussion.
Certainly in the discussion on which methods are recommendable or are ready to be used. Absolutely. No doubt about that, that you will be involved. Maybe it will become later clear in the session 5 when we try to explain a bit more what role the steering committee should have. Most of the roles are non-scientific ones. But other than that, I, of course, fully agree to your points.
Thank you. We'll take another question from the room. Who was the second in line? Okay.
Cécile Michel, one of the member states involved in the implementation of regulation. So first of all, I would like to thank the Commission for updating us, keep us knowing what's going to be the future. I was wondering, on the nice slide about the organization, all those groups, will the roadmap include an idea how to finance those things? Because we are all have a lot of constraints over finances those days to ensure safe use of chemicals, and it's a very complicated organization. So I was wondering if the NGOs that have been deeply involved in setting up the ICE, for example, will be part in financing this nice organization. Thank you.
Maybe I can just briefly respond that in session 5, we plan to give a bit of an outlook in the various areas, how we want to look at harvesting enough funding for the work to be done. But it will certainly be part of the written roadmap document.
Yeah, we'll take a few questions still from the room. Just please be reminded that there will be specific sessions on human health, environment, change management, and so on. So for those specific questions, keep them for those sessions. And also, please be concise in your questions. Please, Laura.
So Julia Baines, I'm Head of Science Policy for PT UK. So one of my comments is with your organisational structures is to make sure we don't repeat the silos issue, and that you the people that are in the steering group have access to those, and there's overlap, I think, will be important for people between those different groups to ensure that feedback mechanism. And then my other point, Georg, you mentioned in terms of we're not going to be preempting legislative change. Ultimately, it will be required. So I wanted you to perhaps comment on how we think more about phasing out rather than phasing in methods. So take, for example, I know, Katrin, you've had a lot of experience with the rabbit pyrogen test. And so it's what ways and suggestions do you have to make sure that we get past having methods that are ready and available to making sure they actually get used and the animal test is actually phased out?
I can try to answer that, but yes, well, the roadmap can only give recommendations. It will not say that certain legislation now has to change. This is not possible. That is a process which simply has to follow the legislative procedures and involves, of course, then also different groups, member state authorities, the legislator. But I think that also the simple, the simple fact that we will have a roadmap will help in pushing phasing out animal testing, and will also direct then the changes in the legislation. And then looking on the organizational structures, also there I think we have a lot of links between the different groups, and also links then to the different pieces of legislation. The organizational structures are built in such a way that the agencies are very much involved, that member states are very much involved. All this helps then to have the discussions and build the trust, and will in the end help us to move away from animal testing and phasing it out.
Thank you. We'll take the most voted question on Slido. That would be a quick answer for you, maybe. So will there be a public consultation of the draft before final publication?
The answer to that is no. We had already several consultation activities. It will not be possible for us to have another consultation, which then would lead to another cycle of changing the draft roadmap. Well, we had up to now the call for evidence, 2 targeted consultations. We had the bilateral discussions of the change management group. We had 3 workshops plus other workshops. I think we feel that there were already quite some opportunities to provide feedback. Thanks.
We'll take the last 2 questions in the room. So the lady there, and then you.
Okay, yeah, ladies first, right? Thank you, Bas de Waard, Policy Advisor at the Dutch Ministry of Agriculture. I was wondering, thank you first of all for the brief insight into the implementation phase of the roadmap. I was thinking, how do you foresee involving national policy makers besides the national regulators? I think that, and Cecile briefly touched on that, the funding question. Member states have a lot of R&D funding in place. Do you foresee tapping into that budget, and but you need to involve the member states policymakers in that to see how? I mean, I think this roadmap is a great opportunity to provide direction for this R&D funding, so we actually invest and coordinate our national budgets to the right models.
Thanks a lot, Bas, for that suggestion. We absolutely would love to tap into that funding, of course. We probably do not have a perfect organizational setup thought through how to best do that, but we can certainly try and develop that going forward from here. Either one of the groups that we had suggested on the slide might be suitable for it, or there could certainly be other mechanisms developed as well. In any case, yes, we would like to collaborate as much as possible.
Yeah, 2 additions on that. First is on the regulatory needs. I think that links to that. we have a suggestion for how to use the organizational structures for getting the regulatory needs into method development. And the second point is, yes, I hope that you also have solutions for that. I know you are thinking about that, so let's discuss that further.
Okay, thank you. We'll take the last question in the room. Well, we can take the two of them if it's okay, because they were standing. So please be concise and yeah, please.
Thanks. Ingrid Visser, Radboud University, the Netherlands. Thanks for sharing the ideas about the organizational structures. It makes a lot of sense. I'd be eager to hear more about the relationship between the organizational structures and the three baskets. So what would this system of organization, what would they actually do in terms of the three baskets? And how would this process be managed? And then a related question is, what is the definition of long-term in the third basket? In other words, what's the current thinking on working with deadlines, or whether it's a formal deadline or informal deadlines in the roadmap process? Thanks.
Yeah, thanks a lot for that question, and also for your first positive feedback after this short glimpse of how it might work. The Human Health and Environmental Working Groups, they will make recommendations that are either short, medium, or long term. And we would hope that the structures that we would propose for the implementation phase can help the community at large to keep track on these actions, to ensure that a regulatory change that is proposed is actually happening, to make sure that validation of certain approaches that have been strongly suggested will get the necessary priority and funding, and to ensure that perhaps research proposals that might still be needed in another area also get actioned on. So that is the type of steering we foresee. We have not yet fully come to conclusion whether the human health and environmental working groups would continue for a long time still, as they have been set up right now. Some of them already have sub-working groups per topic formed within them, and I sense a lot of urge and interest to continue them. So probably they will, and then the feedback and the progress needs to be, yeah, let's say, documented and communicated via these new structures that we're proposing.
Thank you. I saw that there were some Slido questions, but I think that some of them could be taken in the other sessions that are especially on the regulatory changes needs and so on. We'll take the last question from the room. Thank you.
Okay, hello, my name is Julian de Cruz and I work for a, is it on? Consultancy called Reach Law. My question is on the organizational structure. Will some of the work of ECVAM been taken over by some of the new bodies outlined, especially to prioritize the test methods, which ones to take through validation first and regulatory relevance? Thanks.
I don't think that the group would entirely take over the work or the decision making that ECVAM has so far applied by themselves, but ECVAM colleagues would certainly be part of the of both committees, I would imagine, and also yeah, would form part of the science network, and in that situation get more input and more views on how to best prioritize the work they have already been doing.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Catherine and Georg, for introducing the roadmap action and the structure. Thank you for your input and feedback. It was really very informative, given the questions, all the questions you got. Thank you again. And then now we'll be having a coffee break just outside the room. and we'll be reconvening at 11:30. So for those of you who are online, please reconnect at 11:30. Thank you again, Patrick and Georg.
presentations that we would like. The first in line will be Thomas from ECHA. Here at ECHA, he's the team leader in alternative methods and has a long experience with REACH chemicals. After Thomas, Sophia Leiter will take over. She is scientific officer at the European Food Safety Authority, and they're responsible for pesticides and for the coordination of EFSA's input to the roadmap. After Sophia, we will hear from Miriam Luiten about specific actions. Miriam is at the RIVM and also coordinating the Risk Hunter project under ASPIS. Last but not least, we will hear about specific... Is it on? Yeah. We will hear from Professor Ellen Fritsche. She is based in Basel and leads the SCAT there, and she will close the human safety presentation. And with that, I think I can hand over to Thomas, please.
Okay. Thank you, Katrin, and welcome everyone. I have a pleasure to start the presentation to update you on what we came up in the Human Health Working Group. And what you will see here is really it's a combined effort of the whole group. And by saying combined effort, I really mean it. There is no even single slide when there was no comments. Every bullet was discussed. So basically what you see is kind of compromise. So I guess we will not be super happy all together, but I think that's what compromise is about, right? But okay, let's start and move forward. I think one thing which we could agree without too much discussion was that if we want to shift to animal-free system, we cannot do it in isolation. This is not about exchanging isolated endpoints with animal-free alternatives of it. This will not happen like this. It's not feasible for many different reasons. If we want to achieve that goal, we need to as well we need to think about designing the whole human health safety assessment paradigm. To make it more human-centric, animal-free, involve much more mechanistic understanding, use up-to-date science, make it more high throughput because we have other challenges for which we need to address them much quicker. We have to address explicitly levels of protection, so we need to define them. And finally, as a kind of bonus outcome, maybe finally the dream of One Health and integration with the environmental assessment may be possible because we'll use very similar type of information in both systems. And I think when we've been discussing it, we as well agreed that there are some fundamental design elements which needs to be ready to be ready for this transition. So we've been trying to put them, and we came up with those. So first, we need to use the experience what we had gained over last decades, and we cannot simply start from scratch. We need to take into account what we already know and how the system was operating. So we need to combine what we already know with the new design. As well, we've been talking a lot about tiered approach, and tiered approach would mean that we have to have ability to really, at the first step, distinguish between potentially harmful chemicals and those which are probably not so toxic. So, and this is quite a big challenge because if you think about how NAMs or how the old screening technology is used today, it's completely opposite, right? We are used to use NAMs to indicate the chemicals of potential concern, not those which are potentially not concerned. So it requires a slightly different approach. Then the other thing is, if we want to not use animals, we need to rely on molecular changes, and which we could measure in animal-free systems. We cannot rely on observed adversity, which we'll not have in animal-free systems. Finally, there will be probably a lot of discussions today whether we are ready or not and to which extent. And you know, of course, we can exchange those. Probably we can debate over the days. But here, let's make it more objective exercise. So let's try to agree together what we would like to see first in terms of performance of different systems in order to be able to switch to that system. And that, of course, requires first looking very critically of what kind of protections levels and what kind of performance do we have currently, and then try to use it as a reference for the new ones. And this, as you will see later on, it is as well quite interesting journey to make. And finally, and this is, I've seen one of the questions in the slide about the differences between NGRA and the traditional, and this is probably one of the most important differences. We have to be, if we want to use animal-free systems, the knowledge about what happens with the chemical inside the organism is critical. How it is, what kind of, how it is systematically absorbed, where it goes, how it is metabolized. We cannot do reliable predictions or reliable assessment of safety without addressing that. So this is quite new comparing to the traditional system when animal was doing everything for us. And of course, that's quite challenging, both the high-level vision and those building blocks, and we need to have some idea how to get there. So we come up with these 4 steps. They are quite similar to those which you've seen already during the ECHA NAM workshop, but basically let's start with those which are critical needs, and you've seen already some of the building blocks, critical design elements. Then we can already start to building confidence, because from my own experience I know that thinking about new system is a process. It will not happen over one day. It will not happen that you will go for some conference, you will see great presentations and you are ready to switch. No, it is a process. So we need to go through this process again together, and the best way to do it is to walk through the real case examples and try to see what are the added values, what are and what has to be still adopted or improved. We need to address those critical needs, which we identify in step 1, and finally think how we can redesign regulatory system to make it suitable for non-animal approaches. And because you will see it, already you've seen it on the presentations from Georg and Katrin, the roadmap is not about Commission giving orders. It's about community efforts, joint efforts in order to reaching the objectives. And in order to somehow make sure that those efforts are combined and going into the right directions, we need to have kind of high-level indications in which directions we want to go. And the high-level recommendations which you heard about already, the main function is exactly to create this possibility that all those which wants to actively contribute to the development of to the implementation of the roadmap, they know exactly where we need investments, they know exactly where efforts are needed. And then, so the high-level goals, the guiding principles is, you have to keep in mind, the roadmap is not about REACH, it's not plant protection products, it's not about pharmaceuticals, it's about all of them. So we cannot really prescribe any specific solutions, because those solutions will not work for all legislations, and we learned it very hard during the discussions in the Human Health Working Group and as well in the Inter-Service Steering Group, that there is no one solution which will fit all. That's why we have to have relatively flexible and relatively high-level recommendations which are indicating the directions but not prescribing any specific solutions. Under this high-level objectives, you will have some example actions just to give you a bit of flavor what it may mean in practice for specific legislation, for example. And they are as well categorized by time frame using the free basket model. And of course, this is the initial list. This is just to illustrate how it can look, the implementation of the roadmap. And we believe that stakeholders will as well take the active role and try to be more active in implementing them. And here is an overview of not all, but some of the actions which we identified, like those high-level goals or high-level recommendation. And you can see that they are divided in 2 main categories. The first category is what really is needed, what are the contributing building blocks to build this new generation risk assessment paradigm. And you will see things like better use of computational approaches, because we need them if we want to integrate multiple evidence from multiple sources. We are talking about ADME, PBPK, and IVIV. We need them to understand how chemical will behave in the organism. We need to learn how to derive point of departures and how to derive safety limits from the molecular data. We need to build the framework which will put all those different line of evidence together to come with something which is can be used in the regulatory decision making. Finally, and then we need to start to applying this generic framework to the different endpoints to take into account as well some endpoint specificities. Then nanomaterials and nanoparticles will give us additional challenge. So we need to as well make sure how we are able to address those challenges which are related to the particles which may not be very bioavailable, or when the size is very strongly affecting the bioavailability. Finally, if we want to assess whether something is ready or not, we need to set up those, we need to develop and communicate what we are expecting from each method. So we need to set up the performance standards in order to be able to judge later on and conclude whether we are ready or not. Finally, once we are all this will be done, we have to think about how to modernize, update the CLP criteria that those methods could be really used there. And then we have, talking about those things which we can do in between, in the meantime, we have species subchronic. So we have some already reduction potential. And here Sophia will talk about those. And so basically we could see when, based on existing data or existing evidence, maybe we can skip certain tests or replace them by something more refined. And finally, we have as well smart in vivo tests. I will talk about it in the example. So just few examples. Those were mainly high-level recommendation, and we don't have time to go through all the actions which are related to all those. But just to give you a bit of flavor, I think that later on in the roadmap and staff working document, you will find all the details, but just to give you a bit of flavor, and then of course we can discuss more details during the Q&A session. So the first one, computational approaches. Introduction of the acceptance criteria for the predictions, not only the models, give us this opportunity, gives us finally the tools to conclude whether this prediction for this particular substance is reliable or not. So why not to use it? Because if we have a tools which can give us the answer whether can I trust this prediction or not, we can start to think about recommending then QSARs for different options. But of course, in order to do it, first we need to find out whether for this particular endpoint, QSAR predictions are good for majority of case, only minority of case, maybe for some specific chemical space, to give as well the registrants and our experts some kind of guidance where we could expect that QSARs for this endpoint will work. And here we started with acute oral toxicity because, as you know, this is a data-rich endpoint, a lot of data. And we prepared already material which then policymakers, our colleagues from Caracal working group at REACH, for example, can consider and decide based on that whether we can use directly the QSAR predictions instead of animal data, and for which cases we still may need animal data because, for example, QSARs won't work for it. And idea here is that this is, of course, the first example, but when we will establish the performance standards, when we will establish the way, we'll try to revise them and all other endpoints for which we could believe that QSARs can be used. Then the second one, as I mentioned before, addressing especially more complex endpoints, it will require integration of multi layers. So ASPIS consortium come up with this ASPA protocol, which basically tries to integrate evidence related to the toxic properties of the substances, related to its behavior in the organism, so ADME properties, and finally as well the external exposure informations, and gives you the guide you through how this could be integrated in the decision logic tree, which allows you to then adopt it to your regulatory system. So we believe that this will be kind of backbone of the whole system that will give you the properties and will give you the way how you can integrate it. Finally, as I mentioned before, if we want to make sure that something is acceptable, first we need to be very explicit what it means, being acceptable. So let's start with protection goals and what it means. What kind of protection goals do we have at the moment? What kind of protection goals we may want in the future? And how we can agree all together before seeing the solution on the table, how we will judge its readiness and availability. And of course, this will require as a first step generating, or not generating, but collecting the data on existing endpoints, cleaning them, setting up the uncertainty of the, defining what is the uncertainty of the current system to make sure that we are, yes. And then I think the last one, you remember, I think 2 years ago I was talking about it. Sometimes when you are a NAM developer, you are really feeling that you are faced with too many questions, because you need to understand, well, what is the ADME property of the substance, how the substance will be metabolized, where it will reach the target. You need to use the molecular data, which you don't really understand very well in terms of how those changes at the molecular level, for example, at the transcriptomics level, are translating into the, or may be reflected in adversity. You need to then calibrate everything to make sure that you are not overprotective, but you are not as well underprotective. And that's why we believe that the good midterm solution is try to integrate those elements which we will use later on in the ultimate solution already now in the selected in vivo studies, to make sure that we will gain experience with the models which we are comfortable with, and we have direct comparison between traditional endpoints and the new ones. And I'm happy to see as well that colleagues from ECHA are sharing the same opinion, and that was as well one of the recommendations. And saying that, I will hand over to Sofia to talk about other reduction potential.
Thank you, Thomas. So along with the new technologies that are being developed, it's also important to fast analyze the existing animal models that could be removed, that are being redundant or not really necessary. And here we can take advantage of the long experience that we have developed using animal models and the data that we have collected so far. So also here in the roadmap, the idea is to set some examples of projects that are ongoing and others that can be further developed, and hopefully remove as fast as possible the animal models that don't have any additional information. So the first example here, it's an ongoing project from EFSA that here you see the publication in 2022, that it was a retrospective analysis of available data on the 90-day dog study and its use on pesticides. So here the analysis, it was on the use of the second species, the dog as a second species, and what would be the extra information brought. There were very few cases that there was additional information that was not already provided by the 90-day rat study. So now, as a follow-up, another project from EFSA that wants to develop a tiered assessment strategy to support recommendations for waiving of the dog study. And here I need to highlight the part of the waiving, because of course it's still a data requirement and cannot be removed, but hopefully, ultimately, it can be removed as a data requirement. And also there is the EPAA working group that is trying to broaden this type of application as well to other industry sectors, and they are building a list of recommendations, first a list on where the dog as a second species is being used, but also a list of recommendations on how these studies could be waived or phased out. Then also with the same mindset, we are now in EFSA analyzing other 90-day studies. One, it's the case of the food enzymes, that it's a project that it's going to start. From the experience of the colleagues in EFSA, there is a lot of cases where this study doesn't bring additional information, and if they plan to do a data analysis to identify the specific cases where this study didn't brought additional information. And another area that we consider maybe to investigate, it's the GMO, acknowledge that it's not chemicals, but since we have our eyes open for such strategy, it is important to do it where possible, and also setting as an example. And talking as of examples, it's also important to highlight that already under EMA there is more flexibility on these because the guidance for human and veterinary provides flexibility in
case-by-case scenario on the use of the second species, on the need of the second species, but also on the duration of these animal studies. And then how can we also remove or when we have more technology coming in, so there is areas where we don't see that such waiving or phasing out, it's still possible, but as already discussed, a tiered approach, it's important to accommodate the NAMs in the higher tiers. We see Can you hear? Yes. Is an easier way to integrate NAMs and hopefully put the NAMs in the first tiers and push the animal models, and specifically here the 90-day animal studies, into higher tiers. And hopefully, as the more technology it's coming in, then the less of animals we will use. And here, I think we should try to apply a tiered approach where it's not possible, but also revise the tiers that are there. So within EFSA, the pace that we are now revising our guidances in the areas that we follow the guidances, we try to revise this tiered approach and include more NAMs into the first tiers. Here it's an example of the novel foods that was a guidance revised last year, and we are now into the process also to revise the food additives and also revisiting this tiered approach, but modernize it even more. So now I hand over to Miriam, that it's going to explain about the work on the carcinogenicity.
Thank you, Sophia. Yeah, so indeed, I would like to present to you another example to further enhance your understanding of what you may expect from the Human Health Working Group. And so for this example, which is about carcinogenicity, we have established a working group under the umbrella of EPAA. And before defining concrete actions to achieve an NGOA framework for carcinogenicity, we reflected on the elements that would be required to achieve actually such an NGOA framework, to really make sure that it's ultimately not only fully NAM-based, but also implemented and harmonized across sectors. And so what you can see in this figure is, so we came to the following elements. So first of all, sound science. So a good scientific basis relevant for topics for carcinogenicity. Then we also need good communication and outreach to different target audiences. We need a policy roadmap to ensure that we have adaptation and, where possible, harmonization of different legislations. And then we also obviously need best practices to really support the acceptance and implementation of a carcinogenicity, new framework for carcinogenicity assessment. And so for each of these different elements, we have defined a set of concrete actions that obviously are also interlinked, not only in a topic-wise, but also in terms of timing. And here I will just give you a few examples. So for policy, one of the actions we defined is that we need to achieve a buy-in, not only from the European Commission, but obviously also from its member states, for a new approach to carcinogenicity assessment. And this new approach obviously also means that we need evolvement of the regulatory paradigm towards one substance, one assessment. Then when it comes to science, we really also, as scientific researchers, we need to achieve general consensus on a simplified, harmonized framework for carcinogenicity assessment. And then when it comes to best practices, another example is then that we really need also to support transition towards a NAM-based approach. And that means also that we need to familiarize all those people that actually have to use such a framework in their daily practice. So we need to provide training, for instance, not only to test method developers to develop NAMs where we still miss relevant ones, but we also need to provide training to larger industry, smaller SMEs, so the SMEs, smaller companies, but also CROs who often do the testing for regulatory dossier, but then obviously also training of regulators who then needs to evaluate the data. And then finally, in terms of communication, an example is that we need to prepare materials and deliver outreach, communication and training on such a weight of evidence-based approach for carcinogenicity assessment. So in the coming weeks, we will further refine all the actions we have defined, so the short, mid, and long-term actions, and also make suggestions in terms of who are then the responsible parties to at least be involved, if not to coordinate different actions. And with that, I would like to hand over to Ellen, who will present the last example.
Thanks a lot, Miriam. So I'm happy to present the last example now of the roadmap, which is to show you the value of the developmental neurotoxicity in vitro battery for the goals of the roadmap. So over the last 15 years, there has been a lot of intensive knowledge has been gained through in vitro methods and also concepts supporting them, with very early involvement of international agencies and the OECD. And now including the availability of such methods by contract research organization, this can be showcased in a 6-step framework that I indicated here. And now, as next step towards the legal implementation of this DNT NAMS into the regulation, there are multiple EFSA initiatives ongoing, and I would like to just highlight 2 here. One is the implementation of kinetic modeling into the DNT in vitro battery, and the other one, which is a prerequisite for legal implementation, is the ongoing lab-to-lab validation from the test method developers into a CRO lab, which is the DNTox lab here. So once the validation is complete, the DNT in vitro battery would be ready for a short-term action, which would be the DNT IVB for reassessment of plant protection products, which is currently decided by the European Commission, because as we all know, these NAMs cannot be used and implemented without the policy here. So also in case required, in specific cases, the DNT in vitro battery could be used also for pharmaceutical where there is a cause of concern. So what will follow these short-term actions? So the battery is ready to also be extended here to reach relevant chemicals in the long term or medium term, depending on the tonnage. And DNT is currently not a data requirement, as we all know, within REACH. So there is, at the moment, an effort of assessing if maybe the NAMs for neurotoxicity could distinguish between developmental and adult neurotoxicity, which might even lead to a new hazard class. And this is explored between ECHA and a group within the EU project PARC. And this new hazard class is not certain, so this is just under scientific consideration now, but it might add also the NAMs for neurotoxicity there in a medium-term action. And last but not least, there is another initiative in the EU that has been starting from different stakeholders, which is concerning developmental and reproductive toxicity, short DART. And so the DART initiative is trying to learn from this DNT 6 steps framework and is currently here. We don't see it, but at point number 2, at the stage of preparing a roadmap for testing for DART with NAMs. And the short-term initiative would be here to put more funding into the DART, because obviously there are a lot of gaps still in here. But also the DART NAMs that are currently already there could be used in a This now?
Yes.
Yeah, now it's back. Sorry. In a weight of evidence assessment also for pharmaceuticals already, and in the long term, it will need a long term to set up a DART in vitro testing battery similar to the DNT, which has little enough uncertainties to be used in a regulatory context. Yeah, so with this, I will end this presentation. And so there are a lot of different stakeholders, initiatives, projects, institutions involved in the Human Health Working Group. And a big thanks to all these discussions that, like was said in the beginning by Thomas, this was just the essence of a lot of discussions. Thank you for your attention. and we're looking forward to the discussions and the Q&A session.
Thank you very much, Thomas, Sophia, Ellen, and Miriam. Could I invite you over here to the panel seats, and then we can appropriately distribute the questions among you. There were already some on Slido, but until they are brought up, maybe we can have a first question from the room. Please say your name and affiliation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Peter Klausing from the Pesticide Action Network, Germany. I was puzzled that the word validation only appeared in the description of the DNT studies. So I heard a lot about comparing, demonstrating. My question is, do you have a framework for validation? Is it made public? And how will you validate the progress from animal studies to non-animal studies in all areas of toxicity testing? And my second question relates to the 90-day studies. For me, it was not clear by eliminating them what the goal is. You want to go directly to 2-year study, or excuse me, that was carcinogenicity, to 1-year studies, or would you be happy with a 28-day study and then quit? This was not clear to me.
Maybe that is a question to be replied to by Thomas and or Sophia, but you can decide.
Validation first. Yeah, I think one of the answer why validation is not explicitly covered, because there is a separate work stream working on reform of the validation process. But very quickly, if you are thinking about the validation process as it is designed now, it doesn't really fit to NAMs for systemic toxicity. You probably remember how much struggle we had already to validate the defined approach for skin sensitization. Only 3 in vitro methods, very simple combination of the outcome, and that was already struggle. Now try to imagine systemic toxicity, multiple possible effects, ADME component, kinetic component. How you want to validate it in one go? Probably it's not possible. So we need to reflect and think how to really modularize and modernize this approach. And here, I guess we will need to have some kind of intermediate step when we will do kind of technical qualification of the methods. That method is technically valid, means that it's measure what it promised to measure, it is reproducible, you can transfer it in between the lab, but it is not yet directly regulatory relevant, but it can be used as a building block. And once we will have a library of multiple of those building blocks, we can start to validate from the regulatory perspective, demonstrate that, okay, this combination of these building blocks is able to address this specific regulatory concern. So that is my quick questions. I guess we can have later on as well more discussions on this. But yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. For the 90-day study, I'm sorry if I was not clear enough. The idea is not to eliminate all 90-day studies, but to do an analysis of the cases where they seem redundant or not really adding extra information. So in the case of the dog, that in its use on the pesticides, it's just the dog, and to see the cases, to analyze the cases where they didn't add extra information from the one that was already provided in the rat study, and propose a waiving. For the other examples, it's really because in these specific cases, the colleagues have observed or have the feeling that more cases than not, the 90-day study doesn't provide an additional information in the case of enzymes or GMOs. So for the moment, it's the only areas where we can already propose a waiving while we don't have proper replacement. Yeah. No, for the yeah, to use those studies to replace the 90-day, you mean? Or
Yeah, well, are you planning to replace or eliminate the one-year study also? Or do you? I'm not clear as related to, from the pesticide perspective, as related to the regulatory requirements. I fully agree that you could get rid of the 90-day study, but I want to be clear where you are heading it with this elimination.
Well, the roadmap is to ultimately phasing out animal studies. So we start from the low-hanging fruit, and then we see where more replacement is possible or elimination is possible. So the carcinogenicity, there is a great work done by Miriam also to see how the phasing out of carcinogenicity studies would be possible. So.
Thanks a lot, Thomas and Sophia. And while you were busy answering that question, I had time to think about the most voted question from Slido here. So I think I can start with an answer to that one. Why the protection of level of protection definition is only part of the third basket. And I'd just like to re-explain that we have thought of this three-basket model in the sense of when an action ends. So for a short-term action, for example, a introduction or a replacement by one particular study by a computational approach, we would think that that action ends when that really is put into regulation and is used for regulatory purposes. The protection level was put in the long-term basket because the final product of it, how to address the long-term toxicity with a completely animal-free framework in the future will certainly be a longer-term action. But that is not to say that work shouldn't start already now. In fact, we have a sub-team of the Human Health Working Group that has started drafting and that has exchanged first ideas on how to start that action. So it is the baskets are about the duration of an action, and that's why we think the definition of protection level with only non-animal level methods would take a longer time. And maybe we take another one from the Slido. Yes, I think that is also highly rated and a relevant question from Carl Westmoreland. Could you explain the rationale for why work to modernize CLP criteria would only start mid-term? I think it's also a question about the continuum of our actions, but maybe one of the panel would like to still comment on it. Miriam?
Yeah, thank you, Carl, for a question. I think the reason why we put it in the medium-term basket is because we first need to figure out what it is we want. So if we don't know what to change it into, then you cannot finish this on the short term. And that obviously is then different for the different categories to be discussed, not only within the, let's say, the relatively few people we have in the Human Health Working Group, but in different expert committees, different stakeholder groups. We need to agree with one another. So what is it that we want it to be, and then change it? I think that would be my answer, but happy to.
Yes, thanks a lot, Miriam. I agree. And also that could be a continuous action in the sense that the criteria for endpoints where we, as soon as we know what the decision-making criteria can be, then the classification criteria or regulatory criteria could also be amended. And for other areas where the alignment finding on what it is that we need takes longer, then of course the classification criteria also can be adapted only later. Is there a question in the room meanwhile? Yes, let's take that one.
Yes, hi, Ingrid Visserin again. So I was very happy to see the One Health approach on different slides, perhaps not in this session, but in earlier sessions. So I study a lot of transitions, not only the transition to animal-free safety assessment, but also sustainability transitions. And if you look at it from an integrative perspective, some of the solutions to, let's say, our transition that we're working on today might be in other transitions. So if you work on, let's say, the sustainable food and agricultural transition, and you use less pesticides, we will need to test less of them, and thus will need less animal tests. So how can we include this kind of integral thinking that the Commission is working on anyway, right? We have to reach all of our societal goals, not only this one, but also our sustainability goals. So how can we incorporate this thinking across policy issues to also accelerate the transition that we're working on here? So anything we don't use, we don't need to test. So how could we include that thinking in our work here?
Thanks very much for that question. I think it's a very important one as we step into the implementation phase of the roadmap. Right now, I guess you can appreciate that we have focused on the, let's say, imminent discussion topics, and there are so many of them just for the way how chemical safety assessments are conducted for the legislation that we have defined as in scope of the activity. But it's indeed important to look beyond. And I would see that the Roadmap Steering Committee would have a critical role in trying to make the relevant links with other networks and other Commission and agency activities. And probably there are also, or quite certainly, there are also research groups and partnerships like parks and others that are already cutting across into these areas. So yeah, we should certainly have these discussions. Let's perhaps alternate with another question from Slido. There was a question on the reduction opportunity via smart in vivo studies. Isn't this creating a new gold standard that would be used to benchmark non-animal NAMs against in the future? And could we not better allocate resources to replace in vivo studies completely? I imagine that Thomas is ready to reply to that one. Thank you.
Yes, I think that there are few answers, or at least few considerations for you here. First one is that why it will not become the new gold standard, because if you are thinking about other challenges which we have, persistent chemicals, mixture effects, new protection goals, new protection classes, in vivo ultimately will not be a solution anyway. We need to have something different if we want to provide the proper safety protection for our citizens. So even if we'll do the smart in vivo, we will not reach those goals. Of course, we will reduce a bit of number of animal tests. Maybe we'll speed up the process a bit, but we will not. It will be not ultimate replacement. And why we are so keen on having that? Because if you are thinking about the difference between the traditional system, which is based on observing what will happen to animals, to completely new design when you have a different elements and you are really trying to find out what can go wrong and what can be your concern, there is the switch to the molecular data, the way how you will derive whether something is concerning or not. This requires a lot of experience and a lot of trying. Because we need to get it right. If we'll be overprotective, nobody will use it. We cannot ban all industrial chemicals just because we have very conservative approach towards deriving point of departure. So we need to know how to calibrate the system. We need to understand very well how molecule changes at the molecular level can be represented later on by adversity. So I guess for some time we need to have it. And then there is one more, normally if you start to use this kind of system, new type of data, there is as well psychological process. People, experts, it's like with this iPhone example. If somebody will take you iPhone from day one, you won't be very happy. But if you will get gradually something between iPhone and Android, almost the same functionality but different logo, and after some time you will get it. So you may get to it. So we want to expose our regulators, our decision makers to the molecular data. And the best way to expose them to this molecular data is giving them something from the model when they are really experienced on, and they have a lot of experience how to use the model, what are the uncertainty of this model. They start to use it, they see they will see the direct relationship between those molecular changes and adversity, and it will be yet another step forward towards the completely animal-free system. And we've seen it already. We've seen it with our colleagues from US EPA. They started with this ETAP product, and now they are already thinking about NAM product, because they see that, you know, when they are using the same building blocks, but they are just applying an animal-free method. So it won't be ultimate solution. And last but not least, you have to remember there will be always part of the substances which you won't be able to test in vitro, even if you want to, even if everything will be ready. We need to have a backup solution for those substances, for those difficult to test substances. So then it's much better to use smart backups than the traditional studies. So I hope.
Yes, thanks a lot, Thomas. And I think you have also given at least half of an answer to the second popular question about the difficult to test substances. I think we are all aware that several of them can't currently be tested in vitro systems. And there we have to make a separate effort in a second step, or still default to existing methods that we have today. And with that, can I pass on to another question from the room, please?
Thank you. Marjorie van Duursen from the Vrije Universiteit in Amsterdam. I'm very happy to hear all about the protection level. I think that was missing in the previous discussions a lot, so I'm happy to hear that that's very well considered. And also these case studies that you showed, I think that's definitely important to demonstrate what we have and what we can predict or not. But that's very retrospective. So I was wondering how implementation of all these new methods and the roadmap, is there also consideration of seeing how it works if the protection level is still maintained when we do get rid of some of these studies and implement new methods? So is that taken up in the roadmap, or is that also considered in the working group?
One of you like to give an answer, maybe? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Marjorie. Good question. I'm not, because of time constraints, we have not, I think, as a human health working group, gone through all the documents that are being prepared right now. I can only speak for the carcinogenicity group. And there, indeed, we have it considered, I think, on multiple points, including this one. So more on the mid and the long term, to look back and evaluate and see whether or not we need to modify the remaining roadmap at that point in time. And well, the one you just raised is definitely part of that. Thanks.
And maybe to add to that, it's not necessarily only retrospective way of analysis. We develop kind of combined approach. We have a bottom-up and top-down. So bottom-up is indeed retrospective. Let's start to try to characterize what are the current protection level. How much, for example, they're talking about organ-specific toxicity, where we are, what is the uncertainty of the typical in vivo study, what are the representative data set, uncertainties, and let's try to use it first to define where we are in terms of protection level, and then as well to assess if there are new methods which are coming up to basically judge whether they could be used as a replacement or not. But this has a lot of limitations. First of all, you cannot do it for all endpoints, because there are some endpoints like DNT, for example, for which we don't have too much reference data at all, and we won't be able to set up the protections levels in this way. So for that one, there is this bottom-up approach, top-down approach, when we are trying to then say, okay, how we want to be protected, against what? Start with setting up how we would like to be protected, and then try to demonstrate whether the new system, because we don't have old system, let's be honest about it, how the new system and whether the new system is fulfilling those protection ambitions or not.
You want to add something?
Go ahead. Briefly respond to that?
Yeah, maybe I just wanted to add to the DNT. I mean, I think this is what for the last 20 years we have tried to get the NUMs into place to increase the protection level that is currently not there. And I think I see it as a complete success story that we have gotten that far with the NUMs, that we are hopefully very close before legal implementation, at least for a certain applicability domain of compounds with just now the plant protection products, but hopefully in the short to midterm it can also be widened. And so that I see this as very proactive and as a very modern way of NAMs can really raise the protection level.
Yeah, thanks. So my concern is maybe, is there also room for adjusting the roadmap and adjusting all the trajectories and the ways that we're heading? I mean, if we see in the end that we're not protective enough or not predictive enough, then there should also be opportunity to change the road. So I was wondering if that's also foreseen in the roadmap or in the way forward. So how do we implement that?
Yes, I think that's something that I can quickly answer. Indeed, we are foreseeing flexibility in the implementation in the sense that we are cognizant of the fact that right now we are not able to spell out all actions that would be necessary to ultimately arrive at a system where no animal testing is necessary anymore. We are trying to write down in the roadmap what we can concretely name and describe today. But we are very aware of the fact that most likely in a few years we have more concrete ideas how certain problems that we describe only more generally today can concretely be solved. And then they should also form actions and continue to be worked on in the same way. How we will have a publication about that or not in the future, that still needs to be decided in the implementation phase. But we very much expect that the system should be an agile one also during implementation. Could I perhaps give the microphone to Matthias very briefly, because he's working also on the protection level question in the Human Health Working Group, and so he can complete the picture. Thank you. No.
1, 2, 3. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Yes, I wanted to maybe reply shortly to the colleague and also add that these groups, as Miriam said, we are just busy compiling something that now makes the roadmap, and we are doing, many of us are doing this on overtime. So there is really time constraints now, but it's very clear that these projects will involve many more people once they really kick off. So in case of the probabilistic, of the protection level, it includes, for instance, probabilistic risk assessment methodology. We are in contact with people from ONTOX. I see the colleague from Texas A&M here. We have contacts there. So people will be invited once it's a little bit more clear how we will do this. And I think it also involves, for instance, protection level involves a societal dialogue. How protective do we need to be? Do we want to be? And so on. Things that actually in the past have not been done so explicitly. So it's also a chance to maybe answer some questions that we should have answered a while ago already, more explicitly, let's say. So this all is work in progress. Many people more will be involved, and it's not like this is now the roadmap. Everybody who's in the working group is in, and everybody else is out. It's on the contrary. We need many more contributions. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Matthias, and thanks for your patience with waiting. Katja, it's your turn.
I can still raise my question. Actually, it's a more general question, and I was wondering whether it's the right time to address it. But maybe we can start to put thoughts on that, because what I'm observing is indeed we have very much segment, and it's normal when you have a big complex issue here. We have segmented things according to human health and environment, and of course there will be in betweens. But I was wondering, I mean, to make the roadmap a success, we all know it's also about exposure consideration. And I was wondering to which extent were you able already in the roadmap to capture what needs to be done, because we have heard about IVVE and so on and the importance of that. Exposure data, I mean, are there any thoughts already and recommendation in the roadmap that have been developed, or just wanted to understand better? Thank you. And I forgot to present myself, indeed. Katja Lacasse from CEFIC.
Does anyone of you want to respond? Thomas, can you?
Very briefly, why we didn't focus too much on exposure considerations. Please keep in mind that the roadmap is about 17 or 16 different pieces of legislation. Quite many of them have already built-in exposure considerations directly. There are only few, of course, the most famous one, including REACH and CLP, which are not. But this is not technical issue. Of course, we would like to know more about the exposure patterns. Of course, we would like to better understand where substance is ending up, and of course, we believe that there are much more efforts. And I think for industry, this is the area when industry can really proactively try to take the lead and organize in the way that it can give us the more reliable exposure patterns, and to extent that we can even try to consider it in the piece of legislations like REACH. But so, and one more thing, focusing on admin IVIV gives us yet another great opportunity, a link between all the biomonitoring efforts which are already happening to the exposure patterns. We can start to finally have reliable data. What are the level of exposure which at the population level? What average population is exposed to which level? This will allow us to refine our exposure modeling practices. This will give us much more better data to really make exposure much more precise. Because at the end as well, if you're looking at how big uncertainties we have with exposures at the moment, you cannot put into the same equation something which has 2 levels of uncertainty with something which has a 6 or 5, right? Because then at the end, everything will be as uncertain as exposure understanding. So I encourage stakeholders, especially industry sectors, to really work harder on exposure to better understand how it works. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Thomas. I noted here one question on the slide or screen that I think is important for all the legislation in scope, and that is the question that asks about whether or not the plans for the roadmap will consider changes to international guidance or legislative schemes, because many players, of course, work at a global level. Yes, we have discussed about that, and still the roadmap that we are developing will be a European roadmap to formulate recommendations that we can apply under the European legislation here. But importantly, during the implementation phase, we do want to continue and intensify our outreach and collaboration activities in these international fora and with the different legislations to achieve alignment as much as possible. A lot of initiatives like that are already ongoing right now, and they should certainly continue or be intensified. Just for starters, we have coined the roadmap to be addressing European regulatory needs, and hopefully they can then also serve to catalyze more or faster movement in other areas. There's one more question in the room. Please, here on the left side.
Ivan Rusin, Texas A&M University in the United States. I was really pleased to hear that there is a consideration given not only to positive signals in NAMs, but also to negative signals in NAMs. Mm-hmm. But the discussion has been largely about using NAMs to increase the level of protection, especially with the DNT battery. Unfortunately, it's not how some of the regulatory uptake of the DNT battery has been happening in the United States. For example, EPA pesticide programs has tried to use DNT negatives to lower human health protection. So I haven't really seen any examples of the how or are we ready to trust the negative data in NAMs. Maybe perhaps we can have a little bit more of a conversation with the panel on that part, because the elephant in the room is that point of departure keeps moving closer to 0 the more we test NAMs or omics or anything else. So 0 is the protection goal in Europe, which is fantastic, but I'm not sure that's really the goal of the agencies involved in this process.
Any volunteer?
I don't think I will be able to cover this topic to satisfactory extent, but just to give you one example of the case study which we are doing together with Risk Hunter, that's exactly the case. We want to demonstrate that having NAM battery, which is quite extensive, you know, high throughput transcriptomics, some specific assays, targeting specific hazards, extensive ADME and IVIV modeling, to demonstrate that you can really distinguish between the substances which will be classified as STOT and those which won't. And we don't yet have a final results, but the problem is that, of course, we cannot scientifically really put it on the table and have a proper scientific proof that you are able to demonstrate negatives, because probably that would require that we understand everything about toxicology, which will not happen for another 100 years. But we can at least try to get closer by demonstrating based on the performance. Okay, maybe we don't understand everything, but at least we can demonstrate you that on this data set for this particular type of hazards, we can at least distinguish between those two scenarios. We most probably won't be able yet to tell you exactly what kind of adversity will happen later on. We will maybe not be able to characterize this very clearly, but at least we can try to demonstrate it, taking into account as well the all uncertainties involved as well in the in vivo data. So the first results are very promising, and I think if we'll have more of those kind of case studies, we will try to formulate the problem in such a way other consortia will take it on board and will try to do the very similar exercises, and this we will have enough evidence on, ultimately on the table to really say, okay, now for this particular type of hazards, we are confident enough that we can think about tiered approach based on this. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to also add to that. So I think it's a very good question, Ivan. Thank you for that. I think it's definitely then also something that should be taken on board when we talk about criteria for NAMs and about validation, so that we all agree that if you have a result from a NAM, either negative or positive, that we accept the result. And that's, for me, that also relates then that we need to be very clear on so how to define then chemical applicability domain, biological applicability domain, and not use a definition that just suits you best at that moment for that particular context of use, but that we really are all together in agreement there. And I guess time will tell in terms of whether indeed we then have or not a level of protection that is closing to zero. I guess not, but then at least have a acceptance of whatever we arrive at. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Ivan. I would like to add to what Miriam said about the applicability domain, and this is, I think there is the responsibility of the researcher, and this is where academia can really support. And we've been doing this for the DNT in vitro battery, I think, quite extensively. For example, in the ONTOX project, taking physiological maps as a basis. So to understand physiology, to understand what part of biology do the NAMs cover and what do they not cover, then taking disease pathways into consideration, because you have an uncertainty concerning negatives in the in vivo studies as well, because is there an autistic animal? You know, there is not. I mean, there are traits, yes, but we shouldn't forget that we have uncertainties there concerning then human pathology, and trying to implement those into NAM development, especially with regards to human disease and understanding these pathways, I think will really gain the trust also in the negatives. And I think that's the way to go. And that, you know, concerns molecular and cellular aspects of the NAMs. And we have to do our homework there.
Thank you very much. And I see that one question here in Slido becomes very popular, so I think we should try to answer it, or at least make a start. And that is the question about how CLP could address the paradigm shift towards exposure-based assessments and while maintaining a hazard-based classification. I think you noticed, and some asked the question, why is this modification of CLP criteria only listed as a medium to long-term action? Well, for a reason, and for the reason that we cannot yet sketch out exactly today how we would change the criteria for all the endpoints. But a lot of work is ongoing already. I would like to invite you to follow the progress made within the EPAA Designathon project, where different approaches are being analyzed and now taken and discussed further on how classification for systemic toxicity could be achieved by using non-animal data. And the groups that have proposed solutions for how to do that, they are working with a set of reference chemicals that the JRC have provided and for which we have classifications. So there is more progress coming soon on the first, let's say, proposals on how to do that. However, for all the endpoints that we have to cover, we do not have a clear vision today how it should be done, but it will happen in steps and phases as we have confidence on NAM approaches. I don't know if anybody would like to add something to it. No? Then I realize we are also slightly over time for lunch, but not that much. But I think we should move to lunch break now. Or one more question there? Okay, yes, we can have one more. Please, go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Elisabeth Heunisch. I'm from the Federal Institute for Occupational Safety and Health in Germany. And I want to say thank you for the discussion on quantitative results. So coming from occupational safety, it's very important for us to be able to derive limit values for exposure levels at the workplace. So thank you for that and considering it. But I have another question. It was said before that the OECD process on validation is not working well for NAMs and that there's a discussion about moving away and using another qualification system. It's currently an ongoing process that the guidance document 34 on validation at OECD is updated and there's a lot of discussion. So I was wondering why moving away from that established process at OECD, knowing it takes quite some time to get through OECD, but also posing the question, is really the OECD process the problem here? Or is it more on having a good, well, long-term funding established to really go through the whole process and to make it work?
Thank you very much for this question, which is a relevant one. I would like to ask whether you could have a little bit of patience for us to address this question in the session number 5, where we are planning to talk about the validation and qualification systems and where we see flexibility or room for better coordination or prioritization. I hope that session will give you the answer that you expect. Okay? Thank you very much. With that, I would like to move on to give you direction on how you can get lunch. It is served on the first floor and the second floor. You should check on your badge which floor you have been assigned to. Apparently somebody grouped us already. And then lunch indicated as special diet. You should please only take if you have previously requested that at the registration. And again, please enjoy what you would like to enjoy there, but do not bring food or drinks back to the room. Enjoy, and we will start back again 90 minutes from now. Thanks.
Welcome back, everybody. Please take your seats. We're about to start. I will just take it. Now we will move to our next session on the feedback from stakeholders' involvement. And this session will be chaired by Gavin. So Gavin Maxwell is the industry co-chair of the EPAA, European Partnership for Alternative Approaches to Animal Testing. He's the head of regulatory science strategy at Unilever with an expertise in non-animal safety assessments and has an experience of over 20 years in regulatory science at Unilever. Gavin is a trained immunologist. And Gavin will be chairing this session, and he will guide us through the discussions that we'll have two presentations followed by Q&As. Gavin?
Thank you very much, Munir, and hello everyone. It's lovely to see you here today, and it's great that we've already had some lively discussions. So hopefully we can keep that going, even if we're now in the post-lunch slot where people might be feeling a bit drowsy. So it's my pleasure to hand over to Denis Motet, who's a policy officer within DG GROW, with expertise in reach risk management, authorized restriction and substitution of hazardous chemicals, and previous roles within the pharmaceutical sector, business support organizations, and ECHA. Denis is going to take us through the main results from the stakeholder consultations and outreach activities. Denis, are you here? Yes, I can see you're behind me.
Okay, good. Thank you very much, Gavin. Yes, and good afternoon, everybody. So I hope I will keep you awake with this very interesting presentation on the main results of the stakeholders consultation and the outreach activities that we had on the roadmap. So next slide, please. So to gather input to build this roadmap and to exchange regularly with stakeholders, we had a number of events and outreach activities that I will describe. So many outreach activities targeting various group of stakeholders. I will give a few more words in my next slides on that. We had several workshops, like 3 commission workshops, for example. This is the third one that we are attending today. But we had also a series of consultations according to the better regulation. So we had a call for evidence and then targeted consultations comprising 2 online surveys and a series of interviews. And as I said, all of this feeds our reflections on building the roadmap. So next slide, please. So on our website, we are trying to keep pace with the number of events that we are attending, where we present the roadmap and collect feedback. So we try to reach, as I said, orders, being the member states and the regional CLP, for example, via Caracal, the member state committee, also the scientific committee for consumer safety, the various groups related to ECHA, risk assessment committee, for example, but also scientific conferences like Eurotox, CTAC, and so on, as well as, of course, the many events organized under the EPA. So as I said, we're trying to reach many stakeholders to inform about the roadmap and to collect feedback. So next slide, please. So the first large consultation that we undertook is the call for evidence. There we had no specific questions towards stakeholders. It was a description of the initiative of the Commission, and it was open to all kinds of comments. So this was open last year from September and October, and we received 91 contributions. So these can be read on the web, but we ask a consultant to summarize that for us, and I will just summarize the highlights from the contribution that we collected. So without surprise, it was described that there's still a lot of work to be done to address the complex hazard endpoints like ED, carcinogenicity, reproductive toxicity, and so on. So these really need still a lot of efforts to move towards animal-free methods. The topic of validation was really high on in the responses, and emphasizing the need to speed up this validation process. Of course, collaboration was also a key topic, highlighting the need for collaboration between actors and across sectors, so breaking the silos to get the maximum of the interactions and the knowledge there. And of course, the need for building actions which are both regulatory and non-regulatory to move towards a roadmap. So the report will be published later on, the latest when we publish the roadmap. So you can see, you will be able to see a summarized version of that. So next slide, please. So following that, we had a first targeted stakeholder survey where we contacted a number of representative stakeholders, being authorities, EU agencies, NGOs, scientific committee, businesses, and so on, via online surveys. So this started in November until January this year, and received quite a good response rate, 193 responses. And the topics were quite general. We were asking about people knowledge about available animal-free methods for human health and the environment, risk assessment, also having this three-basket model in mind to short, medium, and long-term perspective. We asked about the non-animal test methods which are under development, if they had any ideas on the options for reduction and refinement, also in terms of method development and validation processes, as well as the training needs. So I will not go into much detail of the outcome of this survey. We just present 2 slides on that, and I will focus more on another stakeholder consultation which took place later on. So next slide, please. An interesting result that I'd like to show is when we asked the benefits for industry of moving away from animal testing, so beyond, of course, saving animal lives, which is a primary goal. The time for products to reach the market, for example. Also in the long term for cost saving. Also enhancing corporate image and corporate social responsibility. And most people think also that this will support the move towards safer and more sustainable products. So these are interesting results showing that okay, people are convinced that it goes beyond just saving animal lives. So next slide, please. On the other hand, when we ask about what, in their view, are the main hurdles to move away from animal testing, people responded with a large majority that the scientific barriers and the lack of methodologies are an issue, as well as the regulatory acceptance of new methods. So next slide, please. So in addition to these online surveys, we had a series of interviews, again with selected set of stakeholders. We had 3 set of interviews. The first one was dedicated to the topic of facilitating the access to information on NAMs. So basically how to facilitate the accessibility of information on NAMs. There is a lot of information available out there, but how to structure that, how to guide that better. And we had this idea of potentially putting a kind of meta website to provide links to this useful information which is really there. So we received a report from the consultant on that with interesting insight. We are still analyzing this outcome. Another set of interviews was dedicated to the needs and the role of potential committees or expert groups. And there, our consultant interviewed a few chairs of existing expert groups and committees and 3 member state authorities to get their feedback on the groups that they run or that they participate in, and to see how they could see that applied potentially to non-animal testing. So on this, we are still waiting for the report from our consultants, so we haven't seen the results yet. Is to go deeper in the various topics of the roadmap. So based on the outcome of the first survey and of the various workshops and events that we have had, we'd like to go deeper in some of the elements in smaller groups in dialogue. So our consultant will contact the stakeholders, I think, starting end of next week. So next slide, please. Now I will focus more on the outcome of the second targeted stakeholder survey that we had very recently. There we had a list of potential options which could be incorporated in the roadmap. I'd like to underline that these were just preliminary ideas. These were not endorsed by the Commission to be included in the roadmap. So it was really first ideas to collect stakeholders' feedback on these and build further our reflection. So we try to have a broad set of stakeholders to be involved in that survey. Again, representatives from authorities, agencies, businesses, NGOs, CROs, and scientific community. This ran in April and it closed last May. And the consultant is still analyzing the responses. But we don't have all the results yet, but we already have a few of those, and I will present these in my next slides. But the topics that we addressed there were basically the topics that will be addressed in this 2 days conference here. So it's the organization of the implementation phase, so the need and the role of potential advisory board or steering committee, the same for expert groups, how to foster and organize the collaboration and communication with stakeholders, how to receive input on the regulatory needs for test method development, the topic of validation, standardization, qualification, and global acceptance, the issue of education, training, and awareness raising, regulatory safe spaces and sandboxes, indicators, and also there were open fields for the proposals to be submitted by stakeholders. So next slide, please. So some of the outcome. So we received 97 responses to this survey with a quite balanced representation of stakeholders, as you can see there. And among the companies, you can see that we got mostly feedback from large companies, but also smaller ones. Yeah, next slide, please. So I see that you are talking, but I'm not hearing you.
Are you on the right slide, Denis? Is this the right one?
Yes, thank you. Sorry. So to the question, which organization should be involved in the roadmap, we can see that there was a broad agreement that this is a collective effort, and that basically all kind of stakeholders should be involved in the roadmap. So it goes from European agencies, Commission, member states, industry associations, EPA, academics, NGOs, and so on. So everybody should be playing a role in the roadmap implementation. That's it. So next slide, please. When we asked about the need for setting up an advisory board to support the Commission in the implementation of the roadmap, there was a broad agreement that yes, there should be such a board composed of various stakeholders to assist the Commission in the implementation. Next slide, please. And when we ask about which role this advisory board should have, it is clear that people were supporting an active role of this advisory board, so really providing input on the actual implementation and provide opinions on that and directions to it. So there is a willingness to really play a role, a lesser role for promoting education and training, as you can see. Next slide, please. We ask also if an expert group should be created, or several expert groups should be created, and there is also board support for that suggestion. More surprisingly, when you ask about which form these expert groups should take, the response, the highest rated response was only one expert group covering several pieces of legislation altogether, as opposed to having one expert group dealing with a specific piece of legislation and having different expert groups covering in total different legislation. But this is certainly a topic which should be further discussed in the next sessions, indeed. And when we ask about which kind of role these expert groups should have, basically there is also support for various roles for these expert groups. So it goes, the first one being ranked was to provide input on the need for development and prioritization of the methods for and validation. But there is also a large consensus that these expert groups should provide non-binding advice to on the update of the guidance documents and regulatory information requirements, as well as the methods which could be applied in general, but as well non-binding advice on methods which could be applied in specific cases submitted by industry. In addition to that, it was seen as having a role as an exchange platform between authorities and stakeholders, also sharing about scientific developments and sharing feedback on the implementation of the roadmap. So there are various roles put forward by stakeholders, and certainly a topic for discussion also today. So next slide, please. Now, moving now to the topic of collaboration and communication with stakeholders, we asked if people would prefer a top-down approach or a bottom-up approach to address the different sectors. And here the response is really top-down, is seen as the best option to go. So next slide, please. When we ask about which type of activities should be prioritized for communication and collaboration, the three top-ranking ones were first the publication of the roadmap implementation progress. That's really the first one. But also the organization of events, scientific or regulatory specific, as well as the promotion of education, training, and awareness raising on non-animal methods. So next slide, please. Moving now to the regulatory needs, we asked whether the roadmap should provide a recommendation on how to consider better the regulatory needs in test method development. And there is a large yes response received. And we asked about if there should be the setup of a list of regulatory needs for test method development, similar to what ECHA does with their EU key area of regulatory challenges, or EMA. Yes, everybody responded with a yes to this. So this is clearly a need in that regard. So next slide, please. Now to the question which group should provide input to the regulatory needs. The majority highlighted a central group chaired by the Commission, like, for example, an extension of the parallel network currently managed under the GRC, as opposed to the expert groups, as we said, or a Commission expert group. So this was the feedback that we received. Next slide, please. When we ask about the harmonization of test methods and if a data sharing platform, we said yes. And when we ask about the main purposes of that, the highest ranking response was to enable the easier use of one data set for several regulatory processes, linked to the one substance one assessment and the common data platform. But they see also a role for providing a compilation of non-animal methods available for regulatory purposes. So next slide, please. So we all recognize that the validation, standardization, and qualification process is an important element, but when we ask about who would be willing to contribute to the funding of that activity, so it's rather a majority of no, people are not ready to contribute to the funding. But on the positive side, we still had 35% of respondents saying that yes, they would be ready to fund, with a majority of companies, actually industry association responding such a yes, and with a quite small proportion of member states. And respondents said that the European Commission should take a leading role in the coordination of these activities. So next slide, please. Okay, so this was it for the second stakeholder survey. So thank you very much for having contributed to this survey. As I said, I couldn't present all the results because they are still under assessment, but we will for sure take them into account when we develop the roadmap further. Another important event that was already mentioned by Catherine earlier today was this animal-free chemical safety conference that we organized in collaboration with EPA in March, and many of you attended. And this led to very fruitful discussions. And many of you participated either online or in presence in Brussels over these 3 days. We covered several topics like the next generation risk assessment, but we had also deep dives into the several topics of human health and environmental safety assessment, as well as priorities for test method development, as well as the validation strategies, but also the issue of safe spaces and indicators. All of this with the idea of the short, medium, and long-term goals. So next slide, please. I will just present the highlights. So you have access already to the conference report from ECHA website, but this was very new, so we'll just highlight the main outcome. A scientific paper will also be published later on. We said that several times that this came out also in this conference, the necessity to have a structured dialogue spaces, like safe spaces and regulatory sandboxes between regulators and industry to address the barriers, and this will be a topic for discussion today. Several recommendations regarding the paradigm shift for human health and safety, vulnerable safety assessments. Some elements from human health which were recommended, such as a tiered animal-free base approach, or the integration of exposure assessment earlier in the risk assessment, supported by robust exposure data. And for the environmental safety assessment, a shift towards mechanistic approaches incorporating broader taxonomic coverage, integration also of real-world exposure scenarios, and the use of probabilistic models to enhance predictive accuracy. So next slide, please. Still challenges ahead, validation timelines, methodological uncertainties, and regulatory conservatism, and a few recommended action points, which were the establishment of structured reality safe spaces, dialogue platforms, refining validation benchmarks, and enhancing international collaboration, as well as promoting transparency and stakeholder engagement. So I think that was it from my side. So thanks a lot to all of you having contributed to these various ways of exchanging on the roadmap, and yeah, happy to take your questions.
Thank you very much, Denis. A lot of information there, but very clear. So I will invite anyone in the room who has a question to come to one of the microphones. But I can see, Denis, we've already got some questions on the Slido for those that are online. So I'll start with the highest voted one. So we've got a question from Elvira. Are the European 3R centres expected to have a role in the implementation of the roadmap?
I will not go into these details because this will be heavily discussed in the sessions of organizational structures and so on. Here, I just presented what came out from the various surveys, so I will not comment on on what should be actually implemented. This is still under discussion today and tomorrow, and in further discussion with Commission. So I will not address these feedback, but the idea is.
Okay, thank you, Denis. So there's a question in the room.
It's working? Yeah.
Yes.
Well, it's hard to ask questions to these questionnaires, but it's just an observation that has come up 3 times today, 2 times in this presentation here, and it's that a lot of people apparently think that one of the main bottlenecks of why we don't have NAMs everywhere now is the validation process. I seriously question that. I do it because I'm the national coordinator of, from Denmark in the OECD test guideline program. We don't have a huge queue of NAMs waiting to get validated. We don't. They don't come to our table. Why? Because they're not ready. So, yeah, 3 times today. In the last here in this, yeah, one of the last conferences you talked about, it was number 1 or 2 or something. I seriously doubt this. And this is the whole problem of this roadmap, in my opinion, that we think of every conceivable problem and obstacle there is in this process here, and somehow they all become equal. They become equally important. So I have a prayer for the Commission that you, in a foreword or something, when you publish this roadmap, try to put them in perspective, the different obstacles that we have. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment. So, Denis, I don't know if you want to respond to that, or do you want me to go to the next question?
Yeah, you can move to the next question. I think that's more remark. Yeah.
Okay. So I'll just go to the one with the most votes, Denis, and you can decide whether it's within the scope of the results you've just shared. So what do you see missing in the current stakeholder engagement, brackets, not just the roadmap, but more general for the transition to NAMs in chemical safety assessment?
Yes, well, as far as I could see, I think there is a lot of stakeholder engagement. We have seen a lot of input from various stakeholders along the way. So I think the stakeholder engagement is there, and we have to keep that going for sure, because this will be a long-term project for sure. So to me, there is no lack of stakeholder engagement. I think probably what is still lacking is, I mean, the science indeed that we have to develop still, the methods, and then their validation and their uptake into regulatory assessment. But as far as I can see, I would not say there is a lack of stakeholder engagement. Finance would be maybe something that we could discuss under the validation process, for example. But I'd like to invite colleagues and other people to respond to that. If on their side they see that there are some stakeholder missing into the picture, or elements on which we would like to have more feedback.
Thank you, Denis. So I'll go to the next highest voted question. Are there existing models that the Commission has looked at for the regulatory sandboxes? What would it look like in practice?
Yes, indeed. There has been several meetings dedicated to that topic, and we looked at various practices, like for example the EMEA has already a quite advanced practice in that, but not only. The other agencies have also such practices via different ways. So we looked at that with our consultant, and this was a topic discussed during our events, and will be further discussed as well. So we're trying to see what could work best for this specific topic of moving away from animal tests. And for sure, there is a lot to learn from what is already existing. And we try to adapt to what is would be best here in this case. So it wouldn't be necessarily a copy-paste from what is there elsewhere, but we'd like to adapt it to the need here.
Thank you, Denis. So I've got a question in the room for you now.
Hi, Nicolas Fab from L'Oréal RNI. Thank you very much for this first overview. It's quite interesting to see, let's say, the number of responses we got in the two surveys. My question is very much on the methodology, because along the questionnaires, some of the questions were closed, one, and you saw that was reassuring that 100% people believe that we need a list of validated methodologies to be applicable, but some other were, let's say, open question with free text and some field we can provide some input. I'm just curious to know, how are you going to process this information along, let's say, also the document that were provided by different stakeholders? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Indeed, we had a mix of these open and closed questions to facilitate the integration of the responses. We left always some free text fields and the possibility to upload attachments if people wanted to go into more details or to provide information on which there was no question about. So we will digest all of that in the coming weeks. So we have a consultant helping us with that. So we will collect all this information. So not only from the written surveys, but everything that we collected by the other means. And the idea is to propose something on Commission side based on all the feedback that we received. So this is the process that we will continue doing in the next few weeks and months. Yeah.
Thank you, Denis. And I'll go to the Slido now, and the next highest voted question is from Lisa in a similar space. So given the unequal participation of different stakeholder parties in the questionnaire, will the results be corrected for this bias?
Well, of course, we take into account that, for example, when we reach companies, for example, I mean, there are more companies involved in which could respond to the survey than there are NGOs dealing with the topic. So it's normal that there are not an equal representation of our stakeholders, but we believe that we have gathered a sufficient number of feedback from various type of stakeholders to understand the views of the various groups. So in that way, we can balance ourselves. I mean, the representativeness of this. There are also NGOs. They represent a broad community of stakeholders themselves, as well as the industry association. So we know that there are many people behind these organizations. So it's not because there is one respondent that it means that it's only a single person, but we know that there are many people behind. Yeah.
Thank you, Denis. The next House voted comment is more of a comment than a question. It's just saying, there was a comment at the start of the Q&A about validation not being the bottleneck. I think the key issue is actually a lack of funding for validation. Many NAM developers I've heard from at other recent events have spoken about this. So I won't ask you to respond to that one, Denis, but just to make sure that comment's held. Another question in the room.
Yes, thank you. So lots of interesting elements. Nina Reinecke from ChemTrust. You listed at one of the obstacles on your slides the term regulatory conservatism. And I was wondering what you actually mean by that, and if this it sounds a bit like a psychological attitude of, people are being a bit old-fashioned and I don't want to use NAMs. But isn't it actually more that regulators, they have a role and a purpose and a task to fulfill? They actually have to base decision on NAMs, and if they are taking wrong decisions, they will be challenged in court. And I think it's probably worth making that a bit more obvious rather than seeing as a kind of psychological attitude of regulators. I think that wouldn't quite hit the point. but in contrast, it's more important to actually see how can we solve the other obstacle with avoiding these court cases.
Thank you for the comment. Denis, any response, or would you like me to go to the next question?
No, you can move to the next, yes, indeed.
Okay. Next question, highest voted on the Slido, is we need to employ a different approach to validation of methods, not a bottom-up where we expect scientists to come and validate our methods, but top-down instead. Many scientists have methods that that can be used for, that they don't know can be used for regulatory decision making, I'll say. Okay, so another comment. So I'm going to go to the next one, which I think is a question for you, Denis, not just a validation comment. So could you explain in short the difference between validation and qualification and when to use it preferentially? It was a trap, Denis.
Yeah, there will be extensive discussions on validation and qualification, but in it, well, I'm not a specialist of that, but as far as I know, I mean, for under REACH, for example, validation goes through OECD, so this is called a validation process, whereas under other pieces of legislation, they don't use that terminology and it's the same process. So for example, EMA, for the medicines, they use rather the qualification process, which goes in different ways. But overall, we try to capture, because there are also standardization for medical devices, for example. So different concept, different channels, but the goal is still the same, is to have regulatory approval of a certain method. That's the overall term.
So thank you, Denis, and your colleagues are asking me to remind the audience that we do have a session 5, that will cover validation and qualification. So we'll come back to that one later. But if I could go to the next introductory slide, we're going to thank Denis once again for answering the questions. Thank you, Denis.
Welcome.
And hand over to the next speaker, who is Elizabeth Berggren. Could we have the bio slide on the screen, please? And Elizabeth is from the JRC and is going to share learnings from the bilateral discussions and potential impact of transitional initiatives. Elizabeth is the Deputy Head of Unit in the Systems Toxicology Unit at the JRC, with a deep expertise in alternatives to animal testing and systems toxicology. And I'm sure this is going to be an informative presentation. I look forward to it, Elizabeth.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I don't know if I can satisfy your interest, but anyway. Yeah, I am here to talk about learnings from bilateral discussions and potential impact of transitional initiatives, and that is activities that have been carried out in the Change Management Working Group. And as we know, we are trying to cover 15 sectors of different chemical legislation within the EU. And we have loads of different stakeholders. We have loads of different industrial sectors, very many different problems, many different wishes, perhaps. And it's a lot, many voices that want to be heard. And it's difficult to find a seat around the table for everyone. And progress happens when everyone with a stake is a part of the process. Else we will have someone that is, of course, hindering process because we don't have understood their problems enough. So that was the theory when we set up this bilateral stakeholder discussion in the Change Management Working Group. And we always invited the Commission Inter-Service Group into these meetings. And we met then with different stakeholders group, with industrial associations and so on. But of course, when doing so, they invited, of course, their other the members of their organization or several similar stakeholder organizations. So at the end, we talked to about 110 different organizations or manufacturers or authorities or whatever, different interest groups. And of course, each of those have a network. They have their own network that is working. So this is very beneficial in the way that we got a lot of insight. It was like what we believed might be out there, something was sort of perhaps confirmed, but it was like the picture got sort of holistic. And then there was another benefit, and that was actually that not everyone had a seat around the table, because we talked to one group with similar ideas at the same time. I mean, they started to discuss perhaps between themselves. We could ask, but why and how? And you get this insight in something that you usually don't hear when we are sitting like here today, because we are not really expressing it and we don't feel like we perhaps are confident to express everything. So we had 20 of these bilateral discussions, and they were open discussions. We didn't have any preset of questions. It was like, an alternative exercise, as we already had what do you call it, the service from the official service, and consultation. And then at the end, we have provided a high-level summary. And that will soon be available. We have drafted it at the GIC, and we have already distributed for comments or corrections to the different participants in the bilateral discussions. And we will consider then, and we will distribute it again. And hopefully this will be possible to inform the roadmap actions. So the summary includes insights in how to different stakeholders are preparing for the transition to animal-free safety assessment and their specific incentives and concerns. We also have examples from industry associations especially that already set up their own programs for phasing out animal testing, and it's quite a few like that. And we also included experiences from the cosmetic sector and the Scientific Committee on Consumer Safety, who already have, of course, experienced how you have to try to do this without animal testing. And the different stakeholders' insights we have a little bit summarized here. So the first one here, that the regulatory science ecosystem is wide and very diverse. That was not so surprising. But of course, it stressed the fact that not we have a one-size-fits-all. So we cannot work in that way. But we have to try to embrace the beauty of diversity among the stakeholders and respect different priorities and different ways of accomplishing the same goals. We will not all work, for example, with the first priority to phase out animal testing. Perhaps our goal is to have a better biotechnical development. Perhaps we would like to have a faster process or cover more chemicals. So it can be many different ideas that is behind. But at the end, it leads to that there are less animals used. So those are going to be included into the roadmap. We also had the feeling that we have still a lot of lack of trust between stakeholders that makes a barrier. And of course, in this, we need to encourage transparency and openness. And that partly can be made through perhaps these discussions in safe spaces, in sandboxes, that Marco will talk more about after the coffee break. And but it can also be like we need to be used to each other. And I think we have done that a little bit during this process the last year, since 23, that we are all together in the same room, we are a little bit more comfortable to each other, and let's continue on that road. Yeah, the industrial associations have a key role in all this because they have loads of expertise from the different member companies, and they have capacity, and they are important to drive innovation. If we don't sort of let them have competitiveness, and that it is sort of giving progress, of course, that will not be a sustainable progress. So we have to embrace it all and also listen to how they progress in their different roadmaps. And we need to also understand better the small and medium enterprises because they are very, very many. And compared to the large companies, they don't have the expertise that might be necessary. They rely on CROs and consultants, and CROs and consultants have actually a unique role in all this because they have a lot of knowledge about technologies, but also especially consultants have a lot of experience and knowledge about implementing chemical legislation, and also horizontally, not only in one sector. So all this experience and how to sort of discuss with them, they already know a little bit what is possible, what is feasible, what is used perhaps in companies, and what could be tested in the safety assessment. And insights, other insights for the roadmap is, of course, we need to have better confidence in non-animal methods, and a new way perhaps to benchmark relevance. And we have already talked about protection levels earlier today, and that is something that came up in several discussions, that perhaps we need to talk about protection rather than prediction. We need to have something that is good enough to protect us so we can use chemicals in a safe way, but we don't need to predict. Perhaps not, we shouldn't predict first perhaps the outcome of an animal test. We shouldn't predict perhaps necessarily the adverse outcome, but we need to do something that can be protective enough on using non-animal methods, and perhaps just look at key events. We also need to have educational training, of course, and that should be tailor-made depending on the stakeholder group. Not every one of us need to be able to understand the output from genomics results and so on, but we need enough to be able to discuss together, to feel comfortable to discuss together, and invite others into this discussion. Okay, now we have talked a lot about validation, and we have the next session about that. So, okay, we need in some way to make this faster, and I leave that to session 5. And then, of course, we have these citizens. The citizens, yes, they are. Yeah, they were the start of it all, wasn't it? It was the European Citizen Initiative. And besides that, when we are, of course, going to the supermarket, we are also citizens. Else, I don't think that we have any citizen representatives in this room, perhaps. We need also to engage with them because they are a stakeholder, and they perhaps should not only have a little bit of information, but they should be activated. And there is example on this where you have citizens activities on regional basis, perhaps in their own language. And that can change a lot because, of course, the citizens are the consumers, and they can also have a consumer's choice. They can actually make this roadmap progress much faster. And okay, of course, it was said that we need an overarching governance and collaboration model, but that should be agile, and it should sort of dynamically be able to connect the different networks and communities. And of course, the international level. The international level was important for everyone, I mean, in every stakeholder group, because of course, Our own legislation is dependent on international agreements. So we have, for example, the CLP, that is, of course, an implementation of the globally harmonized system. We have our industry want to market their products outside the EU, and we also want to protect the environment globally, don't we? I mean, there's no point to protect a piece of it. We want to protect it all, and also, of course, human health. So, but positively, it was actually heard in more than one of these discussions that the EU is often an initiator of innovation and takes a role as a driver of regulatory change. So that is positive, isn't it? And there is multiple stakeholders that are well placed actually to do this promotion worldwide, and can be scientific and ambassadors internationally, and are willing to do so. We have heard about the 3 baskets in the morning, and if you remember right correctly, we have talked also about transitional initiatives, different activities, because we are already on the road. I mean, there are so many activities today that is working on phasing out animal testing. And these are all the threads that are quite thin in the beginning. They are ongoing. The activities that are ongoing now might be those that are fitting into the first basket, and then we can continue with the roadmap, and we can try to sort of merge them, to get them to communicate, see what is lacking, make them more rich, and so on. And this is what we call transitional initiatives, and that we see as units of change. And they are, of course, everyone that do any sort of activity knows what is the output of this activity. But you need also to think about the outcome. How do you expect the rest of the world to see your output? What will happen out there? And does this outcome possibly impact the final goal of phasing out in animal testing? And we have started to open up this for, you can notify transitional initiative to the GIC, and anyone can do so. And we just check this, it's complete, and a clarity check, and we might write you an email and ask for something. But we will also try to complete this information on transitional initiative by identifying those that are not notified, by using some sort of large language model. So we complete the set of initiative, and we want to publish them. They are not published yet. We will think about doing that in a quite easy way. So they are publicly available. And as we go along, we will have checkpoints, try to coordinate activities, try to inspire the different activities to perhaps contact each other. And the checkpoints, of course, is also related to that we have indicators that we are going to talk about tomorrow. So it's what it looks like. It's a very short survey. You don't need to engage for a long time, like 15 minutes or so, and you can update it whenever you want, and it will be open all during the implementation phase of the roadmap. For the moment, we have 22 initiatives, and I'm not going to list them, but I will give you a flavor. So, for example, you see here we have this project, validation of cell proliferation as a key event in non-genotoxic consanguinity. Quite scientific, interesting, probably very useful. And then we have projects like the EPA Designathon for human systemic toxicity that for sure will benefit from this validation project up there in the corner. And the Designathon is sort of overlapping with the ECHA framework for classification of chemicals for repeat dose toxicity using NAMs. So you see that these projects are already sort of clustering in some way. They can be useful for each other, it can be nice, and you can learn a lot from it and discuss together. And Then, when we have talked about the designathon, it has often been mentioned that this set of chemicals, the 150 chemicals, they have specific chemical structure, well defined. And then everyone is asking, but what are we doing with the rest? I mean, all the UVCBs, the difficult to test methods, and so on. And of course, we cannot have too many unknowns, so that is a next step. But there are, of course, other initiatives working with this, because these are initiatives taken of, from stakeholders that have a particular interest in difficult to test chemicals or UVCBs or metals or whatever. And then, of course, at a certain point, we can learn from each other. So we can build up things together. And then we have the roadmaps within the roadmap. Animal Health Europe has made a sector-specific roadmap for transitioning to non-animal safety testing, and they notified it as a transitional initiative, which is a very relevant, of course, very relevant initiative. And then we have the International Stakeholder Network, the DART roadmap, and that is, of course, of interest. We have the Victor project that you remember from the second workshop of the Commission roadmap. We had a presentation of that on the virtual control groups. And that is, of course, a very interesting initiative as well. And we have 3 initiatives that is about change management. And that is, of course, also something that we have to work with. So you can see, we already have a lot of these different colored threads, even if we don't have so many initiatives yet. But we understand that they can inform each other, that we work better together, and that we need to streamline ongoing activities. And then hopefully the outcome from the different initiatives can lead to an impact that assists very much in phasing out animal testing in chemical safety assessment. And on that, I finish. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Elizabeth. If you can take a seat in our talk show set here. I urge people in the room to come to the microphone, but whilst maybe they find their questions, I'll go to the top voted question on Slido. So I think you can see it on the screen as well. So a key factor for success of the EU roadmap will be the availability of the right people with sufficient time in the right committee. Investment of time will be needed. How will the Commission ensure that work for the roadmap gets sufficient priority?
Is it?
Yeah, it works.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It's just a talk. Okay. So that is a very good question and very important question. I hope we will be able to ensure that we can get sufficient time. But we are many colleagues that need to be involved. But I hope that it will be a priority for the Commission and continue to be so. And for sure, the colleagues you are meeting here from the different DGs will try to to get as much time for this as possible.
Thank you, Elizabeth. There's a question over here in the room.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you very much for the presentation, very useful. You mentioned lack of trust between stakeholders. I really appreciate if you could extend a bit on that, because I have some doubts. I mean, when you mention lack of trust is on the procedures, on the mechanism. We are mentioning during the day validation. Why not funding? So I don't know this lack of trust when it comes from.
Lack of trust is that you are in your own sector, or I mean, I am working, of course, on non-animal methods for many years, so I can feel like I have a lack of trust in someone that is working with animal methods. But of course, if I meet and talk to this person, I learn a lot, and he as well or she as well. So it's more like the barriers that we are setting up in between ourselves that is actually not necessary. And they hold us often back. It's more, perhaps it's more emotional, Or it might be that you want to defend, I don't know, economical interest, for example, and you don't really want to say that by some reason.
Yeah, because in principle, I believe that it's a win-win situation for everybody. But in the previous presentation, I saw that there is misunderstanding in terms of funding, because I'm talking by heart, but I believe that a huge percentage of European institutions responded no. We do not have to participate of contributing with money. But on the other side, companies, almost 40% say yes. So I don't know why this lack of trust is, but maybe it's an emotional concept.
It might be, I don't know, but you can feel it. You can feel like that is expressed often in different groups, that perhaps a certain group does not actually feel completely understood because of something. Perhaps they have a very specific problem. I mean, if you look at chemical industry, they might have a specific problem because they have very difficult chemicals that they have problems to test. I mean, and then it's the lack of trust is just that no one is sort of recognizing this problem.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your question. So I'm just going to go online and then we'll come back to the room in a moment. So the top voted question is, could you elaborate a bit further on what you mean by new ways of benchmarking relevance, brackets, protection rather than prediction?
Okay, so yeah, I tried to reply to elaborate it a little bit before, and it's a lot about that it is very difficult, especially for the systemic toxic effect and so on, to say that you try to predict everything that can happen in the human body, for example. So, I mean, are you going to predict everything with alternative methods? You are going to work a lot. I mean, you can put in new methods. You say, you never thought about this and you never thought about that. So we will get sort of a monster at the end, no, of different methods that we assume can have some sort of relevance. And perhaps we feel afraid that we shouldn't leave out. And we continue to, of course, doing research. We should continue to do research, perhaps not with this aim, though. You could say that we should have something that is good enough, and the protection probably should be what we have today. And that is not because we have the best protection, but it's obviously good enough to what we believe today. If we make it less protective, of course, we don't feel comfortable. And if we make it much more protective, perhaps we don't feel very comfortable either, because we are not sure what we are protecting really. So if we start on this level, learning by doing, we can set up a new system that we feel perhaps that we protect better. But that will take some time before we come there. But it's very important, I think, to think about that things should be sort of good enough. And what we do today, we are not always knowing everything that we are doing either.
Thank you, Elizabeth, and thank you, everyone, for the question. I'll just hand over to the question in the room.
Yeah, Cécile Michel from ANSES. It's a bit about the previous question from the room on the lack of trust. And Elizabeth, you discussed a lot at the beginning of your talk about how to set up the discussion and maybe to have it separated. I was wondering, what is your point of view on this kind of topic, not to have included the regulators, member states in particular, who are their daily job is to apply the regulation. And I mean, we have no conflict of interest. We work for a state to protect all the citizens, industry also, to give them right views of what should be done. My only interest, because I do have an interest, is to go to court as less as possible. So normally my decision should be really scientifically really robust, because when I go to court, which some of you know is quite often, I need to win the case. I think the basis for the society entirely, to have confidence of what we are building is to get involved those that are responsible for them. So I wonder why us, the main players in the field, have not been involved. Thank you.
I think you should be involved, and we need you, and we need to understand. We need to reach over to everyone that is involved in all this. I mean, that has a stake. So I mean, you should be involved, and that is the intention during the roadmap. And hopefully, everyone will be able to feel engaged and can be engaged at some point in some sort of system or network or group. Whatever.
It goes back to, but we will discuss that in session 5. The session 5 will durate the entire night. I hope you don't have anything planned.
Yeah.
Let's discuss that section 5, because then it's all about how the resources can cope with all those groups. And while my first goal in life is to assess the chemicals, so I will not be able, I'm not alone. I am also speaking about all my team, but many groups to fill in. So let's see how we're gonna manage to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Amelie, you've got the highest voted question and you're standing by the mic. Do you want me to come to you?
Yes, is it on?
Yeah.
Sorry, I feel like I'm cheating, but I thought I'm going to try and make it a bit more interactive by me actually standing up. So my name is Amelie Ott from the International Collaboration on Cosmetic Safety. Many thanks for the great presentation. While I was sitting here, and I think what's great is obviously to see that so many stakeholders are already involved, but indeed I think we could hear that the member states and also the academics maybe don't feel sufficiently represented yet. So I thought that I had, while sitting here, was maybe we can increase the academics more actually by making use of existing organizations. Because I liked a lot the image that you had, Elizabeth, of you have a few bullets, and then actually behind these bullets you have many more people standing. And the example that I thought of was that for the chemical strategy for sustainability, I know that CETAC, which is really the environmental organization, I would say, they, for example, had a seat at the table, and then they were consulting with the whole CETAC community, which is actually multipartite, it's not just academics. But I was wondering whether you had any thoughts on using these science organizations that already exist. Maybe it's a bit too late for the development of the roadmap, but maybe for the implementation. Thank you.
Yeah, no, we should, as much as possible, use already existing networks, I assume. Of course, we need the umbrella, the organization that my colleagues talked about earlier today. But then, I mean, you should be able to to go into the existing networks and get to have communication on all levels. And by the way, also, I mean, from the legal side, we will always have the commission. Sectors that are responsible for the different pieces of legislation will be the same. The agencies will have the same responsibilities as today. So you are also having that network of experience and the member states related to that, and those like Caracal and different networks. So those are already there. No, I don't know, please.
I think maybe I think the other thought I had was that we spoke before as well about this link that it's important for, how can we basically, I mean, I'm also speaking, I've worked for a long time in academia, also on method development. And I think really making sure that we have a closer link, I think there's a lot of, there's many ideas in academia to advance the field, but having actually clarity of what's really needed is really important. And I think, again, I'm speaking as I'm an environmental scientist here, I think using existing groups such as CETAC more is really useful. Because, for example, what we saw this year was we had also the roadmap was being presented via EPAA, and you have different interest groups there, and they are eager to learn what could be future scientific challenges. So yeah, maybe it's more of a comment, but
yes, no, thank you, of course. And of course, it's needed also prioritization and discussion, and need to understand why we prioritize new models and what should be encouraged to develop. Yes. Thank you very much.
And Georg has also entered the chat and would like to say something.
Yes, I could say we will discuss that in session 5, but maybe it's maybe it's better already now to support Elisabeth also in answering the questions. Well, I could of course see that CTEC, for instance, as the environmental scientific society could play a role in the whole process, also in the implementation. Then the question is again, where does it fit into the organizational structure? We have, we will come back to that, this regulatory science network. There, I, for instance, see a role of CTEC as providing input. Yes, and maybe also just to say also during the development of the roadmap, I don't think CTEC has participated in the consultations, but at least many of the people here also member of CTEC. We went to CTEC at the CTEC in Vienna. We presented outcome of the EPA project team in the context of the roadmap and also provided information on the roadmap. So there are links. And clearly also, well, the CTEC as a society was due to that involved, as well as many other researchers.
Okay, thank you very much, Georg. Thank you, family, for the question. And thank you, lastly, to Elisabeth. So I'm now going to hand over. For those who didn't get a chance to ask your questions, hopefully you can find Elisabeth at the coffee break. Thank you. And I'll just hand over to Munir now.
Thank you, Gavin. Thank you, Elisabeth and Denis, for this discussion on the stakeholder involvement. It's really an important topic. And now we'll introduce the next session on updates on research. And here, Christian Descent will be presenting updates on research, and he will talk about the Commission actions on research. How could they support or complement the implementation of the roadmap? Let me introduce Christian. He is a scientific and policy officer in DG RTD, and he leads the efforts on advancing NAMs in biomedical research and regulatory testing. He played key roles in European research program. He has an expertise in radiation protection, systems biology, and alternatives to animal testing, and he has a PhD in molecular biology. Christian, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Munir. Okay, I'm from RTD. Most of you would probably consider RTD as a major funder. Funds. And actually, you're partly right. It's look at the numbers. RTD over the last 25 years has funded more than 400 projects for cumulative budget of 1.5 billion euro. And if you see on the right graphs, the average annual budget has increased from FP5 to Horizon 2020. And the interim, let's say, results that we have in Horizon Europe indicates that we are at about the same level of annual funding compared to Horizon 2020. So since FP7, we have been funding really bigger projects to address more complex toxicological endpoints and especially systemic toxicity. And there's been also an increased involvement of regulators. In Surat, which was FP7 projects, regulators had, let's say, a role as advisor. And then they became more involved in Horizon 2020 EU Tox Risk, where they participated in mock submissions and case studies. And finally, now they are partners in Horizon Europe within PARC and also ASPIS. So also the GRC, the ECVAM has been always involved in all these projects to link research and regulatory aspects. But there are also small-scale EU projects, which are typically bottom-up, and which can provide, which are more flexible and which can provide quick answers to some of the societal problems. I take this example here of some EU projects which have developed organoids from different organs to address in the very early phase of SARS-CoV of COVID organoids to test viral replication and to test a strategy to inhibit viral entry or replication in the cells. Now, but the Commission has gone one step further by funding more complex systems, which are organs on chips or microphysiological systems, which are not included, which do not include the organoids, by the way. So since FP7, we have been funding more than 100 projects. It started very late in FP7 with 3 projects, and it increased, it accelerated in Horizon 2020. And now in Horizon Europe, we have already more projects on microphysiological systems. And as you can see here on the right, now in Horizon Europe, more than 50% of NAM projects are actually projects with microphysiological systems. And if you look at the slides on the left, you see that there are more bottom-up projects on microphysiological systems than projects bottom-up, top-down. And these projects are mainly from basic science, like ERC, Marie Curie actions, or the innovation side from the European Innovation Council. But when you look at the budget on the right, you see that actually most of the budget goes to the top-down challenge-based collaborative research projects. Now, I would like to mention a new type of activities which we are trying to develop, which is the European Research Area Action on NAMs, which aims to coordinate and streamline the member states and other stakeholders' actions on NAMs. The focus here is on biomedical research and regulatory testing of medicinal products and medical devices, which actually targets 80% of animal use in Europe. Here, all actors will be involved, not only the Commission, but also the relevant ministries from the member states, regulatory agencies, EMA, research funders, academia, research institutes, infrastructures, pharma, medtech industry, CROs, journal editors, NGOs, citizens, and patients. Basically, this is a holistic approach where all stages of biomedical research are involved, from the basic discovery phase to application, implementation, and regulatory testing of medicinal product and medical device. So we want to see this action as complementary to animal use, just to avoid possible conflicts between, let's say, two communities. So the ERA is structured along 4 working groups. The first working group is on development of NAM and common EU infrastructure. This working group will identify areas where NAMs are most needed and expected to have the highest impact. And at the end of the action, there will be a joint development of a few new NAMs, joined by several industry and member states. The second group, working group, is on validation, acceptance, and implementations, where it will identify criteria for the use of NAMs and also propose priority for the validation and qualification of NAMs in regulatory testing of pharmaceuticals. And at the end of the project, there will be a joint validation of a few NAMs which are intended for acceptance in regulatory testing of pharmaceuticals. The third working group is on education and training. It will map, let's say, all existing training programs, not only in Europe, but in the world. It will assess the quality and the outreach, and based on this exercise, it will propose well, it will develop a new training programs for researchers and regulators. And finally, the fourth working group is on openness and awareness. It will develop common policies to improve openness of research by publishing available NAM protocols and also the results from NAM and animal data, even if the animal data are negative or neutrals. And it will also ensure that there is a similar level of awareness for ethical and funding committees, reviewers, regulators. Finally, it will improve the confidence of regulators in NAMs and also raise awareness in civil society and patients. So what's next for this action? It was endorsed by the Council a few days ago, together with the new ERA actions. But the Council imposed a clause that 50% of member states should participate before an action can start. And we are actually in the phase where member states have to decide on their commitment. And we expect the answer later this month. We have the support from research organizations and universities, and we intend to kick off after the summer. And it is highly likely that the Commission, well, RTD, will support this action with not only with human resource, but funding also. If successful, what will happen next will, at least my vision, is that this is a pilot exercise. If it is successful, I think that there is an opportunity for a very large partnership after Horizon 20 Europe, and also the opportunity to expand the scope beyond medical applications and to bring in international partners. What are other possible future RTD opportunities for NAM? I will talk only about Horizon Europe. There might be upcoming calls for challenge-based collaborative research, but there are also the bottom-up calls, which are open in the European Research Council, the Marie Sklodowska-Curie Actions, and also the European Innovation Council. But for the EIC, on top of the bottom-up, there might also be a top-down calls for NAM. And finally, we are also exploring the possibility to have innovation procurement for validation, session 5, but it's unlikely to be in Horizon 2020. Of course, RTD is not the only place to look at for funding. There are also limited funding opportunities outside, like Environment and Grow have also programs like LIFE and COSME. GRC has also capacity, EPA, EU member states, like for example, joint programs like VALNAM, or single programs like in the Netherlands. European Parliament has a few very small-scale projects. EFSA might have also projects, and finally, there might be the possibility to apply for international partner programs like the complementary of or the validation and qualification network in the US. Now, I would like also to briefly touch upon a workshop that RTD organized in April in Brussels on NAM Future Priority Research Area, which actually might complement nicely what is being developed during this for the roadmap. So it was a kind of closed workshop with only 30 invited experts from academia, industry, regulators, CROs. There was a broad range of expertise in biomedical, environmental, basic and applied research. And there were also 20 staff from the Commission and the agency. So it started with a plenary presentation with an overview of the major projects from FP7 to Horizon Europe, and the presentation of the new projects kicked off in this year. There were a presentation of funding instruments from the ERC, EIC, ADEA, and EHI. The roadmap and the FEA three-basket approach were also presented, and finally there were also updates from the US and Australian program. Then the work was done in the breakout discussions, 3 different breakout groups, and addressing the regulatory testing, toxicology, ecotoxicology, efficacy, equality, biomedical research and therapeutic development, and translating NAMs into practice. It was about standards, data sharing, and regulatory uptake. As engagement tools, there was a structured Slido, polls with an interactive feedback. There were 30 or 40 questions that the people had to answer. And this is just a kind of top priority area for NAM funding according to the Slido poll. For the next 5 years, it was translation biomedical models and regulatory acceptance tools. The biggest challenge for NAM adoption was regulatory acceptance and cross-sector validation. And the best mechanism to accelerate the uptake was the early regulator involvement and public-private partnership. There will be a report or a peer review publication of this workshop. We are working on it, but so this is, I would like just to give you some preliminary suggestion or challenge that came out of this workshop. The first one was that we need to have a balance between low-hanging fruit and long-term innovation. So we need to work in parallel, because if we work only on low-hanging fruit, we might miss, you know, the tools to further explore, let's say, the more complex endpoint. There was a kind of agreement on prioritization on basket tools and areas with high animal usage and or poor predictive validity, including toxicogenomics, for which SOP should be developed, validated models for genotoxicity and endocrine disruptors, probabilistic risk assessment, DART, DNT, systemic and repeated dose toxicity, ecotoxicology, and for diseases, concentrate on cancer, rare disease, neurological and pediatric disorders. In terms of technological innovation, there was systems level, human biology, iPSC, omic, CRISPR, or editing organoids, MPS, which should include immune cells and microbiota, AI, computational models, quantitative in vitro, in vivo extrapolation, digital twins. They were all considered as important, but the applicability must be fit for purpose and validated per use case. There was also mention of integrating human variability and biodiversity to support One Health and environmental NAM development. It was recognized that there were funding gaps in validation and qualification, and by the way, ECPAM lacks dedicated budget for large-scale validation, and there was mentioned that tools like innovation procurement and EMA framework contracts could have late-stage NAM transition to uptake. For benchmarking and validation, there was need for reference compound, standardized protocols, and focus on diversity versus adaptation. They emphasize most cross-sector synergies, but a word of caution, the regulatory testing is not one size fits all, and it includes non-clinical safety, efficacy, quality control, environmental safety, and more, and each requires different validation standards and acceptance criteria, and the challenge to develop NAMs with the clearly defined context of use. Then there was mention of creating a central EU database, including comprehensive standardized metadata, incentivized data sharing in harmonized data formats. And this is the last slide. NAMs for chemicals must be included in the OECD test guidelines to ensure mutual recognition and drive international acceptance. The ERA NAM action that I just presented was seen as a very valuable structure which should be extended beyond 2028. Regulators should be included from project design through implementation, and the dedicated funds should be allocated for this. And Then also for regulator, we should develop harmonized regulatory training and classification guidelines, but also training network for early career scientists. And finally, the challenges of innovative technologies included sensitivity versus utility, because you can have a very sensitive omics which detect change, but there is a lack of clear thresholds for decision making. And throughput versus biological relevance, because systems must balance scalability with the mechanistic richness. And with this slide, I conclude, and I thank you for your attention.
Yeah. Thank you, Christian, for this updates on the Commission research. We'll be having a couple of questions to Christian. And before we go there, I just want to inform you that we are about 150 people here who are present, and we have 300 people online following. So that's good. I will start with the question from the room. Okay, Thomas.
Thank you, Tomasz Sobański, ECHA. Christian, thank you very much for this presentation. Talking about this NAM ERA initiative, this new one, I realize, and hopefully you realize as well, that your first two work packages are more or less or almost identical to some of our high-level actions. Do you see an opportunity that we will develop those calls, or at least the criteria for those two work packages together somehow, to do it in the coherent way?
It's a very good suggestion, Thomas. We will start after the summer, and we will try to invite as many stakeholders as possible and interested parties, because you're right, there might be very convergence between these two actions. But here with this ERA, what we try, we have decided to to focus on medicinal products and nothing to include the industrial chemicals, because this is a kind of test, and where we try to bring member states and the pharma industry together. So we need them to act actually concretely. And at the end, what we want is to have, for example, for validation, we would like to see real commitment to joint validation. But if it works, as I said, I think that we could extend to other sectors.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Christian. Maybe we'll go to one slide of question, and then we'll go to the room questions. We'll take the first one, the most voted, Christian, is that okay for you? So I will just read it. Do you foresee a temporary redirection of funding from research to focus more on getting more new methodologies ready for regulatory use?
Well, there is no real redirection of funding, because this is not how we proceed. Is that you have to understand that we are not, let's say, the policy level is not to reduce animal testing, but it's to push NAM development and NAM acceptance, not only by the regulators, but also by the industry, to increase, European competitiveness. So, in a way, we are pushing for new methods, new methodologies, and but of course we want them to be taken up by the industry and the regulators. So this will be clear in the next, let's say, call for proposals.
Okay, thank you. We'll take a question from the room. Ivan?
Ivan Rusin, Texas A&M University. Thank you for providing numbers. I think numbers speak volumes, and especially if you think about the impact that these numbers are making. Just to give you a little bit of a perspective from the US academic side, I'm an academic researcher, I write grants, and I also listen to a lot of numbers being thrown around. So NIEHS, National Institute of Environmental Health Sciences, has a total research budget that goes out about 300 million per year, but probably less than 10%. Again, I don't know, but I would be surprised if more than 10% of that would be NAMs. So much smaller number overall compared to $1.5 billion into NAMs. On the other hand, NCATS, National Center for Advancement of Translational Sciences, is funding a lot of MPS development, and they have invested, together with some other agencies, in the last 12 years, more than $500 million, so twice the amount that the European Union has put into MPS. Now, on the NIH and IEHS side, it's really basic research. Those are investigator-initiated, do beautiful science. There's no real expectation that something will happen. And CATS, on the other side, funds U grants, which are very managed by the agency, and they can pool the funding, and the expectation is that they actually deliver something. So success to NCATS looks like a lot of startups, and there's maybe 30, 40 different MPS companies that are trying to make products. Can you describe what does success look like for European funder, right? Where's your balance between fundamental research versus the actual product? Very similar to the question that you answered before. Kind of what's, do you redirect funding or just direct funding into something? But how do you know that it accomplishes something?
This is also a tricky question because we always need to look at the impact of our research, and this is extremely difficult because we have in the EU we fund research for 3 to 5 years, and then at the end of the 5 years, we don't know what happens after the project ends, and very often we see success stories occurring, for example, 2, 3, 5 years after the end of the project, which is and this is not easy for us to spot. We have some examples of projects like this, for example, skin sensitization. It was one spin-off company came out after FP6 project, and which developed later a skin sensitization test, for example. But the difference also with the US is that in Europe we build the programs progressively, one block after each other. It's why in terms of budget, we have different figures because in the US usually you put up front a large amount of money for for big programs, and then but in Europe we build it progressively, and as I show in the slides on MPS, we have we have with different instruments. It depends. We have the bottom-up instruments where we allow basic research to develop something, and then we have also systems. For example, in the ERC, it's basic research, but there are also instruments to take the results from these basic research projects into innovation. And so we are now trying to cover the whole spectrum of research and innovation, because the Innovation Research Council is something new where we try to really push the innovation side of research.
Thank you, Christian. Maybe we'll take the first question on Slido that is highly voted. And if you could be concise in the answer, maybe you could be concise in that one. So has the inclusion validation as mandatory component in EU-funded scientific projects, example Horizon Europe, been discussed? Session 5 is not an option as an answer.
Validation can be mandatory. It depends how we design the call. I won't say it more at this stage because the calls are not yet public.
Okay, thank you. So we'll take the question in the room on the left. Please be concise because we are really over time.
Yeah. Hi, Luba Hansel from Radboud University. Do you think you can have regulatory uptake of NAMs without addressing social and institutional barriers? And are you considering having social science insights into this project?
Yeah, the role of social science. Yeah, I think it's in the ERA-NAM actions, there is absolutely room for social scientists to be there, and also we try to include the civil society also, which is important for NAM uptake. It's not only people need to know what are the advantages and limitations of NAMs.
Thank you, Christian. We take the last question in the room.
Thank you very much. So first, a very short question. Did I get you right, because it was very fast, that it's not planned to have in Horizon Europe more fund going into validation? Because what I got from the discussion here is that a lot of funding goes into basic scientific development of NAMs and test methods in general, but we can see that not a lot is reaching regulatory relevance, and there's no big line at the WNT and the OECD, for example. So it feels like it's needed to have more people becoming active in this last step towards the validation. And the question is, if it's not being covered by funding by DGRTD, so what are the options? How do you see it being picked up? And I think you briefly mentioned industry. I don't see it working currently, so any ideas?
Okay, for validation, there is no formal validation budget in Horizon Europe, except that there are some kind of pre-validation in the very big project from the collaborative research. And validation will be also funded through this ERA-NAM action, but by the member states, by industry, and by the Commission. So it will be a joint funding, and we are exploring the innovation procurement tools as a way to specifically validate NAMs, but we are also working on other possibilities, which I cannot really disclose at the time because we are just in discussion, but there might be also other possibility still under Horizon 2020 to specifically fund validation.
Thank you, Christian. Many thanks to Christian for the presentation and discussion on research, on funding and validation. So thank you very much. Now we'll go for a coffee break, and we'll be rejoining at 4. So we'll have only 20 minutes of break. Thank you, Christian. Mm. Mm. Please take your seats. We are about to start. Now we'll move to our next session on the implementation phase, organizational structure, test method development, validation, safe spaces, and sandboxing, best known as the famous session 5. So everybody's, so the session will be chaired by Maurice Whelan. He's, I don't see here, when I read his bios, I didn't see that information, but he was my boss at the GRC. He's, no, seriously, Maurice is the Deputy Director of Health and Food Directorate at the GRC. He's heading the System Toxicology Unit and ECFAM. He has expertise in systems biology and non-animal testing methods. He's member of OECD ECHA Advisory Group and the EPAA Steering Committee, and he's chair of many regulatory advisory boards. Maurice, you will be chairing this session 5.
Thank you very much, Munir. It's great to be here. Thanks for the invitation. And yes, the session we've all been waiting for, apparently. I was asking Munir if we could extend the timing till 9 p.m. this evening, considering the interest, but I think we'll stick to the original agenda. So yes, delighted to be here. My first duty is to introduce the first speaker of the session, Marco Fabbri. Can we have, well, I can bring up the slide. So Marco, who I know from the JRC in the past, is part of the non-animal testing team working on the EU roadmap in DG Grow. Mark is a researcher in Milan, did a lot of economics and biology and toxicology, and now as a key player in the DG Grow team. So Marco, please, over to you.
Okay, thank you, Maurice. So today I will speak about safe space and regulatory sandbox. So just I would like to start to share data with the regulator, discuss and the potential acceptability of those specific methods, and they provide an opportunity for non-binding consultation and exploratory discussion between regulatory without any regulatory consequence. In some cases, those outcomes can be reflected in guidelines that support submitting similar cases with all respect of course, of confidentiality. There are some particular type of safe harbor. Safe harbor is a particular safe space, and this is focused on the aspect of data sharing. So it is an important point of data sharing, the legal protection of applicant and regulator. And also, it's when to mention that is important voluntary submission, and particularly at EMA that they use this term safe harbor to involve this concept of voluntary submission of NAM together with the regular data. Sandbox instead refer to fora where method developer, stakeholder, academia, NGO, a member state expert, industry regulator can all together discuss regulatory need and arrive possibly with a problem formulation and to define a possible solution. This result would be useful to be shared to official communication that that could promote a transition away from animal testing. Again, also this is a small point that regulatory sandbox are also used in the new draft legislation with a possible little bit of confusion is being used with a slightly different meaning. Also, Sandbox has now been used at the Commission in a recently published startup and scale-up strategy. But that's the reason why I want to provide those two definitions here. So this has been already discussed in previous activity of the roadmap in the bilateral discussion that has been presented before by Elizabeth at the Animal-Free Chemical Safety workshop, and is part of the survey of the roadmap that has been presented by my colleague Dennis. And also we have an informal meeting with agency. Okay, so what will be some of the topic that's been discussed? So has been discussed somehow safe space. That when the stakeholders strongly call for dedicated non-punitive forum, and they think they are important for new development or new approach. So stakeholder also indicate there is some current regulatory uncertainty and sometimes too risky and cost to follow non-animal method. And also stakeholder indicate EMA Innovation Task Force as a good example of safe space. Also was mentioned that US EPA safe harbor approach that was cited as a reference, and also the US the EU CCS industry approach was also mentioned as a positive model. I think that Vera will be happy about that. And just to mention briefly that what has been told at the Animal-Free Chemical Safety Assessment Conference, that we have few indication that was important to have clear rules, that also for stakeholder is important to have early non-binding feedback on NAMs. And one point that was also important, that confidential intellectual property protection are important when you discuss those data. Also was indicated that the multi-stakeholder participation is only important, that also in this sandbox, also industry, regulator, NGO, or member state and academia will take part. And this, they mentioned that the benefits will come from the risk innovation, so remove as much as possible the risk about innovation of new method, and will promote mutual understanding and will a useful bridge within science and regulation. And bottom line, stakeholders want those trusted environment to develop, test, and discuss NAM whenever we want to label them. Very briefly, so we still not have the complete answer, but in the second survey for the roadmap, we see clearly that stakeholders think that we need a safe space and regulatory sandbox. Some of the reason why it's important is facilitate informal feedback from a regulator to industry and provide informal discussion. Instead, the sandbox was important because to become familiar with the applicability of guidance, and it's a good chance to have a dialogue between method developer and regulators. So also have to thank you, Gavin, that we tried together to try to map what's going on at the moment on safe space regulatory sandbox. So I want to say that some of the activities that we map are not specific for NAM. And also I want to say that they are not perfectly fit. There are not all the requirements that we mentioned before about safe space. But anyway, we think that these activities are going in that direction, and it's important to mention, maybe can be improved, but anyway, it's important to show that something is already going on. For example, on the safe space safe space of early dialogue. Here we have, we mentioned EMA innovation, we have ECHA help desk, and the general pre-submission advice from EFSA. So the three agencies have some activity on that. Also on the qualification and validation, we have the innovative medicine methods. And for scientific advice, we have EMA scientific guidance and ECHA examination testing proposal. It's Safe Harbor, we have EMA data submission. So as I said, that they use Safe Harbor for as a way to allow industry and submitter to share in a voluntary reason NAM data without to have any specific regulatory implication. We have again this SSIP BP4 NGR dossier, and also we have some regulatory sandbox. We have identification on gaps. Just to provide some example, we have the EPA Partner Forum. We have a co-designed solution. We have the EPA NAM designaton that has been described in the mentioned in a few of the previous workshop on the roadmap. We have standardized for regulatory use sandbox. We have PEPPER, NetVal, we have Parere, and also we have regulatory use case studies like ASPA, OECD, IATA, EPA, NAM user forum. So this is what we think. Some of maybe they're not complete, but to provide some idea what's going on in this direction. After we want a little bit more into detail and try to understand what happened in a different agency. So we see that EFSA, there is a support from early stage in the dossier preparation, and there is also a fast track procedure, and EFSA can provide advice on dossier preparation, comment and frequent shared comment, but this is pointing to guidance. But EFSA cannot engage on a testing strategy on specific, and it's not specific of animal testing. So this is not what we think is completely a complete safe space. So there are some existing engagement mechanism on guidance development that we can see a little bit of sort of regulatory sandbox. And we see the discussion with industry is open forum, but it's limited. And there is a commission evaluation on EFSA that can provide some suggestion. So based on this, we thought is some idea what we can recommend to from the Commission roadmap. So we can think that we can formalize a safe space for confidential strategic dialogue into EFSA, expand the regulatory sandbox approach for NAM, and we, during the implementation, will provide some further feedback, looking at what all this process will develop. At ECHA, there is some support provided by the ECHA help desk, but this is not tailored to NAM or innovative approach. Again, we cannot see the true safe space because also there is some limitation of the amount of on the number of submission and some procedural constraint. So different sandbox activity are ongoing, but lacks maybe some coordination. Also, we would say that activity must align with specific sector legislation and the forthcoming ECHA basic regulation. So we think that all this activity of ECHA must to follow those framework. So here we can think about possible recommendation. We establish a safe space for early strategic dialogue with the NAM, improve the coordination of sandbox activity, and assign to what newly proposed ECHA expert group on animal-free method the role of coordinating the development of safe space, and this can also leading the sandbox effort. Also here, during the implementation phase, we can further feedback on the implementation of those recommendations will be provided. EMA is more, you can see there is more complete on activity. There is the Innovation Task Force, early dialogue on novel scientific regulatory approach. EMA provides scientific advice, is a formal guidance on use of weight of evidence. There are portfolio and technology meeting. There are target discussion for a company with large pipeline. As you mentioned, is Safe Harbor that allow voluntary data submission to build regulatory experience. And this activity is being reviewed as part of EMA's RIA guideline. A formal regulatory sandbox we cannot see inside EMA, and the current tool promote innovation by not fully address the trust and systemic activity of NAM probably. So we assess the need of a clearly defined regulatory sandbox. We suggest to use sandbox to build trust in new methodology and facilitate real-world regulatory learning. Evaluate options for fee flexibility of waiver for scientific advice. And also here, feedback on the implementation of the roadmap will come. Also, again, we remind that the regulatory sandbox are used also in the new draft legislation with a slightly different meaning. So we have also planning to have some transversal initiative, because what we propose so far is referring to scientific to specific agency. So what also will be mentioned, has been mentioned, we propose to install a regulatory scientific network on phasing out animal testing that could serve as a transversal sandbox to explorative solution across different sectors. We see also a role of EPA that could be a facilitator and coordinator of regulatory sandbox activity, work in partnership with PARC, ASPIS, NGO, industry, and others. And we see that possibility to expand the existing format like EPA Partner Forum, NAM Designator, and NAM Users Forum that have been quite successful. Another sandbox is the ECHA sandbox for the submission evaluation novel test method and approach. And this ECHA test submission process will secure environment for scientific evaluation of new test methods. And in this process, there's a possibility to submit a new method and to evaluate the possibility of development, optimization, and validation. We'll have a feedback from ECVAM and also from ECVAM Scientific Advisory Committee. So here there is also a sort of sandbox where it's possible to sharing confidential data and to have a discussion also with other test method developers. So as mentioned, so we have in the end of preparation of the roadmap and we'll follow a implementation phase. And here I want to briefly propose some possible action plan that, still some idea. So the Commission roadmap will provide some recommendation that, as we mentioned, to EMA, EFSA, ECHA, that according to the specific legal framework will develop a regulatory sandbox and safe space. So also the roadmap will provide some recommendation to EMA, ECVAM, and EPA in particular will be involved together to organize sandbox in collaboration with PARC, ASPIS, industry, and member state. And also the Commission roadmap will create a regulatory science network on phasic animal testing, where it's a sort of transversal sandbox. And last but not least, the possible steering group will provide feedback to agency, and APA, all other activity will be a sort of coordinator activity. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Marco. We're going to not take questions now. We're going to have all of plenty of time later at the panel discussion. Okay, so I'd like to introduce our next, is it a double act or single act? It's a double act. Yes, but it's over to Georg and Catherine now, who are going to talk about the organizational structures, how to address regulatory needs, and also aspects around validation, standardization, and qualification. So over to you, Georg.
Thanks, Maurice, for the introduction. Yeah, so we will talk about the organizational structures. Again, we have brought up that already in the morning. And in the morning, we just gave you a little bit an outline what the thoughts are. Now we would like to go a little bit more into the details. So before I do that, let me also repeat something I have said in the morning. So all the proposals here are considerations which we have, but we do not promise that they cannot change. They can change. So these are preliminary considerations. By the way, also for the sandboxes and the what Marco presented, certainly this is all something which still can change. You see here 4 bubbles, 4 different types of organizational structures. Maybe some of you are saying, oh, so many. I'm not sure whether 4 is really such a high number. Also to say clearly at the beginning that we have taken into account that the resources are of course limited. We have tried to link the organizational structures to structures which we already have. You will also see in a second that not everything is completely new. So it looks maybe more than in reality it is. So resources are, of course, quite important in this context. We need to keep that in mind. But what we also need to keep in mind is that, well, there are contradictory requirements which we have. You have heard already from a lot of groups, yes, I would like to be part of the implementation of the roadmap. We are dealing with 15 legislative areas. Just imagine 15 legislative areas, 27 member states, stakeholders in all the different areas. There is really a lot of people which we should involve in the whole journey. It does not work if we put all the people together in one group. Then we have a group with several hundred people. Discussions would be impossible. Also to keep in mind that there are different tasks to do. We heard in the morning, research needs to be covered in the structure, fully correct, but maybe research is a different task than thinking about the regulatory needs or which methods should be validated, etc., which is rather a topic then for regulators to think about and to decide. So there are different needs. That has then made us think that we should rather have different groups, which on the one hand allows a broad participation, but at the other hand is a more efficient structure to really discuss the tasks which we need to discuss in the different areas. So let's start with the big bubble, the roadmap steering team. You have also seen in the survey that many people, 97% I believe it was, are saying we need to have a roadmap steering team in which also member state experts, industry, NGOs can participate. You also see here in the inside smaller, more bright violet bubble. Of course, there need also to be some space for the Commission and the agencies to have their own discussions to make up our mind. I think that is natural. Then let's go to the bubble. No, where is it? On the right side, a regulatory science network on phasing out animal testing. This is a relatively flexible structure where many people can contribute in a flexible way. from member state experts to researchers to agency experts, stakeholders in general. So it's rather a very good exchange platform where new ideas, new research can come in. Agency collaborative structures, we'll come back to that in a second. So there could be some space for expert groups. This is more the regulatory space, the space for the regulators to discuss. Of course, also there's the possibility to have some stakeholders involved. Come to that in a second. Interagency working group on non-animal approaches within the EU agency network. And that is another idea to foster the exchange between the agencies. And now let's go a little bit more into the details. What could be the tasks of the different groups? A roadmap steering team, that is then the team which should provide, which have a little bit the overview of the implementation of the roadmap. It provides directionality, it drives the implementation. I would not expect that in this group are necessarily the people with the expert knowledge, but this is the policy level which drives the whole process. Task could be also to facilitate the outreach to the world outside of the European Union, to promote transitional initiatives. Transitional initiatives were presented by Elisabeth, which is another way to get input from the research area, also from industry, to bring in new ideas. Also organizing high-level communication activities to inform, to communicate to stakeholders. Certainly, there is already a lot of communication out there, so it's maybe, again, rather a coordinating task for this roadmap steering team. And this should be a relatively, let's say, small group, not too big. It needs to be efficient, and it drives the roadmap implementation from the policy side. A regulatory science network on phasing out animal testing. So this is this flexible network, which I was already mentioning on the first slide, which gives a lot of support from the scientific and technical dimension into the roadmap. This is the space where researchers could provide their input, provide their ideas, present their ideas, and then it can be taken up during the roadmap implementation process. It operates as a community of practice to foster collaboration. It certainly goes beyond then research and the science. It should, of course, also involve the regulatory knowledge and help to have the exchange between the research world and the regulators. It supports the transitional initiatives. It takes into account the agency prioritization work. For instance, ECHA has the key areas of regulatory concern at the moment. The European Medicines Agency defines regulatory science research needs. EFSA has something similar with the roadmap for NAMs. So there is already from the agency some input on what is needed, which methods should be developed. Of course, that are ideas which needs to be transported to the research arena. Then agency collaborative structures. Let me maybe say that the agencies are responsible for different pieces of legislation. They are not all the same, these pieces of legislation. They work differently. Also, the agencies have different working structures. So these collaborative structures could also look here different from one agency to the other. We have already also some structures in the agency, so we don't need to reinvent completely something new here. The European Medicines Agency has the 3Rs working group, which fulfills some of the tasks listed here. EFSA has a group. For ECHA, my wish would be to have an animal-free expert group, because I also believe that this would really drive the phasing out of animal testing and the introduction of animal-free methods into regulation in the REACH and CLP and biocides area. So tasks could here be priority setting and development of 3R's action. Then an important point, the identification of the regulatory needs for animal-free tests. This would be a scheme where then it is identified which methods are needed from the regulator's side. It is certainly also a platform for exchange, also not only between member states and Commission, but also for stakeholders, also platform for validation, qualification, standardization activities. The group should, of course, give input on the roadmap implementation. Anyway, between the groups need to be quite good links, quite good communication, a good exchange. It provides, it could also provide non-binding scientific advice on specific regulatory processes. The model here is the PBT expert group or the endocrine disruptor expert group, which ECHA has. So it could be a group which also, for instance, gives under REACH input on compliance check decisions, testing proposals, substance evaluation, or to decisions under CLP. An interagency working group on non-animal approaches. Well, there is already an EU agency network, which in principle, helps to have the exchange between the 3 agencies. Also, this EU agency network already now is discussing about NAMs. The idea would here be to formalize and visualize the ongoing interagency cooperation on NAMs. This is a group which would help to have an even better exchange between the agencies. It could be also a bracket to the other groups where the agencies have the exchange and bring then what they have discussed to the other groups. And of course, it's also a possibility to coordinate the agency involvement within the EU so that they maybe also have some resource savings here and also in international fora. Just briefly going back to the overview, as said, I think it is quite important to have the exchange between the different groups. So this also means that there is reporting from one group to the other. That, for instance, the agencies bring back what they have discussed in their collaborative structures in the expert group to the roadmap steering team, but also that what is discussed in the regulatory science network, that this is brought to the roadmap steering team or to the agency collaborative structures. And with that, I move forward again, and I believe I pass on now to Katrin.
Thanks, Georg. And let's switch gears slightly away from the organizational structures to focus a little bit on the topic of method development, validation, standardization, and qualification. I've put up here on the slide for you as a reminder the commitment that we have given in the reply to the Citizens' Initiative. That we want for the roadmap to outline a path to expand and accelerate development, validation, and implementation of non-animal methods. To be very honest with you, the 2 working groups on human health and environmental safety, I think, have needed the time that we spent so far discussing rather about what we need and what we want, and haven't yet quite advanced to discuss in detail how we get it validated and funded. But that is work that is ongoing and that we will look into in more detail as we move along. But we have some thoughts of how we could go about it. And that is reflected here in this 3-level approach to bringing regulatory needs into test method development. I think we have heard in various sessions this morning that the regulatory needs are not always clearly enough identified, and therefore a lot of research that has happened in the past years was trying to address the needs, but in some cases didn't hit it on the nail because also upfront, the requirements were not clearly spelled out. So we hope that input from the different either already existing or newly formed working groups could help identify the regulatory needs for the different legislative and topical areas. That input should then be consolidated across the different legislative areas and could lead to a report summarizing all key areas of regulatory challenges or needs across the EU and across all the legislations, following perhaps the model that ECHA has established in their EU CARC report. And lastly, at the third level, then there needs to be some prioritization and some decision on which approaches to fund first or in which order to take them forward. And in that policy level decision making, we would certainly want to have relevant member state authorities closely involved. And one possible forum where that could happen is, for example, the One Substance, One Assessment group. So you see that in this approach, we have a role for the agency collaborative structures that Georg just talked about. Also for the science network that could advise on the methods that are ready to be further validated or tested for regulatory use. And as well, the interagency working group, of course, could help in this process of prioritizing methods for development and validation. Moving on a little bit to three pillars that we have discussed around in the inter-service group, so among the Commission services and agency colleagues. For the identification of regulatory needs, I already mentioned the cross-sector expert input that we would very much like to solicit. That should then lead to the EU CARC document. And the established process of ECWAM colleagues assessing method regulatory readiness will be featuring in this process, and we are very glad that they can help with that. For the overall framework that is proposed from the human safety and environmental working groups, we hope to establish a validation and qualification framework that can try to standardize the evaluation of the NAM methods. Moving on to some thoughts how we could accelerate validation. There certainly is some room for better alignment with or between member states for method validation at the OECD. The process is a process that has proven useful, and that is not questioned. But the process of what is moving forward seems to be sometimes mostly informed by who has resources to support something at a certain point in time, rather than on the basis of an aligned prioritization upfront. So that's an area where we could at least try to do better. Besides validation at OECD test guideline level, we would also like to explore situations where context of use qualification might suffice, and we will look into that in more detail in the next slides. Then we want to do better at prioritization of methods needed at policy level, and increase the support of and the funding for the EU NetWell labs. We have a huge network of validation laboratories across the EU. That network is established under the Directive 2010/63, and they are not overworked. So they could in fact do more work if more methods and more funding were sent to them. And in order to get that work done, we would also like to explore more the model of public-private partnerships like the PEPPER platform is using right now. In terms of funding, Christian has already touched on some options, and we are still busy with the option analysis as we speak. But what we have started to look into is, of course, to see whether some more redirection of means is possible under Horizon Europe. We would certainly like to continue and, where possible, intensify the member state funding of network labs. And we know that there are currently some administrative hurdles to doing that. So these low-hanging fruits we would like to address rather quickly. And then there are some newer ideas that are marked with a question mark here on the slide, which we are starting to explore now and which have not yet been fully utilized to date. That is, for example, funding from the EU Innovation Council, funding perhaps via the chemicals industry package that is promised under the current Commission mandate. We will also look into EU Life again, whether some aspects could find a home there. And of course, we would like to see whether more industry partnerships are possible to fund the validation of necessary methods. Now, there are some examples here to try and elucidate the question that many of you have asked during the day. What is validation? What is qualification? Why do we need both? And where would one of the two be sufficient? On the left side, you see a schematic description of the validation of methods according to the OECD test guideline process, where validation studies happen based on the principles in the OECD Guidance 34, which, as you know, is under revision right now to make it more fit for modern requirements. And then methods that have gone through that process, they are internationally agreed for their regulatory necessity, for their readiness, and for providing data that are fit for mutual acceptance of data. So this is maybe the highest standard and is unfortunately a long and complex process until all the partners involved there have agreed to such a guideline. You see underneath that the validation process, as also the qualification process, does require a detailed test method definition or description, demonstration of relevance, demonstration of within lab reproducibility, and for the OECD validation also between lab reproducibility. So ring testing is an important element, and that has often cost a lot of time and effort. Now, EFSA has recently put forward a proposal for a qualification system for NAMs, for nanoparticles risk assessment in the food and feed chain. And that was coined as a, let's say, opportunity because there was a lack of methods in the first place. So it seemed opportune to try and make the leap to see how NAMs could be used and how they could be qualified faster than following the process on the left side. And the proposal there is that the methods would be approved following an expert opinion-based process that is using predefined criteria, and that then gives a readiness stamp for a specific context of use. And that would here specific be to the use of NAMs for nanoparticles. The only aspect that is missing in this process is the between lab reproducibility. So the methods should be of equal standard, but the final product, of course, is a different one. It is not an internationally agreed protocol, but one that is fit for that specific context of use. But it might be very much sufficient for that use. And another example provided by the European Medicines Agency about qualification is explaining here how the EMA has an established procedure for the qualification of 3Rs methods. This process they have is, of course, specific for pharmaceutical development, and it's also based on the context of use. And then the assessment of the EMA leads to two possible outcomes, either a qualification advice to the company or a qualification opinion that is then made public. The Innovation Task Force of EMA is the feeder for the qualification of novel methodologies and allows for the early identification of promising methods. So this slide again contrasts qualification to with validation, which we have already explained in the previous slide. So let's not go into detail there again. But what EMA highlighted that for this pharma-specific use of a certain non-animal method, the qualification in a specific context of use scenario might be clearly less burdensome for developers and might be sufficient for that context of use and therefore faster to allow use in regulatory situations. So based on these two examples, we would like to explore if there are other areas where qualification could play a role, whether as a stepping stone or as a final procedure. And next, I would also like to mention another activity that is ongoing currently at this moment, and that is the development of an EU test method development and validation strategy. A project started under the initiative of the Netherlands, Germany, and ECHA, which is trying to identify relevant methods that are necessary and which are not necessarily all animal-free. But we would very much like to align our work under the roadmap with that strategy, because in the end, all the obstacles to the validation and to getting methods into regulatory use are, of course, the same obstacles and the same difficulties for a in vivo method that might be considered missing today as much as for non-animal methods. So we would like to very much work in alignment. And through the collaboration, hope to more quickly arrive at suitable methods that are fit for regulatory use for all areas of chemical safety assessment. And of course, where possible, they should be animal-free. And with that, I think the slides are done, and we're looking forward to your questions.
Thanks so much. So I'd like to invite the panelists up, please. You know who you are, I hope. So we've got 4 distinguished panelists. Here they are. Matthias Hetzler, where is he? There he is, yes. Get off your phone. Matthias Hetzler, who's scientific director and head of unit at the German BFR. We have Mia Heikkinen, senior officer at the Finnish Safety and Chemicals Agency. We have Julia Pochat, who's political advisor on EU chemical strategy at Eurogroup for Animals. And then we have Kirsty Reid, who's joining us from FPA, the European Federation of Pharmaceutical Industries and Associations. And joining our panelists also are Catherine, Georg, and Marco, who are speaking in the session. So we've got sort of more or less 4 topics to cover in this discussion session. One is on the safe spaces and sandboxes. One is on the organizational structures. There was another topic then on bringing regulatory needs into the development and validation, etc. And then we have a topic on validation, qualification, standardization. So we'd like to spend roughly equal time on those 4 topics, which means around 20 minutes each. What I plan to do is just sequence through those topics, and I'll ask the panelists for their opinions or on those topics, what their own observations or suggestions, very open. And then I'll go to the audience in the room and online as well. Okay, so that's the sort of format. So therefore, let's try to stick to the topics to make it efficient. But there probably are questions that are clarification questions too, and we can address those to Georg and Marco and Catherine as well if things weren't clear. I'm noticing that we already have 4 people there, and there are 2 there as well. But would you mind if we say, look, I'd like to deal with the safe spaces and sandboxes topic first. So if you don't have a question or a comment about that topic, would you mind sitting down and getting back up when we talk with your thing, okay?
If you promise that I get the chance this time to speak.
Absolutely.
Okay.
There's a lot of trust in this room. You have to trust me, but no, don't worry. It'll just, otherwise we'll be all crossing over different topics because there's a lot. Munir said this is the most popular session because the title of the session is the longest, and that's most components in it. So, so yeah, let's kick off. We might as well start off if you're already standing there. So please, yes, Birgit, what's your question?
Yes, also I have a question related to the regulatory sandbox, and then more specifically related to the aerial ECFAM process that is currently already in place, because you indicated that you can there indeed submit a method and then have some opinions. I was just wondering, did you also consider how to maybe better align this with the process as OECD level? Because in the end, if you have a method, what you want is that it's internationally accepted. So if you first go at the EU level, have there the whole process, and then, okay, in the end, maybe you're lucky, you had a positive opinion, but then you go to the OECD level, and there, not everybody sees regulatory relevance, then all the first work might be, might not have been relevant. So I don't know if you also wonder to work on this, how to better align this?
Yeah, good question. I mean, it's there as presented as a sandbox because it's a confidential process, and submitters are often submitting data which is not in the public domain, so we're careful about what we share with. In terms of, I mean, I think this is going to come up in the topic where we're going to be discussing regulatory needs and the process of prioritization. Our process reflects what's in the provision under Directive 2010/63, that we evaluate methods that are submitted to us for consideration, for validation. And that's when we consult per ERA as well, as you well know, because you've been a member. But again, the provision within Directive 2010/63 is that member states will provide advice to the Commission on methods that have been proposed for validation. So often we're in a reactive mode. So we can't prioritize projects ourselves, which we think are important. For example, we've just launched 2 projects at OECD, and a project covering the validation and eventual test guideline development for protein binding and in vitro clearance, because we think that's very important for future regulatory information requirements. So I think indeed we do need to align at multiple levels, and I think that I think we're going to discuss that now when we talk about the concept of regulatory needs and priorities. What are they? Who decides those? How do we decide together not only what they are, but like Catherine said, how then do we execute a plan? If prioritization is about the prioritization of developing a test guideline to address a certain information requirement that we would like in the future, how do we align all those ducks so that we get the methods we need? And so I think there is absolutely a need for better coherence, more alignment. But I think we're going to discuss that in the bigger discussion of prioritization. Nick, sorry, over Marco. After, okay, don't worry, you got it. Nick, yeah, go.
Super. Yeah, hi, Nick Ball from Dow. I put a question in the chat, but I thought I should probably just ask it because I am here and be brave, so I am. How safe will these safe spaces sandboxes be? And also, how will we balance that with the need for trust and transparency? I could foresee the situation, this is purely hypothetical, just so we're clear, where you generate data that demonstrate a substance has quite concerning properties. For example, we've got lots of tools designed to screen for the mechanisms of non-genotoxic carcinogenicity, endocrine, and so on. So we throw all our chemical babies in there and we start generating data, we provide that, and then suddenly there's a concern. And of course, I think that's one of the challenges that we have in terms of the trustworthiness of the safe spaces, because what we want is to work through this all and come out with the right answer, but not get yanked out too quickly. So I'm just trying to understand how we see these things working in a practical perspective. Interested for the panelists' thoughts on this.
Anybody like to take that? Matthias, I mean, you worked in pesticides, and
you might notice I have several hats that I could put on. Now I put on my regulatory hat.
And if you have a chemical that you consider problematic, obviously you should do something about it. I don't see a problem with this. And actually, of course, if you have NUMs that show that this chemical is a problem, you should act upon it. And we can happily support you if those NUMs are reliable. But if we ourselves would think those NUMs are not reliable, then obviously the conclusions from those NUMs would also not be reliable. So I don't see a big conflict in that regard. But of course, it was mentioned, and the problem for us with these safe spaces is where is the time and the resources that we can do this outside our regulatory routines. And within the regulatory timetables, it's often not possible. There's just not enough time by the legal deadlines. You know?
Kirsty, I mean, from a pharma perspective, I mean, a very well-developed system there for scientific advice, etc.
Yeah, so from the pharma side, as was brought up in the presentation earlier, they already offer us, the EMA, quite a few opportunities for safe spaces. However, we still identified that there are some concerns coming through the companies in moving forward, because there's hesitancy that by providing certain information or further data on different methods or bringing new methodologies forward would also then lead to considerations further in their applications of certain market authorizations, or possibly lead to further animal testing, because now that they've been they're not considering the other methods that have been put forward, and that then of course leads to delays in medicines coming through. But definitely the safe spaces that are on offer to the pharma industry work quite well. But I do think that there's also a different approach. It's very different to general chemicals per se. And that's why we have these opportunities. But that's also where the difference is in the qualification aspects, really, because that's more, I would say, companies bringing forward a proposal rather than the regulations providing and saying, okay, this is where we need and have identified certain validation opportunities. Here, it's really companies have identified a methodology that they've used in the production of their medicines, and then they bring that forward from that case. And that's why I think you see this difference between top-down and bottom-up approaches and possibilities, and not conflicts, but because of the different approaches between types of chemicals.
I mean, we should make a clear distinction, shouldn't we, between the safe space where you're discussing a method or methodology in general terms, and a company who's making an application for market approval on that particular ingredient and being able to discuss a potential strategy to avoid an animal test where they don't think it makes scientific sense but needs to have a consultation. They're very different scenarios, aren't they? And the qualification process is about the method. It's agnostic to then ultimately the use of that within a dossier. So you know, we'd say the ECFAM process for submission, so on, has safe aspects in terms of confidentiality, but there we're looking at just methods. We're not looking at any sort of regulatory approval or etc.
If I could just add to that, because I was also writing down when I was thinking about what is the process to make it beyond just a company. So I was thinking of how the company takes it to the innovation task force. They have the scientific advice process, and then the qualification comes through that. Now, how do we then move that out of just company specific to, okay, qualification makes it more maybe European focus, but then within pharma, we have the opportunity to then take it as options under the ICH discussions. So we take it more globally. And just for information, because a lot of people don't see how the ICH process works or who's engaged in it. It involves the industry, it involves the European Commission, our founding members, and it involves other global regions, as well as the EMA and other agencies across the world.
Good. Take a question.
Yes, I'm back because lack of trust was mentioned one more time. And the question before was, where is the lack of trust? And I want to give an example and combine it with a question. I think the amendment of the General Food Law, which introduced the requirement to notify the authorities in advance what tests is started and going to be used for regulatory purposes, is a step in the right direction. And I believe to remember that EMA has something similar. And my question is, because NAMs are scientifically beautiful, but quick and inexpensive, what precautions are you going to take to avoid that the users of NAMs are testing as much as possible until they find a negative result, which again resonates the remark of our colleague from Texas A&M.
Yeah. Anybody want to take that?
I can start. Okay. I always got to start. I'm not sure I fully get this scenario that you painted, because we are, of course, we don't just accept anything because it's a NAM. The plan is to develop solid frameworks, solid workflows, solid methods. And if these methods are believed to tell you reliably that there is a negative, I don't see a problem to accept that. I'm not sure where.
Should I clarify?
And if you just one sentence. Of course, we cannot tell if people perform tests and never submit them. This is actually the same as we have the situation that we have today. It's kind of illegal because you're meant to present all the data that you have. I'm not saying anybody does it, but if they would, we could not. I mean, it's like not making your tax declaration correctly. You know, maybe it's known or not, but if you're hiding positive results, that's obviously not within the legal framework.
But what the amendment of the General Food Law does is preventing just this. And it's actually what I
apologize, I'm not familiar with that particular.
Yeah, so you have to notify before you start a test, and you can only submit tests which have been notified before. Okay. So this avoids that you do the same test like 10 times and then you take the negative one.
Well, it's a very valid point.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the truth of it. And we have the transparency regulate. I mean, Sophia can make a comment if she would like from the Food Safety Authority perspective. But you know, that we have to, and then of course, how do you address that? Well, often you address it that you need to ensure that the studies are run under GLP, which even wasn't enough to some extent, you know, and then you would notify the study, etc. So they're all things that have been put in place to, you know, try to ensure the integrity of the process. But of course, it adds a burden. Now it means high degrees of standardization, high degrees of quality assurance, you know, anticipate reporting. So this idea of, like you said, beautiful, scientific, agile, flexible ASPA strategy where you can plug in and plug out, you know, how does that stand up then to rigor? So I think that's a very, very valid point, that we always, I suppose, look at the scientific validity of these things, but we need to look at their fitness in terms of ensuring an effective and efficient regulatory scheme. But Sophia, would you like to it's just because Sophia's from EFSA, so...
Yes, just to react on that. To confirm that it's true that the applicant needs to inform on the methods that it's going to perform and to submit the data available. I think it would be very difficult to come to a decision based on one test only that would be negative. Already nowadays, even if it's not only NAMs that we have, all the decisions are made in a weight of evidence. And whenever we have NAMs that it's still not validated, we do an assessment for the reliability and the relevance and to see if we can trust the results of this method and within a weight of evidence. And I think this will still continue. So it would be very difficult to take a decision based on one negative assessment, and I think it would be very difficult in a weight of evidence that all the methods came up wrongly negative. But yeah, that is my...
I think also the question, thank you for asking again, points out that when we were talking about one size doesn't fit all, we're often again thinking of scientific technical fitness for purpose, but different sectors have different sensitivities from you know, if we're talking about pesticide assessment versus a novel food ingredient versus a cosmetic ingredient versus a pharmaceutical, societal attitudes are very different in those sectors. So it may well be that scientifically something is actually fit for multiple technical purposes, but will not be considered acceptable in certain contexts. And though it's another societal, socio-technical aspect that we need to be mindful of, you know. I mean, yeah, anyway. Next question, sir, please. And then we...
Larry Higgins at Penman Consulting. And so my question is really a question and a comment. My interest primarily is in REACH. And there was a recommendation that perhaps ECHA should engage in safe space area for the one to allow people to have those little bits of discussions, which are currently not possible with ECHA. You get a decision, draft decision, you respond, you get a decision. There's nowhere to have a bit of a chat that would sort out a lot of the, at least the ones that I've been involved in, issues prior to decisions and then leading to appeals. And I think it would probably save ECHA probably a lot of time in the long run if they could have those debates to solve these issues before we get into the whole legal process purely on, you know, some of the information requirements. They're just not feasible, and we talked about UVCBs earlier on, so it's just something maybe will be worth doing. And I don't know if now that it's a recommendation, is that something that will be implemented?
I think the first step is to talk about it, which is good. Half the solution is knowing the problem. But Thomas is standing behind you. I don't know if you want to say a couple of... but just to repeat what Georg said as a kind of disclaimer on Marco, you know, to have a decent discussion, we have to be somewhat provocative and say, here, what about this? And so it doesn't, there's no commitment from anybody to implement anything, but at least it means, okay, is it conceptually very appealing, but legally it can't? I mean, I know in the food law, it really is very restrictive. Or is it a procedural thing? Is it resources? Thomas, do you want to say a couple of words? Yeah. Do you want to respond to that? I mean, you don't have to. I mean, you're not going to put you on the spot. But the issue is there scope for more safe space-like opportunities under ECHA's implementation of REACH?
Okay, that was not my primary objective to stay here, but I had my own question, but fine. I think to some extent we've been offering this opportunity before at the beginning of REACH implementation, and but we didn't have the best experience with it, because at the end we realized that everything is about delaying certain things, not necessarily solving them. And then on the top of that, there was this pressure to do more compliance checks. There was a huge pressure on the numbers and be more efficient. And then, of course, you have to balance between efficiency and how much you are open for those discussions. However, with you guys, we had quite a lot of discussions during the testing proposal evaluation, so you cannot really complain about the lack of...
Not all of them, but there have certainly been a few recently. A short discussion would have definitely made a big difference.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but I mean, but thank you both. I mean, we'll move on, but like the subtleties in there, but like you mentioned, the testing proposal value. I mean, there has been some discussion about maybe that being expanded somewhat to a bit more of a equally too. You know, we can't have our agencies offering free scientific consulting to lazy companies who don't want to. You know what I mean? To be brag. So, you know, it's taxpayers' money as well. Sorry, Larry,
no, they are not lazy. They are not lazy.
But interestingly, you know, linked to we were talking to Hans earlier too, the importance of consultants and consultancies, as Elizabeth had in her slide, in this as well, because it's often the consultants like yourself who are actually engaging with the agencies on behalf of many companies. It's not the companies per se. So, you know, who's operating in this safe space, I think we need to understand as well, because often we could use consultancies and consultants as a recognized knowledge source, you know what I mean, of engagement, because maybe it's more efficient for agency to deal with one consultant who's then dealing with 40 SMEs, you know. So now we'll give you a chance to ask your question, Thomas.
Yeah, and just to give you as well perspective on that, I think only on REACH we have over 40,000 registrants. Let's assume that only 1% of those would feel the need to use the safe harbor, what it would mean for us in terms of resources, in terms of operational capacity. And my question was, because I think we would love to offer this opportunity. The problem is how to resource that. And my question is, do you have any considerations how we could resource this and how you could see the mechanism, especially in the REACH context, when we are talking about high volumes? Thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you for being so patient, Cecile. Please, you're
no,
up.
that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering if, so is the question, should we decide between safe box and safe space and sandboxes? I was, I still didn't go through all the material to read all the presentations, so maybe the answer is within the slides you showed, but I wonder if at the end of the day it's not a question of responsibility, and I think it's not an hazard if this is EMA that has been developing those exchanges with industry, because at the end of the day, if you develop a drug and you do it wrong, the chance that you find it rather rapidly is high, while it's decreasing for a pesticide, and for a rich chemical it's much lower. So my point would be, maybe we should more elaborate on the methods that will be developed by EMA with industry, and that we transfer, rather than taking this model, safe space, whatever discussion, because as mentioned by Thomas, honestly, I don't see how it's going to work for chemicals on the REACH, and even for well, I don't know much about pesticides, but on biocides, for example, we already see that it's not working efficiently. So but probably the panels can say if how they see that their own model could fit with something completely different when we are a regulation of registration and not of authorization.
Yeah. Does anybody want to have a final comment on that before we move on, or is it one of those, I think we kind of appreciating the issue, but we need really to reflect now carefully on Georg and then Kirsten.
Yeah, and as you said before, we have put the question here also to be a little bit provocative, and it is of course a preliminary proposal. It's recognized that under REACH, safe spaces are quite challenging due to the number of substances and number of registrants. There are differences between the different regulatory areas, but this is of course fully recognized.
Yeah, Kirsty?
I was going to be provocative. For the scientific advice, the EMA charges our companies a very high fee. So if that's what the companies are asking for under REACH, and they want a safe space opportunity, then maybe you can offer it at a fee. But that's just me being provocative.
I will not respond on the fee. Actually, I had the question since a while, and I wonder, because we were talking now, and we are talking about efficiency. When it's money, it's about also efficiency. And I was wondering, I mean, I heard a lot when it came to regulatory needs, when it's about accelerating the validation. All of you talked about methods. Did we not forget somewhere? Because I thought to remember years ago, we were thinking, well, actually, we should not go method by methods. If we want to be efficient, it's more about approaches. It's about integrating testing strategy. It's about defined approaches. I don't want to start to go about definition of all these things, but when I was listening, I was thinking maybe we give also the wrong message if we say it's about method validation. And that's somewhere linked also to the previous question. I mean, if we ask for advice, do you really want to have a request for every single methods and testing requirements, or would you appreciate more package where you will have more learnings on integrated testing strategy to come to a certain conclusion?
Well, listen, thank you so much for asking that question, because it's a nice convenient segue into another topic, which is we heard a lot about regulatory needs, and we heard a lot about prioritization. We need to prioritize, and everybody in the room would agree. But what does that mean? You know, your point is very well made. Is like we conventionally have talked about methods, probably because back in the day when we validated the first generation of methods, it was almost a one-to-one, eye irritation, skin irritation, etc. So it was a method-centered solution. But now we're in a whole different ballgame. So in that broader sense, can I ask the panel, this magic process of prioritization, how does it happen? Whose responsibility is it? We talk, and what does regulatory needs? I'm struggling. I mean, I have lots of regulatory friends who come along and say, listen, Mars, what I need is a lot of NAMs, but I need to inform on mechanistic modalities for ED assessments because it'll help me reduce the uncertainty in my assessment. But it will not reduce or replace an animal test. So it's addressing a regulatory need, but there's nothing to do with animal testing. It's got to do with just making better decisions. I would suspect too, Kirsty, most of the non-animal data used in dossiers is not reducing or replacing animals. It's enhancing, the quality of the scientific data in that assessment. So, regulatory needs. What are we meaning by that? Like we need to reduce our reliance on animal testing, but expressing that as a need isn't helping me. And and prioritization. Well, where is that coming from? Whoever.
I'm holding this,
yeah.
And I don't want to monopolize the conversation, but I just wanted to go into the aspect of the prioritization, because some of you, when you were listening to Christian earlier, you would have heard him talking about baskets, and he wasn't talking about the Commission's 3 baskets. He was referring to baskets that FPA has put forward where we're looking at prioritization. So I've decided now that the Commission's referring to them as baskets. We're going to make them glasses of wine. So we'll have our red rosé and our white wine, and then when we have the celebration of a NAM, we can have champagne. But anyway, what we've been doing there is we've been looking at the different endpoints of types of test methodologies, and what we've put into the basket 1 are really those methodologies we feel are at the regulatory phase nearly to actually either be removed, replaced, identified as redundant. And then the basket number 2 are those which we're sort of on that path, we're nearly there, but there's some form of possible public-private partnerships or further studies of opportunities to move forward, to move them across into the next basket. And then our 3rd basket are it's a list of endpoints that we've identified where we feel that they still require animal testing and we haven't developed further. But it's also about not forgetting about them. And at the same time, we're looking at how we can refine and reduce the numbers there while we identify opportunities to move. So that's how the pharma industry has been moving forward in looking at how to prioritize.
Yeah, and I'd encourage people to read the papers that are being published on that, because it not only does it reflect like a practical methodology for doing it, but the fact that industry came together and speaking to many of you, a lot of your members had to be convinced to participate in this process. And I remember talking to Kirsten, wasn't it? She was saying that, one of the best aspects of those 3 basket approach was having the 3rd basket, because it allowed for people to say, it's impossible, no way, I can never, not my life. You say, fine, put it in the 3rd basket, but let's talk about the other 2 as well. So I like it as a process. But Mia, tell us about the Nordic Council and all the things you're doing.
Yes, thank you. So I coordinate a Nordic Chemicals program, which is a continuation of a previous year's sort of funding collaboration between experts. And this is really like a grassroots level funding. The program consists by Nordic chemical authorities, and funding goes through to projects that sort of stems from, for example, regulatory needs. And when looking back what Nordic collaboration has funded in previous years, we can really see this tailored training and capacity building being brought up time and time again. Earliest what I could find when looking through past projects was a QSAR database project from 2015. And now, 10 years later, we are still talking about these tools. Latest example of these sort of regulatory needs was from last year when we organized Nordic NAM training, which was also mentioned here earlier by Georg, and we were lucky enough to have you participate as well, where we had first more of streaming and then hands-on training. And this hands-on training was really highly praised, very much needed, and only scratching the surface. So I think moving forward with NAMs, we need more tailored training, capacity building within regulation. So that's one.
Yeah, and we were talking just before, and one thing that I really found fascinating about that training, which is Elizabeth touched a bit on this First of all, it has to be tailored, it's not just death by PowerPoint and all the NAMs to technology, but really, because we supported that. But one thing that was really lovely that came out quite quickly was that turning the training into a sort of creative process too, because that once the assessors began to get familiar with the nature of the data, they enabled them, empowered them to begin to think outside the box, if you want to say, oh, right, you could use this, or I could use that. So the training wasn't just, that old classic model. It was participatory. You got to the point where then you could begin to have a discussion. I think that those kind of innovative engagements that you're designing. Yeah, would you like?
Indeed, and I think the success comes from that, the training comes from the expert needs. The experts say that, okay, there's this new ECHA tool, we need hands-on training on this, for example. And since we have experts from different legislative areas, you can also address that different legislative needs. Different training for plant protection products, different for REACH chemicals.
But maybe we can work on the communication in terms of training. It's sometimes it's so kind of not helpful when it's the poor regulators who don't know very much about all this modern science. I mean, it's so crazy. I mean, the regulators are one of the best scientists around that I know. So having the training pitched as a sort of collaborative, discoveries type process rather than some sort of catch-up process. But Julie,
I'm not an expert in this area. There's a reason why I do the work I do, and I'm the one speaking more with the policymakers and running over to council and parliament. So it's a different focus, but I think what I'm seeing in all the questions we had this far and what I'm hearing right now is, especially when we're talking about industrial chemicals, I'm not going to refer to pharma right now, but we are kind of devising a new system, right? We're talking about what do we have now, and it seems like we forget that these are still the initial steps, because if we look back 1 year before, we had probably half the capacity of this room, and it was full. And we had different kinds of discussions, and now we are advancing so much that it's understandable that after 1 year, we're going to have a lot more questions and a lot more debates and a lot more disagreement. But I think it's all part of the process. So maybe just a point not to be discouraged, but actually be animated by these opportunities. And if we're saying a training should be the opportunity not to go from A to B, but it's an interactive process, everybody should be getting up and asking all these questions. The idea is we just note them down and we find a way to prioritize which ones we want to address first and second. But it is an iterative process because we're not talking about a simple change. We're addressing the existing regulatory framework we have and how to improve our system, and not only based on ethical considerations, but we are talking about how to advance along with the scientific and technological advancements that we do have nowadays. So it is understandable that when we talk about a training, it will be a back and forth. And if we have all these questions for validation, it will be consistently going back to what is prioritization? Are we doing it the correct way? Have we analyzed our new needs? Are our experts addressing new priorities that we maybe need to consider? So either in the organizational structure or any conversation we need to have, there will have to be the space for these loops of going back and addressing different needs. So
yeah. And the truth of the matter is we have new technologies and new in vitro methods. We don't necessarily have new approaches, as the point was. So, you might be able to train on the technology and the techniques, but you might be able to give training on a new approach if it doesn't exist, that the very people that you want engaged in conceiving the new approach need to be involved. Knut, you had a good comment earlier about stop getting obsessed about validation because we don't even know what to validate. But it was a really very relevant point. Do you want to expand on that?
Actually, I would like to stick to the discussion right now about regulatory needs, because I would like to point to the fact that we have actually been doing this in the EU, also very recently, based on expert groups working many years ago that defined a need for new thyroid endpoints, thyroid disruption endpoints. This was turned into a highly specific call, big money in the EU Orion project that was terminated last year, I think. So we actually have a perfect case study to monitor here, because the call was very specific, and let's see what comes out of it. It was not a call for thyroid science. It was a call for methods for measuring thyroid disruption. Super specific, directly born from a regulatory need. And I can already say that I'm pretty sure that a precise regulatory need and a very narrow definition of what the scientists should do, it's not enough. We didn't get that much out of it, or we won't get that much new methods out of it. We touched very much upon that in the Amsterdam workshops, and I hope something in writing will come out of that, because we can define regulatory needs.
Yeah, can I maybe say something about that? Thanks. I think that's a very good example of a regulatory need indeed. Methods were developed. Maybe the next step now is to think about an approach, so that the regulators need to think, what do we really need of all the various methods which have been developed? Which of the endpoints of these methods can be bound together so that we get meaningful knowledge about thyroid disruption? So that would be the next need of regulators to address that, and that is what I can see is is in the end. That's in the end all about the regulatory needs. That is what we need to define. And if we think about we want to go animal-free, then it's also clear that we will not be able to address the same endpoints as we do that now. We will not be able to do it exactly in the same way. We need to do it differently. And also there, of course, the regulators should then give input what they would like to see from the NAMs, what a NAM should address in the end.
Yeah, and I think that's why the CARC done by ECHA, but also the regulatory science needs, is that what or that was called, an excellent, I don't know if you've seen it, but a report from EMA. And you know, you need, the devil is in the detail. So formulating those needs properly, you know, it does help guide, because sometimes it's too generic, you know, oh, we're worried about endocrine disruptors. So everybody doing a research project with endocrine disruptors is regulatory relevant. Well, I don't know. I've seen an awful lot of stuff that, so, you know, we have to be equally too, if somebody says, well, I have a need to enhance my pesticide active ingredient assessment, you know, with respect to mechanistic data in the current assessment framework, that's, you'll work on different methods than if somebody says, I want to introduce a new information requirement under Annex 7 in REACH for ED properties that will, you know, then the whole scenario is very different. And the method you will work on, how you'd introduce them, what the consequences are of a positive result, etc. So the assessment context is so important too. And I think, you know, speaking to you know, so many regulators that I do over I often encourage and say, listen, it's almost like the coffee machine chat where they go, oh yeah, well, we can never use that because our process, such and such. And you go, oh my God, why didn't you say that and tell everybody that? It's all these sort of implicit aspects to assessment processes that sometimes aren't shared with the researchers and developers. And so they don't get a full picture of what fit for purpose actually means, Please, Matthias, go ahead.
I'm getting a little bit lost now in the discussion, and I think we started off with prioritization for validation also. And I mean, this is a point where you just have limited resources and you have to decide on what to do first. There are some questions related here. Yes, I'm not in the position to define exactly now those criteria for prioritization, but of course, animal welfare or the test that you are going to replace would be one important aspect of prioritization. Maybe others as well. Maybe it's more simply to be applied or whatever. It costs. It saves a lot of money. Could also be a good incentive, but this will be a central thing. But on the other hand, you could also work on freeing more resources by looking at the existing structures. And this is actually, I would like to shift, while we only have 20 minutes, the discussion also a little bit to the organizational structure thing again. Sure. There was, with validation, I think there was this topic of there are already existing structures, Parere, ECHA, and so on, and others. I'm sorry, you have questions? Yeah, it's only I will try to be brief. You have the existing structures, and the question is, if you have a new structure now, how do they interact and how can we streamline the work so that double work is avoided? And maybe we have to also take a critical review of the structures that we have. Did they perform according to our expectations? Was the output? And if not, what was the reason? And so on and so forth. I'm not putting any blame anywhere, but we can say that we would have liked to see faster validation checks in the past. So I think the key thing here, we can talk about what new methods or approaches are needed or concepts and so on, all very important, but where we are going to win or lose this thing is in the organizational structure. I think we need, so I'm a very big fan of the steering group concept. I would have liked to see it more up there and then the other groups below, kind of, because I think we need a strong work plan where maybe the steering committee can really give jobs, let's say, I don't know the best word for it, but tasks to those other groups, and they report back. Of course, you have a discussion together and so on, but somebody really guiding this and really taking care of that this is done, whether this is sometimes national structures or EU-wide structures, I cannot tell in every example. There are, I think for validation, my colleagues pointed out in this stakeholder thing that there are national projects, for instance, in Germany also. I'm not a specialist there. But to find this very efficient thing also that not 2 or 3 EU projects are doing the same things all over again and mapping all over again and so on and so forth. This is really very much or very close to my heart if we could get better there and have a very strict structure for how these tasks are worked on. That would be key, I guess.
Thank you. So it's, it's
and then more resources would be free and you would have to less prioritize.
Yeah. I just want to deal, we're going to go to that, but Geir, do you want to respond to the very first question online? Because there's a bit of confusion.
Yes, I can do that, and it's a very short answer. It's a possible proposal. It's not yet decided.
Yeah, and it came more from the Commission side and agency to consider now, so we'll see. Okay, I hope that is clear. It's just a possibility, an option to be considered. Marco, we're going to follow up on Matthias, but is it along those lines?
I think, if the topic is the roadmap steering organization.
Yeah, we can transition into that now, yeah.
I understand that's where you were going, Matthias. So one element that I couldn't see captured in the slides, but maybe is captured somewhere else, is the one, and connects a little bit on the open wound on thyroid. I can explain why. Is the point that was raised in several occasions before, stakeholders, engagement meetings and surveys about innovation, about planning, planning the data sets, planning the investment for industry, understanding the impact for industry on certain decisions and packages. So I wouldn't think that steering implementation team is only looking at prioritization of individual methods. We are thinking about broader approaches. We are thinking about the impact on competitiveness on certain sectors. So the questions maybe is, maybe I didn't capture that well from the slides, but is there, which of those 4 boxes are really discussing with DG GROW about the impact of this proposed strategy for thyroid on sector XYZ, on food law, on whatever? Because that's, I think, the steering level that we need, trying to understand how we move the competitiveness forward while ensuring the highest standard of safety better than the animals can ensure today. Thank you for the clarification.
Thanks, Marco. Does Catherine Aguirre want to talk about that maybe to begin with? Yeah, please.
I'm just adding to the question. I was also thinking on the same lines, but also how are the Commission at the moment considering including it in the political agenda, looking at competitiveness? But we have life science strategy coming out in a couple of weeks. We have the chemical package, which was on the slides earlier, that's coming out. We have a Chemicals Action Plan now, also just coming out in a couple of weeks. We have the Biotech Act next year, but discussions and preparations are ongoing now. We have the MFF, which is the multi-financial funding framework, which is where I believe a lot of the funding through the Horizon projects would come. So how is this being also taken into consideration? So just to build on what Marco was saying. Voila, there we go, and the vision for agriculture.
I guess we have indeed failed to spell out that dimension of the, let's say, impact of moving to a new way of doing chemical safety assessments. But naturally, based on the, let's say, topics that you mentioned, it would fall to the expert groups that have a lot of involvement of the Commission and the agencies. So I think it would be a subject matter of discussion for the collaborative structures under the agencies, as well as the roadmap steering committee that involves the regulators from member states, as well as Commission and agencies. So somewhere in that space we need to cover it, yes.
I mean, maybe it wasn't explicit here, but we're very conscious that this roadmap is embedded in a, fast-moving, ambitious political agenda driven by our president and the new Commission. And in fact, was it back in February, we had a middle management meeting to discuss what's happening to see. So I think you'll see in the communication, the description of how the roadmap is embedded in these other, like you said, exactly, things like we also had the startup and scale-ups. I mean, you could say, what's that got to do with it? Well, most of the method developers, they're all linked. So it's a complex ecosystem, but I think the issue, I suppose, about how do we find those sweet spots where we can take action, which will be win-win type scenarios. Well, I think, as the actions are being formulated, they might start off as quite scientific, technical, sort of endpoint related things. But then, as they develop, we begin to understand that they have to be seen, through different lenses to see what there might be initial cost, let's say, but then in the long run. So that will have to be discussed. But also too, I mean, we know that to bring really an action to fruition, to have impact, we need so many different actors along the way, and probably the same people who need to be brought in early to discuss, what are the implications of this. And I don't think anybody is, everybody is very, very aware of the innovation and competitiveness agenda that we have currently in our new Commission. So, good question. Thanks, Marco.
Is it okay if I add a
Julia,
few
please,
points here? So I think sometimes we struggle to see how different layers are involved in this conversation. So there is the political layer that, because we're in ECHA and the people who are invited to this event and those who are interested in talking about validation and readiness of the different methods or methodologies or what, perhaps we don't see them clearly. It will take maybe more the work also of this organizational structure that is being devised to help us see it more clearly, because I think when we don't see how these different panels play along, that's when we start getting confused saying, well, it's a more scientific discussion. No, but it's also a regulatory one. Where's the political aspect? They're all consistently, and they should all be addressed in parallel, I would say. And that is why the steering committee will be as essential as it should be. And perhaps it should be a bit above rather than only as a collaborative effort only. It will be necessary, but it's also understandable that with all the different initiatives that we have going on, the different stakeholders who act in different ways with the different political landscape that we have, that is completely different, I'm sorry, from what it was a year ago. This necessary, pointing to a shared vision with a lot of consistency, with a lot of strong words that not only come to us in this room, but that really speak volumes to those that are outside of this room and that point to where we're headed, and not only for the ethical considerations that really are able to address the issue of competitiveness, that are able to talk about how the European, in terms of prioritizing biotech, EU life sciences, the need for pharma to move forward, and also animal welfare points. This is something that will have to deliver by the steering committee and will have to be a contribution of everyone in this room. How? Beautiful question, and I think here's an initial idea with a lot of lila or purple bubbles that will at some point change colors and shape. And but this is the idea. You present something, and we need to create the spaces where we discuss them, because I think all the reactions we're having right now is just because it's the first time we're exposed to this.
Yeah.
But it will deserve the consideration, and the only way we can actually achieve this, especially understanding once more, it's not a legally enforceable document what we will have. So it will definitely require the collaboration by everyone in this room and everyone, especially outside of this room, to make it happen. So,
thank you for that. And that's a key point. So everybody's agreeing we need to steer. We need, so that's good. One bubble remains. But your last point is very important. I mean, it might be appealing to have a hierarchical structure where you can dictate, I know you didn't mean that, Matthias, but I mean, we need to be mindful of the fact is it isn't a big pot of money where you can pay people to do things. And most of what's happening, these transitional initiatives, are people, self-organizing and following their own objectives. So the key with the steering thing is, how do you give directionality? How do you provide incentive for different initiatives to align, to coalesce, and to follow? And I think was it you or one of the bilaterals we had talked about the North Star? Was it? That was you, yes. I see, but I thought that was a very powerful symbol. So, let's keep everybody going in the same direction, but we can't necessarily, and it's a lot of it's carrots and not very many sticks, Well, Matthias, you want to say something?
Yeah, it's obviously not dictating.
Yeah.
What I meant, or maybe if I can be on that group, I rethink. But otherwise, no, I think it's really steering and initiating. It's taking care that things are started. And it's also, this morning it was said, it's not possible to do the actual legal implementation, which is true to some extent because there are procedures. But to initiate that process is, I think, in the remit of this group. And also to establish the channels. So we have, for instance, this morning it was mentioned, this project on acute toxicity. It's also intended to become a pilot for checking out how to implement it then into REACH and so on, to make this maybe the default methodology one day. And once you have established such channels and processes, the second or third time you go to Caracal or to RAC or to one of the EFSA panels, it has been done before, and then there is a routine, it becomes a routine. But this needs to be, pushed or nudged or whatever all the time. And for that, we need a central
thanks,
project
Matthias.
management, if you wish.
You're right. And I mean, I think one thing we've said that the steering team will, what does it steer? Well, actions will be the unit of change. And those actions need to be defined, and the steering team can help shape and then onboard stakeholders, whoever it is, whether it's agencies, whether it's member states or whatever, and coordinate that. But it will be the actions that are being steered. And we hope then that the transition initiatives and other ideas that we saw will crystallize into actions that then can be brought forward and steered by the team. So is there a question there? Or you're not standing near the microphone. I can't. Okay, so I thought you were just stretching your legs, but sorry. Please go ahead.
We're waiting patiently.
I'm sorry. I'm fired. I'll fire myself.
So Ingrid Visseren from Radboud University again. A few reflections, if I may, from a social scientific perspective on the roadmap process and what I've heard today. I think the success of the roadmap will stand or fall with some kind of deadline or a system of deadlines to keep us on track. Because how are you going to measure progress if you don't have a clear goal that you're going to? It will be the road to nowhere. And how do you map progress on a road to nowhere? So I'm eager to hear, is there a discussion on some kind of, whatever shape it is, some kind of deadline or a system of deadlines? Because you could have, for different action areas, you could have different kinds of deadlines. So I'm really worried that if this process doesn't have a deadline, it will take forever, and it won't be a one road, but it will be a I don't know. I don't have a good analogy, but so I'm eager to hear this question of deadlines. Also, this whole process started out with a citizens' initiative that asked us to phase out. And I think the answer is working on norms. And I know from experience in different transitions, also on other issue areas, that if you only work on stimulating alternatives and you don't have specific policy on phasing out the thing that you want to phase out, then you won't get there, and you won't get there as fast as you want. So we really need clear policies to phase out animal testing, not only supporting NOMs, if we want to respond effectively to the citizens' initiatives. And it really requires other action than only supporting NOMs. And I think the roadmap, I like the organizational structure. I agree that there is steering needed. So my question was, is this coordination or steering? We need some kind of steering, also with a deadline so you can keep everyone on track. But I hope that the roadmap process will be broader than only stimulating NOMs. I hope that also the legislative change processes that are needed will also be coordinated through the roadmap process. And I know that the roadmap process won't have the final responsibility for the actual legislative change, but we can actually reflect on whether we're on track with the legislative change. We could also, the roadmap process, implementation process could also include education and all the other issues that we've heard. It could also include phasing out activities. So so what I'm missing from the discussions today and that I'm worried about in terms of effectiveness of the roadmap process is some kind of deadlines, the breadth of the roadmap. So what does it actually include? Does it also include phasing out and education and legislative change, public participation?
You need to give me some time to get the panels to answer.
And one more thing that I wanted to say is to open up the transition process. So there are some animal welfare NGOs represented, there are some environmental NGOs represented, but the public isn't represented, patients aren't represented, and there's very novel democratic processes where, for example, this empty chair could be future generations. So there's actually formal governmental institutions that actually have a chair for interests that are often not represented. So we could have a lab animal chair. We could have a future generations chair. We could have, well, patient organizations you could actually invite. So interests that you could actually have them represented in the room so that we don't forget about the interests that are not here yet.
Okay.
Okay,
good.
sorry.
Thank you.
But some reflections.
Well, let's take the deadline question first.
I'll try to address that hopefully efficiently. We have certainly discussed about the deadline question, and we have had the experience of other jurisdictions at some point in time at least communicate on a clear deadline for when they would end animal testing. Unfortunately, that example wasn't very successful, and the respective jurisdiction has retracted their commitment in the end. So we thought, given that for some of the complex solutions that we need, we cannot exactly predict how long development and regulatory acceptance and all the process still takes. It doesn't make any sense to create pressure by writing a year number on paper, but we would rather want to measure progress in living up to the delivery of the actions. We will try to be as specific as possible in the roadmap in describing different actions that we can identify and that we can describe today. And then during the implementation, we will report on which action has been accomplished and in which way it has been accomplished. And undoubtedly, as we already mentioned, more actions will be added probably in the future. And we will think of a system how we can report back on when which milestone has been reached. You had also commented about the fact that we would need a general policy or an overall goal or legislative mandate to do the phasing out. I'm happy to say that we have that already since many years. It has been reinforced by the Directive 2010-63. So definitely since 2010, we have it very clearly that all animal testing should be phased out as soon as that is scientifically possible and accepted for regulators. So that basis we have sufficiently covered, and therefore we are now moving on to perhaps today talking more about NAMs than about phasing out. But I think in the human health presentation you saw several examples or cases where we have showed that we are also thinking about the phasing out of assays that are no longer necessary. And we're certainly happy to take up your suggestions for including more stakeholders and more groups that might be interested in this activity in our future meetings or discussions. Thank you.
Yeah, and just to comment about the inclusivity, you saw Elizabeth had a bullet point about participative and deliberative democracy. So we have a competence center in JRC on that, and we've been discussing how to look at an action or more actions to get more involvement. So your point is well made and well taken. But we've got just minutes left, but could we go through the questions?
Maurice, can I just add something?
Yeah.
Because I don't want it to be lost by just noticing a lot of people today have referred to the roadmap, and it's when it comes forward, we will start implementing. And I just want to remind everyone, and it goes to what Katrine was saying, 15 years ago, we adopted the legislation 2010-63, which called for the phase out, so replacement as the priority objective. When was it? 20 years ago, we established the EPAA. It's still going strong, and it's building on that. Prior to that, we had Directive 86/609, which also covered a few things, but I think ECFAM was established because of that legislation. Yeah. So the EU should be proud of where they're going. The roadmap that we're discussing today is a step in that process. It's helping drive it forward. We need these reminders every so often that help guide us, but you should all be very proud of the activities that you've been engaging in and driving forward over the last decade. So yeah, let's not forget that when we discuss the roadmap.
The only thing I would like to add on that is, and it kind of shows, so there is a trajectory we've been following, and it's impressive, but I think we also need to understand that there's a reason why we keep on mentioning all the different initiatives, the danger of duplication of efforts. So those of us in this room, I hope we see the same path moving forward, but the reality is, even when it comes to the industrial deal, we still have to go and talk to the legislators, or we have to go to the policymakers and explain, hey, you know, this is a priority, so this is what we want to achieve with the roadmap, have more clarity as to where we're going so that we don't have to go out in 2 years and have to again explain, hey, you know, this is a priority. So the idea is, what is the difference between having a roadmap and having all the other things we've had this far is, let's have it in writing, yes, in the form of a communication, but then supported by a very strong organizational structure that has received the contribution of everyone here, and that receives the commitment on joint work and cohesive and coordinated action, so that we can slowly again, reduce this application of you having to go to the authorities and say, hey, Biotech Act, if there's going to be funding, are you going to be using it for, you know, the development of NAMs? And me, I'm doing it the same every single day. So I think this is what we need to aspire, plus having the conversations on funding, making sure we have the dedicated space for the different member states to really be more involved in this process, to have more space for all the different ones and understand how all these 1,000 structures we have fit into one common one, or at least give the idea once and for all from the EU level that when you want to search what is the process being followed by the EU is towards the phase out, and not have to have a conversation with someone in Korea saying, I see a roadmap and I see a regulation and I see ECHA, but then I check ECHA, you have EMA, it's a complete mess and we don't know where you're going. So if we offer clarity to ourselves, I think it's gonna follow the same path outside of the EU. So I think this is what the roadmap should do, is give clarity to ourselves, to the legislators, and then at a global scale.
Yeah, good. And one of the bullet points in Georg's slide was the steering team playing that outreach role internationally. So speak with a coherent, you know, representative voice about our whole strategy and policy, you know, around this. So,
yeah.
We're just running over time now, and you're eating into your cocktail time. So, you know, we'll give the last word to the two colleagues. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. And I would like to thank Katrin and Georg for mentioning the test method and validation strategy, and for saying that we're going to get aligned on between the roadmap and this strategy, because I think there's one common goal there to say we need more test methods developed and validated that can be used in regulation. And then from our side, we were coming from the regulatory needs side, saying like, okay, we have gaps, we have new developments that need to be covered, whereas here is also discussion on the phasing out of the animal to reduce this. So there are two different points of views, and I like also that we are here discussing on regulatory needs as well. So thank you on that one. And then also we need some organization to set priorities and to communicate what is really needed. We discussed that. And then there's also the point on we don't, or we see that the last years, decades, there might not have been enough funding for the validation in the last step. And I think that's because that's somehow not high on the policy agenda. Do you have any ideas how to change that one so more people realize the needs, so that it's really an important need that we cannot make the chemical regulation or also the pharmaceutical regulation work without having the test methods in place and putting that higher on the agenda to ensure that we're moving forward?
Mia, do you want to tackle that?
Yes, thank you. A very good point. Thank you for pointing that out. And I would like to raise up here this sort of Nordic example from here as well, because we have seen that from the regulatory side, the funding for validation has been very limited or not prioritized. But we are very proud and happy to say that, for example, this Nordic Council of Ministers funding has gone through to some OECD test method development. There are currently 3 projects that are now funded for 3 years and have been funded for past years. I understand that these are only sole examples, and the projects are not completely funded by Nordic Council of Ministers, rather they are also funded by the universities that conduct the actual research. But they have pointed out that this could have not been the case unless there was external funding. So I applaud for that point and want to raise this as a Nordic example.
So the process of prioritization is resource intensive. It doesn't happen by itself. But Georg, you want to add to that?
Yeah, indeed. I think that funding of validation is a very important point, and to have more funding that we currently have, which currently is quite limited. We are looking into that. We are also discussing in-house in the Commission possibilities for funding, but maybe one also needs to see beyond that, that member states get involved, that industry is getting more involved. We have PEPPER as a private-public partnership for funding of validation, which is a very successful model. So these are the areas we should certainly strengthen. So that is in a nutshell the summary of the discussions which we have.
Yeah, I mean, look, personally too, I mean, we have been in the validation game a long time, ECHA been over 30 years. But I really believe that where there's a will, there's a way. And your point about prioritization, yes, we want to identify methods that we'd like to turn into guidelines and validate and so on, or qualify for the pharma sector. But if we have much more of a collective prioritization, then there'll be far more buy-in. And I believe there's a lot of latent resource in the system, whether it's from industry, whether it's from a commission, whether it's from funding sources. I think we do have an awful lot of capacity, but we're hesitant to really apply it because industry quite rightly will say, listen, we could afford to do that validation, but how certain are we that it's going to have benefit in the end if it's ignored afterwards, et cetera, et cetera. So everybody, I think, is with that fragmentation that's there, is hesitant about putting their money in the table. And again, if we pool resources, I think we could accomplish a lot. I still think it's going to be an expensive business to get to the scale we need. But I do think we can get off to a fairly fast start if we start collectively prioritizing, because that leads to then people, committing resources and time into the process. Last question there.
Thank you very much for all the panel discussion. My name is Blanca Serrano from ECHA, and I think I have more a plea than a question. I really like coordination and resource efficiency. I'm not always successful at it. But we've been hearing that there are not enough resources, and at the same time that there is a lot of projects ongoing to develop new methodologies or new approaches, however you want to mention it. And then there is also a lot of projects trying to map the ongoing activities to be more efficient with our resources. So my plea would be, I've heard the GRTD mentioning that there was a project to have a metadata repository for projects, and I think that's a great idea. But I would ask to involve all the agencies and all the relevant stakeholders and all the different sectors and academia, so that the repository that comes out, it's actually fit for purpose, and we can move forward and make better use of what we have already.
Yeah. I mean, we do hope Elizabeth was presenting the transitional initiatives catalogue, that's just starting, but we hope that could be a powerful way of doing this kind of continuous mapping, if you want to call it, identifying, but also as a way of bringing initiatives together, because we're conscious that it's not just EU-funded projects which are doing a lot of great work. A lot of the industry-funded initiatives like ICCS and the FP, the innovative health initiative. There's so many different initiatives that we need to recognize and hopefully steer in the right direction. Okay, sorry we didn't get to the online questions, but they won't be ignored. Yes, for the first one about are there other means of bringing a method into regulatory acceptance, we have been discussing that. We don't know yet, but it's definitely something that we're contemplating. We do have a European test methods regulation, and we're not obliged to have an OECD guideline to put in there. However, the vast majority of methods in there are, so we need to discuss that. The question about RSN, and do we already about Pereira, we are discussing about if this would be an idea, how we could make things as compatible. I mentioned that Pereira has a specific mandate within the directive to provide advice on methods that are proposed for validation. So therefore, if you interpret that mandate more narrowly, it isn't necessarily a body that should be proactive in prioritizing regulatory initiatives. So we are looking carefully to see about the complementarity. And I don't see anything else that we can deal with right now. Good. No, I could taste the Prosecco, nearly.
I'll just ask, can we talk about validation versus qualification tomorrow, perhaps? I think it's a
yeah, well, we have a general
point,
discussion tomorrow. So yes, we can talk about it all evening. We have endless conversations about.
But listen, thank you all so much. You stuck with it. I said we should stay till 9 p.m., didn't I? I knew there would be plenty to discuss. Big round of applause to our panelists. Thank you for all our online listeners. And as I said, we won't delete all your questions. We'll take it in. And Thomas, is that we'll wrap it up? Munir, hand it over to Munir to